Okay, so this is being recorded. All right. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome to Caribe Plurilingüe number 22. Okay, so this is the 22nd time we've done this. We do this every semester. It's a platform for students and professors at the University of Puerto Rico to present any work that they're doing related to the languages, literatures, cultures, societies, education systems, et cetera, of the Caribbean in its broadest and greatest sense. In any case, I want to say a special thank you to the Institute of Caribbean Studies for co-sponsoring this with us in the English department. And before we go any further, I'd like to invite first Don Walicek of the Institute to see if he has a few words to say, and then we'll ask another couple of people to give some introductory words, and then we'll go right into the presentations. Don, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for organizing this new installment of Caribe Plurilingüe. It's become an important part of the Conferencias Caribeñas, which is now in its 35th session. And everyone at the Institute is delighted to see this project continue. The Institute operates and produces the journal Caribbean Studies, as many of you know. And the Conferencias Caribeñas is another of the pillar initiatives. We encourage students to submit to Caribbean Studies, possibly a book review or also an article. Those are the two main formats. Caribbean Studies is also publishing interviews. So please keep that in mind as you move forward with your research. All of these conferencias are put in the institutional repository and made available on YouTube. And they are one of the ways in which the Institute complies with its mission. So thanks to all of you for participating, and to the people who were here to listen. Thank you for being here as well.
Thank you very, very much, Professor Walicek. Professor Walicek didn't mention the fact that he also edits a spectacular journal. It's called Sargasso, and this is another opportunity for all of you to contribute. It's a journal that really publishes a lot of work that's out of the box, that really fresh perspectives on the Caribbean and the Afro-Atlantic. So maybe he was being modest and he didn't mention it, but this is also a project of the English department. So I guess he was speaking with his Instituto hat on instead of his English department hat on at that particular point. There are other publications as well, like Tongwas, coming out of the English department. Again, please, we invite all of you to contribute, because this is a very, very important part of your academic work in terms of publications and presentations. Let me now invite Professor Danaban Kuabong, who's moderating this event, to give a few words about of introduction. Professor Kuabong, are you muted? Or... There you are.
Okay, I was just saying thanks to everyone for attending this. Let's call it unsurprising sudden surprise in October. This one is called the October surprise in U.S. politics, but we are not in politics. We are in what do you call it? A hospitable academic environment offered by the English Department and Institute of Caribbean Studies. And this is the 22nd. Can you imagine so many other conferences or mini conferences have folded up, particularly after Maria and particularly after COVID lockdown. But this has been going on because it's a plurilingual, pluricultural, plural island, everything. So you cannot silence the plurilingual events that come every semester. So I want to welcome all of you and to feel free. Next semester, there will be 23rd, and we're looking forward to having a big bash, as majority people say, the Silver Jubilee, the 25th anniversary, which will be, I suspect, will be much bigger than all that we have had before. So thank you so much, and welcome. Enjoy the presentations and contribute to the question and answer time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kouabong. So Professor Kouabong is one of the pioneers of this event and has been present at every single one of the 22 events, I think. And so thank you very much, Professor Kouabong, for sticking with this project for all this time and doing so much important work contributing to it. Now I want to actually take a few moments to invite Professor Mater to say a few words as graduate coordinator of the English department, because actually this event is part of the activities of that particular program. Professor Mater, do you have a few words to offer us of introduction?
Thank you, Nick. I wasn't planning to say anything, but thank you for inviting me. This is indeed I think, a fantastic opportunity for our graduate students and some colleagues to present their work. I think it's a great exercise as well for graduate students to present in limited time their work. And even though it's online, you still have the constraints of time. And I think it's wonderful that Nick and Dana Bang are presenting this and organizing this event every year. And I think it gives a window, an opportunity for students to share their work. So congratulations to both of you and to Dawn for making this happen every year.
Thank you very much. And Professor Mater, actually, it's even more than every year. It's every semester. But this is really, Professor Mater is heading up a very dynamic, I think, program, because not only do we have this every semester, we also organize a conference called the Islands in Between Conference, which will be held in Tortola next week, and that happens every year. So thank you, Professor Mater, for being there to make it all happen. And then there are also the publications that I mentioned already. We have Sargasso, which is part of the graduate program in the English department. And then we have another publication that comes out every year that consists of 2 volumes that's published and co-sponsored with the University of Curacao. And the 2023 volumes have just come out, and one of our colleagues will be actually presenting today on the digitalization of those volumes. So after so many years, finally, all of those volumes will be online in a format that you can just flip from page to page through the volume and actually download any article you want and search, and all of those wonderful things that we've been waiting to do for all of these years. So in any case, we'll see. That's one of the presentations that we'll see today. So I think without further ado, let's begin. The program is on the screen here, but I think most of you have received it through the email. Through email correspondence. It's probably in your inbox somewhere if you haven't downloaded it. Okay. All right, our first presentation will be given by, Francis Zapata, and it's titled On Disability Myths and Respectful Language. Okay. So I'd like to invite Francis to begin her presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. When we think of myths, we often think of ancient fictional narratives, of epic battles between gods and other supernatural beings. In his 1957 book, Mythologies, however, French essayist Roland Barthes offers an alternate and thought-provoking definition of myths. And I quote, "What is a myth today? I shall give you at the outset a first, very simple answer, which is perfectly consistent with etymology. Myth is a type of speech. Of course, it is not any type, ancient or not. Mythology can have a historical foundation. For myth is a type of speech chosen by history." End of quote. Barthes then is arguing that myth is a socially constructive narrative that both reflects and reinforces cultural values and ideologies. He contends that, and I quote, "the function of myth is to empty reality," end of quote, to reduce complex historical and social contexts into simplified, naturalized truths. These so-called truths, Barthes stresses, are created by dominant institutions, such as governments, the media, and advertising, in order to uphold the status quo and perpetuate social inequalities. This framework is particularly relevant in examining myths surrounding disability. Early American myths about disability often portrayed individuals as defective or burdensome, reinforcing stigma and exclusion. Take, for instance, the emergence of what are now known as the ugly laws. These laws stipulated that, and I quote, "any person who is diseased, maimed, mutilated, or in any way deformed so as to be an unsightly or disgusting object," end of quote, "cannot be in public." The first ugly law was passed in San Francisco in 1867, 2 years after the Civil War ended. It is important to note that even though Congress established pension programs in 1862 to help disabled Union Army soldiers, one of the first victims of San Francisco's ugly law was Martin Oates, a Union Army soldier. And as you can see in the slide here, the San Francisco Morning Call newspaper described him as, and I quote, "a half-demented fellow," end of quote, and justified his arrest by stating that, and I quote, "Oates had been stricken down with paralysis, leaving him a perfect wreck," end of quote. This incident illustrates how both government policies and media narratives perpetuated the myth that disabled individuals were deficient and needed to be hidden from public life. However, another war would eventually shift disability discourse in the US for the better. World War I, known at the time as the Great War. On June 27, 1918, Congress passed the Soldiers' Rehabilitation Act, establishing a vocational rehabilitation program specifically for soldiers who became disabled. This legislation marked the beginning of a congressional commitment to rehabilitation, eventually leading to the national programs we see today. However, these governmental responses primarily benefited veterans, leaving many individuals born with disabilities or those who acquired them outside of military service without support. During this era, many individuals born with disabilities were labeled as, and I quote, socially defective or undesirable, end of quote, leading to their institutionalization in overcrowded and underfunded asylums. These prevailing attitudes were heavily influenced by eugenics, a movement advocating for the improvement of human populations through selective breeding. Eugenics was so commonplace that it became part of university curricula, with key figures from Harvard's administration and faculty actively lobbying the government to enact eugenics laws. It should come as no surprise then that from 1907 to 1932, 33 states passed eugenics laws that allowed the government to sterilize, and I quote, the insane, the feeble-minded, the dependent, and the diseased, end of quote. California in particular became notorious for its eugenics program, carrying out approximately 20,000 sterilizations under these laws. The influence of California's success extended beyond American borders, as illustrated by a 1937 letter from Dr. Fritz Lenz, a prominent Nazi leader in the eugenics movement, to Ezra Gosney, the founder of California's Human Betterment Foundation. In the letter, Lenz expressed his gratitude for the information shared about sterilization practices in California, stating, and I quote, "You are so kind to send new information about the sterilization particulars in California. These practical experiences are also very valuable for us here in Germany. For this, I thank you," end of quote. Just 2 years after that letter was sent, World War II began, bringing with it a profound shift in disability discourse, one that would surpass the changes initiated by both the Civil War and World War I. The eugenic atrocities committed during the Nazi regime served as a stark reminder of the dangers of such ideologies, prompting the United States government to distance itself from these beliefs, and instead recognize the need to uphold the rights and dignity of all individuals, including those labeled as socially defective. This shift in perspective by the government was pivotal in fostering a more humane approach to disability rights and rehabilitation programs in the subsequent decades. For instance, in 1943, the right to vocational rehabilitation was expanded to include individuals who were blind and deaf. This legislation was later amended in 1954 to encompass individuals with intellectual disabilities or mental illness. Further amendments in 1965 and 1968 provided essential funding for the construction of new rehabilitation facilities. These legislative changes, along with rising disability rights activism, allowed the social model of disability to gain traction in the 1970s, emphasizing that disability often arises from societal barriers rather than individual impairments. A key outcome of this shift in perspective was the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, particularly Section 504. which prohibited discrimination against individuals with disabilities in federally funded programs. This legislation laid the groundwork for the American with Disabilities Act, the ADA, of 1990, a landmark law that significantly expanded civil rights protections for individuals with disabilities, ensuring equal access and opportunities across all aspects of public life. It must be noted that a catalyst for the ADA's approval was the media coverage of the Capitol crawl, which you can see in the slide, on March 12, 1990, where individuals with disabilities crawled up the steps of the U.S. Capitol to demand their rights. This demonstration was extensively covered by news outlets and reframed individuals with disability as active participants in their fight for equality, rather than as socially defective citizens who should be hidden from public view. Undoubtedly, the media's portrayal of the Capitol crawl was pivotal in transforming disability myths and in generating widespread public support for the ADA, which was signed on July 26, 1990, just 4 months after the crawl. For this reason, July was established as Disability Pride Month. As disabled individuals gained recognition as active advocates for their rights, they also began to challenge the language used to describe them. This gave rise to the person first versus identity first debate. Proponents of the person first language, such as person with a disability or person with autism, argue that it emphasizes individuality over disability, fostering respect and acknowledging personhood. Conversely, supporters of identity first language prefer terms like disabled person, autistic, or blind, viewing disability as an integral part of their identity. While their philosophical differences exist, both movements affirm that, and I quote, disability is not a bad word, end of quote. These advocates are clearly reclaiming the narrative around disability and challenging myths that have long portrayed disabled individuals as socially defective. In the podcast Saludos Cordiales, Puerto Rican disability advocate Maria Rodriguez Morales discusses the influence of the mainland's disability rights movement on the U.S. territory. And I quote, ha habido en los últimos años un movimiento muy fuerte en los Estados Unidos, Identity First Language, promoviendo que se diga soy discapacitado, punto y se acabó. Como es soy gay, soy sorda, soy ciega, end of quote. Morales stresses that while some Puerto Ricans use identity first language, younger individuals turn to prefer the term persona con diversidad funcional. She argues that this preference is fundamentally a linguistic issue. Individuals with disabilities in Puerto Rico seek a term that emphasizes their differences. This perspective contrasts with the mainland's focus on identity. And I quote, el término diversidad funcional no se enfoca ni en las capacidades ni en las limitaciones, simplemente en que somos diferentes. Este concepto ha sido bastante difícil de introducir en Estados Unidos, lo que sería functional diversity. End of quote. Morales suggests that the prevailing dynamics of identity politics in the U.S., which often emphasizes individual identity categories such as race, gender, and sexual orientation, may hinder the acceptance of language like diversidad funcional. This term highlights differences and acknowledges the complexities of individual experiences without fitting them into rigid identity categories. For this reason, she concludes that the term will continue to remain significant in the island, especially after the passage of the Ley de Concienciación y Sensibilidad hacia las Personas con Diversidad Funcional, which passed in 2020. Clearly, the rhetoric surrounding disability is very diverse. However, advocates stand united in their mission to dismantle harmful historical disability myths and challenge the eugenic mindset that labeled individuals as socially defective. They want us to realize that disability is not a bad word, but rather a natural part of human experience. The truth is that everyone will encounter disability at some point, whether by an unfortunate accident or by the inevitable side effects of aging. So it is essential to embrace it. By doing so, we can create a more compassionate society that values and respects all individuals, regardless of their differences. Thank you.
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. Let's go now to the second presentation. And after this, we'll have questions. So after the first three presentations, we'll have questions. So each hour, there'll be 3 presentations. And then at the end, we'll have questions for all of the presenters during that session. Our second presentation is titled Losing Our Language. It's presented by Ashley Rodriguez. Ashley, if you could just tell me when to change the slides, okay? Because that will help in coordinating what you're saying with what's being presented.
Okay.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. Can I start?
Yep.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashley Rodriguez. I'll be talking with my presentation, Losing Our Language. And I mean by losing our language or Spanish language throughout history and time. And of course, there's various factors that we're going to see that this influence the situation of losing our language. Change the slide, please. So before starting, I want to focus what is the importance of culture and a culture without language. We understand that culture itself represents our traditions and help us to identify our identity, but also language is not only a tool, but the main factor and key point for culture to continue. Change the slide. Now, before we continue with the factors that I was mentioning before, I want to focus a little bit of history of the first language before Spanish coming to the Caribbean, specifically in Puerto Rico. So the colonization of Puerto Rico by the Spain since the 1500s had profound impact on the island linguistic landscape. The arrival of Spanish colonizers led to the gradual replacement of Taino as dominant language. As the quarter notes, Spanish language policies were de facto in the sense of shortly after the arrival of the Spanish conquistadores, the medium of communication of daily life on the island was and still is Spanish. So during the colonization, the 400 years, of course, we had Spanish and we still have Spanish to the modern date. Change the slide, please.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. So what is the outcome of this Taino language? Of course, sadly, Taino language is declared to be extinct. Even though Taino language is not coexistent, some of its lexicon and language traditions, especially in Puerto Rico, lives today. According to the 100 Year Project, indicates that Puerto Ricans, especially Puerto Ricans, have between 10, and this was 2010 census, 10 to 15% of DNA. This is, some can be more, some can be less, but mostly it's 10 to 15%. So we still have the Taino heritage in all of us. Change the slide, please. However, throughout the years, of course, thank you for the Spanish-American War, in the 1898 started the second wave of colonization. We had the first one with Spain, the second one with United States. So under the US dominations throughout the 2000th century, the island underwent significant social political changes as English was introduced as the language of instruction in the schools. However, Puerto Rican resistance attempts to establish English as the primary language, particularly after 1902, thus forcing the authorities to make English language a secondary language and Spanish the primary language in the schools. So of course, thank you for the Asociación de Maestros and the Puerto Rican civilians during that time fought to have Spanish to be primary and English to be secondary. Of course, throughout the years until 1993, both languages became co-official languages in Puerto Rico. So having this identity of being bilingual. So this is a short summary of a timeline between the language and education under colonizations throughout, of course, Columbus' arrival in the 1993, throughout 2024. Of course, we have the first wave, the Spanish establishing in the 1508, and throughout the late 1700s, we have that schools started to be established in Puerto Rico, starting with the male population to learn how to write and read. You can pass the slide. Throughout the years, between 10 years, females started to attend school. Now, if we notice here, we have the second wave in the 1898, the Spanish and American War, resulting in Spain signing the Treaty of Paris, giving Puerto Rico to the United States. Change the slide. This is a short summary of a timeline. So through the 1943 to the present day, after various language policies established in the government of Puerto Rico and education as well, implemented both Spanish and English were designated as official languages of Puerto Rico. Next slide. So what is happening right now? Language threat case in Puerto Rico, and we're also focusing Spanish language in the United States, both. They have mentioned various factors. According to Chavarria, the main threat preserving Puerto Rican Spanish, according for him, it will be 3 important points. Decline in Spanish as the primary language. Second, the shift of education policies that prioritize English to be taught only in schools, and the cultural assimilation and integrational language of loss. In other words, throughout generations, not applying your language to your children's or grandchildren's, it's gonna be lost throughout history. And having the English impact culture to us, to the Spanish, also affects our language, the pattern of speaking, the slangs, the new variations, how we can communicate now. And well, according to this one, I have a little extra information, the language threat as well. We have David Crystal, according to his book, Language of Death. He mentions various factors, how a language can die, in something in general, but we can also use it in the case in Puerto Rico. How might Puerto Ricans' Spanish be lost over time? How can we lose it? Besides losing the first one that I mentioned, no longer being the primary language. Second, changes of educational policies. C, cultural assimilation. 4, immigration patterns. And 5, government policies. And 6, interregional language use. There's 2 important details I want to focus here. The migration pattern, economical issue, and the use of media are the main factors here in Puerto Rico that are causing for us, our language to change drastically. You can change the slide. Here's a short summary of a diagram, a chart indicating the pattern of immigration throughout the 1970s to 2007. Based by George Duane, he explores that he instigated the first great migration starting in the 1940 to 50. And we're talking about thousands of citizens leaving Puerto Rico, going to United States. Throughout 1980s to the 1990s, we have the second wave of immigrations. Of course, between 1950 to the 1990s, we have an 8-point percentage of difference, indicating that more and more people are leaving the island, only 2 to 10% returning back to the island. The third wave of immigration was due to 2010 to 2020 of economical issue. The Hurricane Maria, of course, I imagine many have this situation and this experience, that you need to go to the United States for multiple reasons. And what is occurring right now, the employment issue. You can pass now. Influence of the English language media. Currently, social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok play a significant role in shaping language trends. According to Castle in 2010, studies that influence that network society on cultural identity and highlight how digital media accelerates linguistic shift, creating new words, expressions that reflect our culture right now. So what we have now with the slang, using and accepting borrowing words from different languages has been the constant trend at this moment. So Another little detail extra that is very important. So we already know that 2010 to this modern day, we know that language is constantly changing. But however, throughout the 1980s, we have Vélez that also researched and indicated and created a debate that surrounds the evolution of Puerto Rican Spanish focused on increased English language media exposure. So we're already having this since the 1980s throughout the modern era that this is really going on and language is drastically changing throughout the media's exposure and the changes of technology. So Puerto Rican language and cultural identity is changing slowly, but it's sure. Now, you can change slide. This is some examples that current modern generation is constantly using now. Let's be honest, right at this moment, we're not even using the word estacionamiento. We're constantly using parking, hashtag, that's modern trend right now, shopping, streaming, delivery, hotline, hot dog, even our foods, we constantly have names. Instead of saying hamburguesa, we're saying burger, and between others. Now, other words that is still there, and they're still modern. Some of them have their own history. Others are a borrowed word from English. Others are used by trends. For example, we got perreos. It was created in the 1990s, well, being exact, 1999. And of course, famous singers like Bunnies and others still maintains our slang Spanish. And thanks for that, we still have our identity and rich culture there. We have party, that is a borrowed word from English. Instead of saying party, we say party. Hangyar, and between others, of course, we have tradition and heritage from African and Tainos, from hammock, canoe, borinquen, and other words that we constantly use. So our language is always expanding, and it's not negative, but we have to be aware of how much we can change. Can change slide. Now, this is a chart that indicates what's really going on, and it's important in that Spanish is declining, especially for those that go to United States that are migrating. So quoting directly from Puerto Rico reports from 2023 indicates the data shows that Puerto Rican current territory status may be more of a threat to Spanish fluency among Puerto Ricans than statehood. A speculation about possible effects the statehood shouldn't blind us that current fact. U.S. Census data confirm the Spanish use in Puerto Rican community is the U.S. in the decline. So the Spanish is declining with this percentage of Puerto Ricans origin resident in the state speaking Spanish at home from falling from 84.6% in the 1980 to 50.9 in 2021. The children of the migration to the states are clearly less likely to speak Spanish at home. So basically, there's a drastic change. Those that migrate to the United States, Puerto Rican Spanish in the United States are declining. Generations are passing, people are not passing the language, and of course the shaming situation that is occurring throughout that, how we speak, how they view for being Latinos, they're viewed negatively, and there's a lot of factors going on here. So Puerto Rican Spanish in the United States not viewed properly. So in conclusion, the language constantly changing, shaping by social interaction, technology, and cultural change, and the use of media. The use of new words to adapt to new situations can be seen deadly the purity of language. This has raised concern about how linguistic integrity of Puerto Rican Spanish is being affected by increasing contact with English. On the other hand, the island-rich culture, which rooted in indigenous African, Spanish, and Americans likewise, suggests that the language will continue to adapt and thrive. It always depends on how the speaker chooses to embrace or resist change that can become permanent or temporary in their language when using new words. It is the community decides the linguistics and cultural legacy on the island, also trying to maintain that in the States. So I hope you like the presentation and thank you for listening.
Thank you for a great presentation. Okay, let's move on to the third one and then we'll have questions afterwards. Make sure to write down the questions that come up in your mind while you hear people speaking so that you make sure you'll be sure to have them ready when the question time comes up. All right. Okay, our third presentation is by Jose Vittorio Rodriguez, and it's about a film poem. Jose, would you like me to project the video first or afterwards?
Yeah, the video first, because I make references to it later.
Let's do
Please.
that then.
Good morning to everyone.
Yes. Okay.
Bahama Boricua, the night is young. Tacho, the moon's shining, stars have sung. Coño, the rhythm of drums in the air. We're hangueando, no worries, no care. Chancletas slap against warm concrete. Echoes of laughter, the sound of feet. Zafacon stands full, but who gives a damn? We live in the now, together we jam. Taino spirit flows in our veins, ancient whispers through summer rains. La cotorra verde sings in the trees, a reminder of life's delicate breeze. Huracán Maria, she tore through our land. Terremotos shook the grounds where we stand. But still we rise, still we rebuild. Our hearts unbroken, our spirits fulfilled. El Morro stands tall, guarding the bay, a sentinel watching night and day. Viejo San Juan, with its streets so bright, carries our history in its twilight light. Mi bandera waves high, red, white, and blue, a symbol of pride, forever true. But beneath it all, we see the cracks. Gobierno corrupto holding us back. Pero vamos, Boricua, we'll fight, we'll rise. Tacho, just look at the fire in our eyes. Coño, we're strong, we'll never fall. Together we'll bring the light and conquer it all.
I hope everyone enjoyed it. It was a hard day's work recording, a hard day's work writing, and a hard day's work of editing, but it was fun. It's my thing. I'm a filmmaker. I aspire to be uh, a director someday. This film poem was inspired by obviously Professor Faraglas's class and also Professor Collins's poetry course that I'm taking this semester. I am a master's student in his first semester, and this inspired me to create my first film poem. And due to this year being an election year, I couldn't help but get a little political. Um, my master's is in literature, and I come from the humanities as an acting major. So why a poem? Well, I've always enjoyed poetry, and I have a few poems stashed away in the dark depths of my notes, yet I never really did anything with them. So I decided to take it the next step and make a film poem and connecting two things that I enjoy a lot. I've always been a film guy, and doing this project was really fun. And I can guarantee everybody here that it's not the last film poem that I'll make. If anything, it opened my eyes to just how important it is to express how you feel. And using this form of writing, it was satisfying. It was very satisfying to have a plan and have everything go how I wanted it to. And yeah, that was what came out of it. So the film poem Vamos Boricua, it reflects Puerto Rican resilience, cultural pride, and the ongoing struggle against political corruption. I mean, didn't we kick out the governor a few years ago? It uses Spanglish to express a bicultural identity, emphasizing language's role in personal and collective experiences. Uh, so I believe the last presentation was a perfect segue into this, right? Using Spanglish now is just something very common. And it's a little personal to me since my mom raised me speaking English, even though I live in Bayamon. And my dad would always speak to me in Spanish. My mom's from Brooklyn, my dad's from Ponce, but uh, it has resulted in a bit of a, I guess I could say, a culture shock and a bit of an identity crisis. Because when I'm here and I speak English outside, I've been called the gringo. But then when I'm in the United States, I've been called the Latino and sometimes other words. And it, I've learned to just ignore, right? I know who I am. Yo soy Boricua, 100%, and I'm not gonna let anybody tell me who I am. But it was shocking, especially growing up. This poem incorporates historical and cultural symbols, the most obvious one being Old San Juan, and it helps connect the past with the present. We've all gone to San Juan, whether it be to get drinks, to dance, to fly kites, or to have a nice walk and enjoy the scenery. This poem, it's both a cultural expression and a critique reflecting socio-political challenges. Let's talk about the power of Spanglish. Spanglish words like coño, chacho, and vamo evoke emotions that resonate with the Puerto Rican experiences. We've all said it, all these words at more than once, I'm sure. And they're personal. I feel like these words just help really emphasize what I'm trying to say a lot of times. And this demonstrates resistance against cultural erasure and the celebration of a bilingual identity. As I said, Spanglish it's important to me. It reflects my connection to Puerto Rico and my own experiences navigating between two cultures. Like I said, that identity struggle that I had, it's due to speaking both these languages, going to English-speaking schools, and having to balance that those two cultures. Spanglish enriches this poem's message by making it more relatable for bilingual audiences such as myself. Gobierno corrupto holding us back. Now, this line, it addresses the systemic corruption that hinders progress in Puerto Rico. The mentions of Huracán Maria and terremotos, they allude to the natural disasters with inadequate government response, worsening the crisis. I mean, just how many blue tarps did we have to see for so many years, just with no help, and all those people were really struggling, and I wish I could do more, but I can't, right? So this is where I try to put my part in, right, with my writing and try to get my feelings out there on our little island. This poem embodies a spirit of resilience despite political challenges, with a call to fight and rebuild. The poem's goal is to give voice to this frustration that I know lots of us have, while also fostering hope and activism, because we can't give up, right? Now, let's talk about the historical significance of Old San Juan. So, like, why choose Old San Juan? I write at one point, El Morro stands tall, which symbolizes strength and protection, with Old San Juan serving as a cultural and historical icon of Puerto Rico. I love going to Old San Juan. It's beautiful, the streets, the lights, the colors, right? There's not really a lot of things, or a lot of places, sorry, like it. Old San Juan streets carry layers of history from the age of Spanish colonization to the present. It's truly beautiful, and I love going there, and I want to go back to make something else, because recording there felt really fun and really natural. Finding nice shots wasn't too hard, because everything there is just so nice. The area, it represents resilience, standing as a witness to the island's struggles and victories. El Morro has seen it all. It's watched us through these years grow and change. Old San Juan is not just a place, but a symbol of heritage and continuity, allowing for the poem to evoke history and culture. Pero vamos, Boricua. This line, it serves as a unifying call for Puerto Ricans to persist in the face of adversity. The poem, it blends joy, pain, and hope, encouraging cultural pride and resilience. By celebrating Spanglish and historical icons like Old San Juan, Vamo empowers individuals to acknowledge past struggles while pushing for change. This poem ends on a note of empowerment, making it both a celebration of identity and a challenge to confront political issues. I hope everybody enjoyed my poem. I really enjoyed doing it. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Professor, for the opportunity to present it. Thank you.
Okay, let's give a round of applause to all three presenters. Wonderful presentations, a great start. And now let's open up the floor to questions. Questions, comments? Anybody have just raise your hand, or just raise your hand so I can see it, or just press the raised hand button on the below your screen or above your screen, wherever you happen to have your controls situated. Okay, Valeria. Valeria?
Yes.
Did you have your hand raised?
Sorry, that was a.
Oh, you were trying to applaud. You were trying to do applause, but you raised your hand instead?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. I do that all the time. But I have an excuse. Senior moment. What's your excuse, Valeria? Okay, good. Well, Valeria, did you have any thoughts or any questions you wanted to ask? Or I don't want to put you on the spot, but since you're already responding. Okay, well, anybody else have a question? Yes.
I do.
Elizabeth?
Okay, I guess I'll go ahead for Ashley, because this is a continual like cycle that we're always hearing, we're always talking about. And so when we talk about either losing language or the Anglicisms that come into Puerto Rican Spanish, I mean, how do we deal with that when we know that language isn't fluid, it isn't stagnant, it's a continual fluidness of language and adapting and changing to the needs and the environments around it? I mean, I don't think it's either a bad or a good thing. But one of the things I've noticed, and specifically with, Puerto Ricans that do move to the mainland and not teaching their kids, is they bring with them this ideal that they don't speak good Spanish, right? And so how do you suppose we go about really, I want to say, knocking home to people that there is no good or there's no bad Spanish, that it is Spanish, and that is Puerto Rican Spanish, and something that we should take as being proud of instead of being ashamed.
What approach we need to do to those people that feel they're lacking their own language or their heritage language because some were born without having the experience? Well, what I do recommend in part how to approach them is to inform them there's different types of variation of Spanish as well in the island, the different dialects. And a good example is this presenting different types of singers. Like, this is an example, of course. Anuel with Bob Bunny, all the Chayanne use different types of way how they approach Spanish itself. And like, see, they're different, they're not the same. And being different is not wrong, pronouncing it different. And there's like different types of identity. And South Puerto Ricans, they consider themselves like the Borinqueños, that they know only Spanish, the monolinguals. Then we have those New Yorkers or that were born and raised in the United States that don't know in Spanish. But they're up for the challenge, becoming the new type of identity that we see now in Puerto Rico. They're the bilinguals. So for those that are still feeling ashamed or have those doubts, because I had that experience, I was those citizens that when I was small, I went to the United States with my family and then came back and had that experience. And I really wanted to know, wow, I'm speaking strange. My Spanish is not the same. The first thing they call you is gringo, right? And they criticize you. So as a teacher and personal experience, it could be different for everyone, is to teach them that it's not wrong. There's no wrong how to speak Spanish, is that you need to be aware there's different types of dialects and be open-minded, not only for the generations that are coming from the United States or born in the United States, visiting here in Puerto Rico, but also Puerto Ricans from the island to accept the new upcoming children. So
yes. Good.
First thing is opening that door for them.
Great. Okay, our next question is from Samantha. Yes, Samantha? You have your hand up.
Okay, hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, yeah.
Okay, hello. Thank you very much for these presentations. Just in a commentary note, it's very refreshing to see a short film and poetry and a symposium before. That's new for me, so it was very refreshing. I couldn't help but wonder that the poem and the previous presentation, I believe by Ashley, they complement each other, but at the same time, they approach the topic from different perspectives. The video, I feel like, embraces Spanglish as part of our new cultural identity, or, it just represents a lot of experiences we have as Puerto Ricans, whereas the previous presentation said that we need to see this with caution because it can potentially be threatening to our language. And I have a question, I guess, for both of you. Do you think that this conversation will change in the future? And the reason why I'm asking this question is that there's a beautiful book called The Unlinking of Language. It's a longer title, but I can post it in the comments. And it's about, it's a multi-generational study about Puerto Rican families. And it studies how accepting we are towards English language and how much of a threat we see it as, and how it has changed our identity through time. And it's very beautiful because it was interviews with three different families. And I'm conducting my own research now, and I'm seeing similar results. The Gen Z in Puerto Rico seems to be the first generation that doesn't see English as a threat to their Puerto Rican identity. And I was wondering if you feel like these presentations or these topics will transform in the near future, assuming that according to these research projects, that it won't be necessarily a bad thing that people have different dialects or are more unbalanced bilinguals or not as fluent.
Okay, so the last question was answered by Ashley. So let's give Jose a chance to answer this one.
Sure. Is it going to be in the future the same or different? I can't really tell you exactly, right? But I do believe that English is going to be sticking around for a long time. It's a very, I don't want to say very easy, right? But it's easier to learn than other languages. So I really think it's going to be universal at some point. And as far as it goes in Puerto Rico, I think that obviously it depends what happens politically here, right? Whether we become a state or independentize ourselves or whatever happens. But there is social media, right? And social media has influenced us greatly. And I believe that we all see memes in Spanish, but we see some in English, right? And it does affect us on the daily. So I think that English is sticking around for a long time, especially in the near future. It's not going anywhere. And I think that answers the question more or less, right?
Okay, good. Our next question comes from Ash.
You mean Maya? Oh, sorry.
No, well, because we have actually several people in line to ask questions and limited time, so maybe actually you could answer it in the chat. You gave a wonderful answer for the last question, so let's give a chance for some others to give their wonderful answers as well. Ash.
Oh, hi. Thank you. Really fascinating presentations. I really enjoyed them. My question is actually Ashley, but I'll open out
it's okay.
Want to ask as well, answer as well. So my question is about migration and the influence of language through migration. So there's obviously the English language influence through migration, but there's also, for example, I was born and raised in the UK, but my mom's family are from Southern California, so I grew up between California and the UK, and my wife is from Mexico. And we moved to Puerto Rico. So my wife is a Spanish speaker who has moved to Puerto Rico. So obviously it's not Puerto Rican Spanish. There's some differences and things like that. But I wonder about how that language influence is also influenced by non-English. Well, she speaks English, but she's a Spanish speaker who has moved to Puerto Rico. So that was just that question about that, Ashley.
Okay, Ashley, you're very popular this morning. So Ashley, you can answer that one. But just want to mention, Ash, that's a beautiful background.
Thank you. Thanks, Nick.
Yes, Ashley.
So your question is based her experience in Spanish, the different types of Spanish and English. What was the question? Sorry.
Yeah. So the question is, you mentioned about the influence of English language migration, English speakers migrating to Puerto Rico and the influence of that. But also, what about Spanish language speakers, non-Puerto Rican?
Different Spanish migration to our island. Well, it follows the same pattern, but the difference, and this is personal, and I have noticed others, that Puerto Rican has this habit of obtaining the speech pattern, lo copia, like came in Spanish and they talk to us in Spanish and el español, and we just get used, lo copiamos, su acento, su dialect, its vibe. But for those that are migrating, they do have an impact to Spanish in Puerto Rico. So whatever she tries to communicate to other Puerto Ricans, those Puerto Ricans, there's a lot of interaction going on. They're gonna share their experience together. I don't know if I explained myself correctly. So you cannot avoid of saying, like, I'm speaking Spanish Mexican, for example, and then the other person is Puerto Rican Spanish, and then we got Dominican Spanish. All three together, they're gonna be mixed together. The dialects are gonna mix, and you're gonna have this different type of Spanish representing different types of cultures.
Mhm.
So the moment I could say, I'm talking right now in Spanish, and then I say, like, ay caramba, or something like that, oh mame, or you start mixing all the dialects, all the vocabulary, all the lexicons you can find. But it depends on the interaction, the constant interaction they have, the impact they have with those other citizens in general.
Yeah, and this, connects with something that
No se puede evitar.
Ashley was talking about the indigenous inhabitants of the island before. And actually, even though, when you read all of the what's been said about Puerto Rico and indigenous Puerto Rico in the official accounts and the dominant narratives, it's all about Taínos, Taínos, Taínos. But that erases another pattern that you'll find throughout the Caribbean, which is multilingualism. In fact, it wasn't just Taínos on the island. There were people speaking many, many languages. So this multilinguality, I think, carries on. So this is one of those language practices that is associated with the indigenous peoples, even though they've been officially declared extinct. Actually, these linguistic practices carry on. So there's an openness, and I think that's what Ashley was talking about too. There's an openness. So when people come from other places speaking other varieties of Spanish, there's an acceptance there that you might not find in other situations. Okay, our next question is from Professor Kouabon.
Yes, just to thank Frances for a brilliant presentation. I didn't know this history, so it opened my eyes to go and read more about American disability laws and so on, and how pernicious it has continued into other areas that border on the history of racism, segregation, etc., etc. So Frances, thank you for that. And I'm also worried that sometimes we take dialect differences as language loss. Spanish is not going anywhere. And I don't see why Puerto Ricans are afraid that they will lose their language. A language, as the first responder put it, has to grow. It has to continue borrowing, accepting, appropriating, letting go of concepts that no longer work in the contemporary system and borrow from other places. And if you come from a place that I come from, where you have people are locked up in one landscape with 85 languages, and out of the 85 languages, you have probably 1,000 dialects. And there's nobody's worried about whether one language is getting lost or not. They just speak and cross over and so on. So I think, and then you look at what's happening in the US. Why is there this big fight about people coming from Central America, South America, into the US? They are speaking Spanish, and they are bringing varieties of dialects of Spanish. And the Puerto Ricans there with Spanish language programs, Spanish radio programs, Spanish voting blocks that all the politicians are caught in, etc., etc. I don't see Spanish going anywhere in the US. Indeed, it is expanding. So the Puerto Ricans who might be losing a Puerto Rican version of Spanish will pick up another version of Spanish, which it's part of the Puerto Rican diaspora culture. So we cannot fix a language. And my final point is to
Jose?
Jose, what is the history between El Moro and the Taino, and the word conquest, always talking about conquering, the kind of conquistador ideology. It's not just about resistance, but conquering. El Moro built to celebrate the conquest of the Moorish, almost democratic Moorish rule in Spain. And now they're celebrating it over the bones of the Tainos. So as you celebrate Old San Juan, the cobble streets and so on, where are the ghosts of the Tainos who are buried? Where do you see them rising through the cracks that you talk about to be heard?
Yeah, so Jose, you got a hard question.
Yeah, the poem is excellent. The poem is excellent, but I don't want him to answer. I just want him to think about
No,
it.
but you do make an amazing point, right? I
Yes,
did think about how to integrate this better, and that's why I use the shots of the flags, right? There's a few shots of flags because I
yes.
really couldn't bring anything else to go with my line of Taino spirits flow through our veins. And it's true. They're gone, right? You can't really find much. Maybe you'll see some kind of mask or something in Mexicante, but that doesn't even count. It's not close. And it's true. And it was very sad for me personally to not be able to find that shot. It was one of the hardest ones because the original idea was a shot for every line, right? And I couldn't find one for that one. So I can't remember what ends up there. I'm pretty sure it's the zoom out on focus of the flag behind the bars. But yeah, you make an excellent point, and it's true. El Morro is something we celebrate now, but it's definitely not something that they would have celebrated then.
No.
And it's impactful. And
if
it's
you come from West Africa, Mauritania, Northern Senegal, Morocco, you are not going to celebrate El Morro as a prideful place. Okay,
definitely.
So that's my problem. So I'm talking from a tribal perspective.
Sure.
But I think, Jose, you actually answered this question in your film, because
yes,
in fact, when you talk about resilience, you're talking about a counter conquest in a sense. So we shouldn't forget that when the Spanish came, it was men. Okay, they didn't send a lot of Spanish women here. So when those men had families, they had it with indigenous women and African descended women. So actually those women, in fact, deeply indigenized and Africanized Puerto Rican language, culture, life ways, linguistic repertoires, cultural repertoires, ethnic repertoires. So in fact, when you talk about resilience and some of the things that you stress in your film, that is that legacy living on. So maybe in one sense, you couldn't find an image that corresponded, but in another sense, maybe every single one of your images was actually reflecting that heritage. Okay, Francis.
Just one comment. One comment before Francis. I think for your next poem, I want you to look at the image of the bishop leading the women in prayer against the taking over of San Juan by some foreign forces, and then Santa Barbara and San Cristobal, and the role of this female saint, and the prayers of the women of San Juan, saying the Ave Maria, with the bishop leading them, that blocked and made the Dutch, or is it the invaders, who suddenly had diarrhea in their ship and fled. So I want you to do research on that and write up on that too.
Okay. Now Frances had her hand up, but before Frances, you ask your question, I'd like to ask you a question. What of all the terms do you prefer and why? The terms that are used to refer to people who have been in the past classified as disabled?
I would say my personal preference is diversidad funcional, just because I think it encapsulates the degrees of disability that we have, and I'll give a really quick example. Yo tengo esclerosis múltiple, pero my esclerosis múltiple no es la misma que la de mi mejor amigo, because I only use a cane sometimes to walk, but he has to use a wheelchair. So I think by using the term diversidad funcional, it's a better term because it's implied that there's degrees. It's diverse. So that's why I prefer the term diversidad funcional. It's not rigid. It implies diversity. Yeah.
And also it has funcional in it. So in other words,
funcional.
different ways to be funcional, which is interesting because actually it's just because a person may have some type of functional capacity that is different from others doesn't mean that that person that can't use that particular difference or some way that they compensate for that particular difference to actually be functionally more impactful than people who are classified as so-called normal or non-disabled. So yeah, I think that I would have opted for the same terminology. Francis, we're way over time, so make it make your question short, please.
Really quickly, it's for Ashley. Ashley, do you think that the fact that we here in Puerto Rico, we haven't really borrowed the disability community. We haven't really borrowed words that people in the mainland use in terms of the disability community, and we have embraced el término diversidad funcional. Do you think that the fact that we use the term diversidad funcional, it goes to show that we are reaffirming that Spanish is our main language? Because we haven't really borrowed colloquial terms in terms of the disability community of the mainland.
Yes. It's always going to happen in 10, 20 years. But we have to be open-minded for those changes. With this new generation, things can change a lot and drastically. But of course, that's my opinion. Probably others have different ideas.
Okay, let's give a hand to all of our presenters and all the people who had questions, wonderful presentations. Now we're moving on to our second session. Okay, and our first presenter will be Elizabeth Barrows. Again, we're making a departure from the program. Unfortunately, the person who was first slotted into presenting at this point was not able to present today. So instead, we're having Elizabeth present now. So let me get this on the screen. The title of the presentation is A Brief Analysis of Discourse and Counter-Discourse in the Documentary Landfall. Okay, Elizabeth.
Okay. Let me start my timer so I don't go over time. So we're going to be looking at a brief analysis of the discourse and counter-discourse in the documentary Landfall. Next slide. And so just a little information about the documentary. It is by a Puerto Rican, I don't know if I call her a documentarist, what the word is for it, but it was presented in 2021 by Cecilia Aldarrondo. The general information about Landfall, it's about life post Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico, the very long history between the United States and Puerto Rico, and rebuilding Puerto Rico through the eyes of investors, specifically crypto investors versus local Puerto Ricans. So the purpose of this presentation is just a general analysis of language used by outside investors and the counter discourse that is also used by locals in Puerto Rico. So we're going to be listening to a few short slides. So we're going to do two pieces from investor discourses and 3 pieces from counter discourse. So let's go to the next slide. Press play, please.
This is pretty interesting. It's like a very modern, not very Puerto Rican, like very modern looking. I guess that's what the rich people like.
We'll go to the next slide.
This is
Okay, so here you have what this person said. His name is Quinn. He's a very popular crypto investor on the island. So he uses the adjective interesting to refer to what he believes is an impossible norm for Puerto Ricans to achieve, the norm of which may be a modern house, which infers that most Puerto Ricans probably still live in thatch-roofed shacks with no running water or electricity. And the assumption is then that these rich domiciles must not be Puerto Rican houses, instead those of rich outsiders. Next slide, please.
Right here, tax-free. Hey, that's why the crypto community loves this place so much, is because we're making millions of dollars in cryptos. And if we want to take it out in the United States or in Europe, you have to pay taxes on it. We don't want to pay those taxes because the government didn't do anything for us. You know, it's unfair.
Next slide, please.
Right here.
Okay, again, here's a transcription of what he said. And so we're going to be looking at what is, I consider, repeating history. Using Puerto Rico as a tax haven. Puerto Rico has a long history of providing tax incentives from rich investors. One of the most recent examples, besides the crypto investors, is, for example, the possession tax credit that is from 1976 to 1996 with the pharmaceutical companies. Even outside of that, between 2017 and 2023, pharmaceutical companies in Puerto Rico received tax breaks that are the equivalent of over $100 billion, meaning taxes that are not going into the Puerto Rican economy. The lack of responsibility is taking advantage of tax breaks without realizing the cost to Puerto Ricans, such as inflated living costs and tax rises for Puerto Ricans, like the 13% or 11% tax that's paid on everyday shopping. The idea of fair versus unfair, he states it's not fair. But the idea of fair for him is very egocentric, whereas he doesn't consider what is fair to the locals that he's taking advantage of. It actually becomes unfair to a whole group of people. Next slide, please. We're going to now be looking at counter discourse, the three sections that I have chosen: esclavizado, utopia, and la síntoma. Next slide, please.
Las rutas contra fiscal no son buenas para Puerto Rico, lo que hace es empobrecer a la gente y entonces quita las ganas. Por ejemplo, si te vas a ganar menos chavos, te vas a ganar de ir a trabajar. Todo lo que nada es comprar un pasaje y largarte a buscarte algo mejor para ti, porque entonces vas a estar, como siempre, esclavizado.
Okay, next slide.
La Junta contra fiscal.
Okay, so here we're seeing examples of counter discourse coming from a young group of Puerto Rican that are kind of hanging out in the nighttime in the middle of the plaza. And so I translated into English for those that are not Spanish speakers. And so we're going to talk about poverty and scarcity. So poverty and scarcity has been a long-running narrative for islanders, that nothing is of value to be found in Puerto Rico, and that enslavement can no longer be coercive or physical. And that the idea of enslavement is no longer what we consider the old form of physical enslavement, but it's become something more discursive by means of economic impoverishment. Next slide, please.
Es poderme sentir libre, saltar, poder ir a janguear y conocer chamacos sin la percepción de que me va a tener como pagar mis cosas en la escribir. Pues de que puede ser bien frustrante, como que está bien chill. A lo mejor si tuviera es que Puerto Rico sea libre, pero a lo mejor para mi vida es poder darle como una...
Next slide, please. Okay, Utopia. Again, here it is in English for those who don't speak Spanish. So this is a group of friends just kind of hanging out, having dinner together. They're asking each other what they feel is hope for themselves and for the island in general. And one of the ideas that repeats with what this woman is saying is the idea of scarcity and financial inequality. So the idea of scarcity replays, but yet it's seen, Puerto Rico is seen as an abundant paradise for outsiders who don't have to pay into the local tax system or don't have to give back to the local community. Yet all that is wanted from locals is the comfort of financial stability, of physical safety, that of which is exploited by outsiders. So the utopia for local people becomes a very basic needs being met, whereas utopia from outsiders is seen as something as abundant and not scarce. Next slide, please. Okay, so here what we see is a group of people in the protest prior to relieving Ricky Rosselló of his position of governor. And one of the things that she says is these people aren't the problem, they're just a symbol or a symptom of the colonial disease. This is elite as representation of neocolonialism. So while it's recognized that outsiders such as crypto investors are problematic, and that the government who makes this legislation is also problematic, they're not the problem per se, yet they're a symbol of the true problem, which is the few elites in power that have continually taken advantage of Puerto Rico and its people for over a century. Okay, next slide, please. Let's go back. The final one is actually a quote that you'll hear as a narrative at the end of the documentary, in which Cecilia Hadorondo says, "You can cut off the head, but the monster is still here." So when she talks about the monster, she sees the monster as just this one-headed monster, right? And that we've learned a lot from Farah Class's courses on power and ideology, that the monster is actually multi-headed, that it is patriarchal, it is plunder, it is ethnocentrism, it is anthropocentrism. And so when we talk about this multi-headed monster, maybe the monster that she refers to is still here, is because we only think of it as one-headed instead of multi-headed. And there's many parts that we have to kind of work against in order for the monster to be dead. And so maybe this is true because it's believed that the monster, the systems, what the monster is the systems of domination and oppression are singularly headed, but in reality, they are multi-headed. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks for a great presentation. Okay, so now we'll move to the next one, which is a group presentation. Let me get that on the screen. Here we go. The first person in the group who will be speaking is Gabriela. I'll get this onto, there we go. Gabriela.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Today's presentation is titled Time, Space, Intersectionality, and the Radical Rereadings of Afropolitan and Afropean Belongings, put together by Danaban Guobon, Desmond Odugo, myself, Gabriela Panelli, Suana Ponte, Elizabeth Barros, Itza Hernandez, Emily Hernandez, Mariam Villanueva, Valeria del Toro, Alicia Figueroa, Graciela Martinez, Nemesis Morales, and Nicholas Faraclas. From the University of Puerto Rico, Rio Piedras, Universidad Pompeu Fabra Barcelona, and University of Illinois Champaign-Urbana. Afropolitan and Afropean are terms that are being increasingly used in relation to contemporary African diasporic lifeways. In this presentation, we undertake radical rereadings of Afropolitan, Afropean belongings by disturbing the limited temporal, spatial, and non-intersectional frames within which Afropolitan and Afropean hybridities are normally considered. A well-recognized and pernicious dimension of coloniality is the projection of the norms and lenses of the colonizing center onto the colonizing periphery. Moving from the realm of space to the realm of time, a less recognized but perhaps even more pernicious dimension of coloniality is the projection of the norms and lenses of our deeply colonial present onto the hundreds of thousands of years of less deeply colonial and pre-colonial human history.
Long-term temporal and spatial trajectories of dynamic hybridities. We suggest that Afropolitan and Afropean belongings in the present cannot be meaningfully understood without acknowledging that these phenomena emerge from long trajectories of inclusive, dynamic, and transperformative hybridities that can be traced back in time over the longue durée of human existence and tracked back through space over wave upon wave of multi-directional human movements. Besides upending and extending the temporal and spatial matrices within which Afropolitan and Afropean entanglements have unfolded, we also highlight the fact that although by the very nature of their lexical components, the compound terms Afropolitan and Afropean center problematic notions of ethnicity and consequent vulnerabilities to systems of ethnocentric domination. they cannot be considered in isolation from equally problematic intersectional notions of gender, class, and species, and consequent intersectional vulnerabilities to systems of patriarchal, economic, and anthropocentric domination.
Okay, so here's the monster that Elizabeth was referring to in her presentation. So just as the person who made the documentary talked about, you can cut off the head, but the body still is alive. Here we reinterpret that through a lens that multiplies the heads. So in other words, the body that represents colonialism actually has many heads, and if you try to cut off one head, the other heads are still there. So you have to deal with all the heads at the same time. And so those heads can be defined in terms of plunder, whose latest manifestation is capitalism. And it is based on artificial binaries such as rich versus poor. Those binaries become normative. So the norm becomes rich. So everybody spends their whole life trying to be rich instead of trying to be happy and be who they really are and be a good member of their communities instead of trampling over other people in order to get ahead. Another head would be patriarchy, whose latest manifestation is cis heterosexism. It's based on binaries such as plus minus male or male versus female. And of course, the norm is plus male. And so that is what is considered to be normal and good and everything positive and true. Whereas everything that's minus cis hetero male is somehow abnormal and evil. Then another head would be the ethnocentric head, whose latest manifestations are racism and xenophobia, based on binaries such as plus minus white. So those people who are raced as plus white are associated with everything that's good and true and beautiful, etc., etc. While as people who are raised as minus white are associated with the opposite of all of those. And then we have another head, which is anthropocentrism, whose latest manifestation is climate denial and ecocide. And again, here we have the heads plus minus human, plus minus cultural. So in other words, instead of recognizing that the entire world is part of who we are as human beings, and we have to respect it as we would respect any other human being, we other it, and we consider ourselves to be culture and everything else to be nature, and ourselves to be subject and everything else to be object. So these are the kinds of ways that coloniality plays out in real lives. And so when we start to talk about colonization, it's not just about plunder, which is one of the things that's usually associated with colonization. One political entity comes to plunder another entity, political entity or social entity. So what the United States is doing to Puerto Rico in terms of its economy, it's much more than that. Another way that we often think about coloniality is through an ethnocentric lens, so that it's all about one ethnicity, usually an ethnicity that's raced or ethnicized as plus European, coming in and dominating an ethnicity that's defined as minus European. But we have to add other dimensions to our notion of coloniality, especially the patriarchal dimension, which is often not considered, but actually, as we saw in that brilliant intervention by the woman who was talking about what's going on in the island when she was talking about utopia in Elizabeth's presentation, there are many dimensions to coloniality that intersect with patriarchy as well, and then also ethnocentrism. So we have to look at, when we're talking about coloniality, we have to look at the devastation that happens when during any colonial expansion or any colonial enterprise, involves vast devastation of the environment and the environment's capacity to keep us alive. So as you can see in the Caribbean, with European expansion into the Caribbean and the expansion of the cultivation of sugar, for example, it's an ecological disaster. The forests of the Caribbean were decimated by sugar production, et cetera, and not to mention the different waves of colonization. So Puerto Rico didn't just experience that wave of sugar production under one of the later waves of coloniality, which is represented by the pharmaceutical companies. The water of the island and the environment of the island was further contaminated, and so we sometimes wonder why so many people are getting cancer. Well, one of the contributing factors is what the pharmaceutical companies have done. So in any cases, as long as we're looking at these categories, we have to understand that these are artificial categories, and that basically when we start talking in terms of patriarchy, when we start talking in terms of plunder and anthropocentrism, ethnocentrism, these are all based on artificial distinctions, artificial binaries that are instrumental in the transformation of coloniality from a system of coercive domination, that is external domination, to a system of internal domination, whereas we start to believe in these binaries, and through these binaries, we domesticate ourselves, we colonize ourselves, and we begin to think and act and speak, not in our own interest, but in the interest of colonial domination.
Okay. Among the most interesting insights that emerge from the temporal, spatial, and intersectional border crossings that we engage in are novel understandings of Afropolitan and Afropean belongings as inclusive, ingenious, contingent, messy, resistive, and contradictory transperformances.
Over the past few hundred years, the process of the naturalization of non-cosmopolitan, exclusionary, and homogenizing monolingualism, monoculturalism, and monoethnic identifications was first inflicted upon the peoples of the colonizing nation states of the global north, and then was extended to the independent nation states of the formerly colonized global south. The resulting spread of the non-cosmopolitan and exclusionary insularity of modern Western European lifeways, which began fairly recently in human history, is now assumed to be natural and normal, i.e., the way it is, the way it always was, and the way it always will be. At the same time, recent findings in areas such as ancient DNA analysis and archaeology/anthropology indicate that most of the 300,000 years of human history has been characterized by cosmopolitan openness and hospitable inclusivity that has allowed intense and sustained convivial contact, as well as transgenetic, transethnic, transcultural, and translinguistic hybridity. Specialists in the archaeology of Africa of the so-called Middle Stone Age, that is the period stretching from 300,000 to 30,000 years ago, are increasingly coming to the realization that long-distance trade and related phenomena that can also be seen as indicators of cosmopolitanism probably first emerged in Africa before humans began to settle permanently in fixed communities, and only later spread to the Middle East and Europe.
Valeria?
Yes, sorry, I had a problem with the microphone.
Okay.
For example, anthropologists S. McBrearty and A. Brooks contend that proponents of the model known as the human revolution model claim that modern human behaviors arose suddenly and nearly simultaneously throughout Africa, Europe, and Asia about 40 to 5,000 years ago. This model creates a time lag between the appearance of anatomical modernity, which happened in Africa 300,000 years ago, and perceived behavioral modernity, and creates the impression that the earliest modern Africans were behaviorally primitive. This view stems from a profound Eurocentric bias. McBrearty and Brooks continue. In fact, many of the components of the human revolution are found in the African Middle Stone Age, tens of thousands of years earlier. These features include increased geographic range, long-distance trade, art, and decoration. These items do not appear suddenly together as predicted in by the human revolution model, but at sites that are widely separated in space. For example, Kenya, South Africa, and Morocco, and time. This suggests a gradual assembling of the package of modern human behaviors in Africa and its later export to other regions. Anthropologist S. Ambrose observes that the increase in long-distance transport of obsidian during the late Middle Stone Age, from 300,000 to 30,000 years ago, reflects the African origin and development of large-scale regional social networks. Increasingly, anthropologists are coming to understand that it is human cosmopolitan inclusivity, cooperation, and cohabitation in Africa, rather than Eurocentric Darwinian notions of individualized competition, that assured the survival of our species from the Middle Stone Age onward.
Anthropologist El Boissonneau first quotes archaeologist R. Potts. If it was every hominin for itself, that would have been a disaster, and that could have been one of the reasons why the early Stone Age way of life disappeared. Then Boissonneau continues. Maybe that's why the Middle Stone Age peoples in the 300,000-year-old East African site at Olorgesailie got 50 to 60% of their tool-making materials from far away, because they were a part of a prehistoric trade network, one that existed 100,000 years earlier than scientists previously thought. The critique of Western linguistics advanced by proponents of approaches based on epistemologies from the Global South challenged the colonial gaze on the study of language that too often implicitly elevates language practices normalized by Northern colonial domination, such as linguistic imperialism, linguistic competition, linguistic exclusion, monolingualism, etc., to the level of naturalized universals. One of the most obvious traces of pre-colonial cosmopolitanism in the Global South is the persistence of zones of intense linguistic, cultural, and ethnic inclusivity, diversity, hybridity, and fluidity among indigenous and other colonized peoples into the modern colonial period, and in some cases, such as that of West Africa and the Caribbean coast of South and Central America, into the neocolonial present.
Okay, so as you can see on this slide, when the Europeans arrived in the different parts of the world that they wanted to colonize, they found extreme diversity, multilingualism, multiculturalism, multi-identification. And so basically, the implication here is that all of our ancestors were living in this type of situation. And of course, these types of situations are situations that are only possible if people are cosmopolitan. In other words, marrying people with different linguistic repertoires, integrating them into families, living in close contact with people who have different linguistic repertoires, cultural repertoires, ethnic repertoires. And as you can see, it's not just one part of the world, it extends to all parts of the world. We have Canada here, we have California there. In some part of those parts of the world, that plurilinguality, pluriculturality, pluri-identification has diminished with colonization. In other parts of the world, it's still very much alive. And two areas that are really particularly important to the Caribbean are the northern coast of South America here, where you still have this kind of cosmopolitan plurilinguality prevailing, and also West Africa. Here you have the map of Nigeria, and each one of those colors on the map represents not just a different language, it represents a different language group. So there are many languages within each one of those different colors in each of the areas on the map.
West Africa, which has played such a key role in shaping the lifeways of the Caribbean and the rest of the Afro-Atlantic, is a global hotspot for cosmopolitan linguistic, cultural, and ethnic diversity, hybridity, and fluidity, with thousands of distinct named languages belonging to at least 4 different named language families and thousands more named cultures and ethnicities. It is not uncommon in West Africa to find a single community or a single individual speaking many named languages and transperforming many named cultures and ethnicities. Sorry.
Okay, so here you have maps that show different parts of West Africa, but in the first map here, above here to the top right, you see a map of the Eastern Hemisphere, and there you see different color schemes. The darker the color, the more of this type of linguality, pluriculturality, pluriethnicity has survived colonization. So you have one of the hotspots is West Africa. There you see the darkest color. Another is in Melanesia. But in any case, if you the other maps are close-ups of different parts of West Africa, where you can see the kind of diversity that persists until today. So what is the effect that this has on an individual growing up in an area where you have this type of plurilinguality, pluriculturality, and pluriethnicity? Well, just to take an example, a child growing up in the Niger Delta before colonization would already have been exposed, could belong to a village such as Opobo. Okay, so that would be the term that person might refer to themselves as, Opobo, but their mothers and their mothers' peoples, home languages would include a repertoire that is that has a lot of elements from Eastern Ijaw languages like Kalabari, but other languages as well, or other named languages as well. Whereas because this is a matrilocal society and there are norms whereby women usually marry from outside of the village, the chances are that the fathers and their fathers' people's home languages will be different. In this case, perhaps Kana and others. So the repertoire of the mother's people will be weighted towards certain varieties. The repertoire of the father's people will be weighted towards other varieties or named languages. That means that the child will be exposed and grow up speaking all the elements from those two different repertoires. Plus, when they get to the market, they'll be exposed to creolized forms of ancestral languages such as Igbo and different varieties of Ijaw. That's before colonization. But what happens after colonization is that actually this repertoire doesn't diminish, it actually increases. So along with the introduction of colonial languages such as English and French in West Africa, you'll get the emergence of West African Creole languages. In this case, the Niger Delta of Nigeria, West African English Lexifier Creole, which is also called Nigerian Pidgin or Naija. And what we are going to be arguing here as a sub-argument is that, in fact, the reason why these ancestral linguistic repertoires are preserved in West Africa and also in Melanesia is precisely because this creolized language emerged, because that creolized language actually embodied, in terms of its language practices, the cosmopolitan openness and openness to plurilinguality that that can be found as well in these ancestral languages.
We suggest that for most of their colonial and post-colonial history, the speakers of West African English lexifier Creoles generally have used these Creole varieties in transperformative Afropean ways that promote inclusive plurilingual conviviality in sharp contrast to the exclusionary Darwinian zero-sum performance of linguistic competition promoted by the use of standardized named languages from the colonized metropoles of the global north.
Okay, if we go back to these maps now, in all of these areas of West Africa, West African English Lexifier Creole is spoken. And we see that as a transperformative integration of words from English with grammatical features from West Africa, but especially linguistic practices, ancestral linguistic practices from West Africa. And these practices can have a long history, as we saw in the previous slides, that goes all the way back into prehistory, hundreds of thousands of years of prehistory of cosmopolitanism and of conviviality and people living in close proximity and trading with people whose linguistic repertoires, whose cultural repertoires, and whose ethnic repertoires are different from their own.
The linguistic practices of cosmopolitan inclusion, diversity, hybridity, and fluidity that have usually been embodied in the use of West African colonial era Creole varieties are more similar to the cosmopolitan language practices of users of the ancestral varieties spoken throughout the pre-colonial era than they are to the exclusionary linguistic practices that have usually been embodied in the use of English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, or Dutch.
Afropeanness is not a new phenomenon, but its directionalities and modalities have changed over time. While the term Afropean is normally applied to the recent wave of African immigrants and refugees, to xenophobic, exclusionary, and insular European societies, it can also be useful applied to much older and more sustained wave of European immigrants and refugees to welcoming inclusive and cosmopolitan West African societies. Afropeanness has a long history in West Africa, but for most of that history, Afropeans were Europeans who became Africans. Historian J. Russell Wood states that from an early date, overseas territories had been regarded as depositories for the undesirables of Portugal's convicts, New Christians, Gypsies, Romani, etc. Vagrancy being a public nuisance and agitator. Adultery and sodomy were the more frequently cited crimes for which people were exiled. At the first opportunity, many jumped ship and escaped and assimilated to African liveways, becoming lançados. Many Portuguese sailors also saw life in West Africa as better than Europe and joined the convicts to become lançados. Historian A.R. Disney reports, there were in West Africa by the late 15th century various Portuguese and Portuguese mixed bloods who had settled there permanently among Africans. With this, informal settlers and their Afro-Portuguese descendants becoming more steadily more widespread. As a group, they were usually referred to as lançados.
The cosmopolitan openness and inclusive lifeways of West Africans made them good hosts. A.R. Disney continues, some lançados settled in existing African villages. Others founded new villages of their own. In accordance with African tradition, they were treated as guests by their hosts. Lançados were expected to conform to the local laws and customs. Most settled down with African women, whom they married in accordance with traditional West African rites. Such marriages were not recognized by the Catholic Church. Lançados can also be seen through a transformative lens. A.R. Disney concludes, most lançados became, in effect, cultural hybrids, while their Afro-Portuguese descendants were, from birth, a people in between. They spoke a Portuguese lexifier Creole that was also widely used as West Africa's language of trade at the time, and their community evolved a syncretic form of Catholicism adapted to West African conditions. They spoke the local languages fluently, and their food and everyday lifestyle was largely African. Some lançados became completely indigenized. Temporal, spatial, and intersectional archaeologies of the terms Afropolitan and Afropean reveal millennia-old traditions of African cosmopolitanisms that, 1. have, in the general case of the term Afropolitan, allowed for inclusion, diversity, and hybridity among peoples and their linguistic, cultural, and ethnic repertoires across the continent, as well as 2. have, in the particular case of the term Afropean, allowed for economic and political refugees fleeing the exclusionary lifeways of Europe to receive a hospitable, generous, and open welcome on the part of their West African hosts, in stark contrast to the treatment of African immigrants in Europe today.
All right, so let's give a hand to our presenters. And now let's open it up to questions from the floor. Does anybody have any questions? I think we have a new participant here. Let's see, what's his name, Ash? Or her name?
His name is Dylan.
Okay, Dylan. Hi, Dylan. Welcome. Yes, Ash, you had a question?
Yeah, actually, my question is for Liz. The portrayal of others in media, Edward Said in Ideas of Orientalism describes as a tool by which othering takes place to control the material and social resources of the othered. So, if you make, so obviously in Edward Said, he talks about the Middle East in particular in Orientalism and how the othering and dehumanizing of others then enables colonial forces to exploit oil, take land, influence, and that's as a mechanism not just of the colonial powers, but also to influence domestic discourses, traditionally in Europe and obviously in other places now as well. But domestic discourse to make it acceptable to engage in wars and taking of land and all of those things through that process. So it just a comment and question. It seems like that portrayal in the video you showed, the land, I think it's called Landfall, the video that you showed kind of made me think of that mechanism of othering. And I lived in Hawaii for some time, and it was surprising to me when I first moved to Hawaii that even in Hawaii, when people from the U.S. mainland would come to Hawaii, they had this stereotype prejudice that Hawaii was also, grass shacks and all of that kind of thing. So I think it's a Eurocentric colonial mechanism of othering in which to control the material and social resources that I think was that. So just a comment about that and whether you think that's what's going on with that as well.
Yeah, of course. I think othering is definitely paramount to the idea because it's easy to take advantage of others when you other them, right? You don't include them as part of self. So I think it's a very important aspect that has to happen in order to take advantage of people in a multitude of ways. So you're definitely right on that one. And I mean, like you said, you were in Hawaii, so you've seen how people that are investing in the land or maybe even visited assume how Hawaiians are this antiquated idea of how people exist, right? They couldn't possibly modern. Oh, we're the only ones that are modern, right? Nobody else can possibly be. So I'm surprised that they live in a concrete house with running water and electricity. It's amazing to them, and that's part of the othering is how they do that, right? By keeping them in a past Stone Age type of living situation in their minds.
And interestingly, for Hawaii, the presidential palace in Honolulu had electricity before the White House even had electricity. So it's the irony of that. It's kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, good point. Very good point.
And then so this also shows another aspect of colonial othering. So colonial othering has its own archaeology, and the discourses around colonial othering go through stages. And so the earlier stages were Christian versus pagan, or savage, civilized versus savage. So all of those terminologies have been rejected now, or are less used now at least. But now the terminology is developed is undeveloped. So that really plays a role here because Elizabeth is always emphasizing how when these investors come in, they're saying, oh, we're coming to develop Puerto Rico. We're coming to to invest in Puerto Rico so that Puerto Rico can move forward. So we're going to show Puerto Ricans how to be developed. And really, we use this term development all the time. And it's saturated with all of this colonial garbage. And we use it in exactly the same way that the Spanish used Christian versus pagan, or the French used civilized versus savage. It's exactly the same thing, but it's the latest term, and it's cool to say that now. But we're actually recycling the same old garbage when we use the whole developmental discourse. Professor Gourbon?
Yeah, I'm always worried about the use of the term enslavement. Oh, am I muted? Enslavement for for indentureship, because there is a remarkable difference between a slave and an indentured worker. Even though some of the living conditions might be similar, but there is the offer or the illusion of payment and certain freedoms, which the slave the indentured worker has certain humanity. The slave has no humanity as such. So we have to be. And I just wanted to suggest a novel that, just as the colonialists or the Euro-colonials and so on go into to these places, like our speaker in the documentary, oh, this cannot be Puerto Rican. The whole concept that rich Americans, rich Europeans come to Central America, the Caribbean, West Africa to put up these massive castles as their holiday retreats that, what's the name? The novel In a Small Place talks about, and so on. I recommend a novel in which the opposite happens, where an African travels to Paris, the center of civilization and the world. That's Bernard Dadier. And he said, an African in Paris, and he is. And as an immigrant myself, the only images you see of the US or Europe is fine buildings, blah, blah, blah. And when you arrive, you say, wait a minute. And a lot of Caribbean people from Jamaica and others have testified. We didn't know that there were poor white people. We didn't know there were homeless people. We didn't know there were slums and people eating from the garbage, which would never happen in their so-called underdeveloped countries. So it's important for people in the academies to begin to also teach such counter, maybe not counter, but alternative narratives, so that the students will not have only this one particular perspective. Yes, go on. I'm done.
I think it's just very important listening to you, because my job, I work with international students all day, every day, and we talk about this consistently, where they're being sent to the United States to be educated in English. Yet when they get here, they're like, what is happening? What is this? Why do you not have universal health care? How come I have to pay $2,000 to get a tooth fixed? How do you exist in this world? It's not easy. Where's your public transportation, right? And so they're getting firsthand experience, like I guess you're saying, like the African in Paris, they're getting their, whatever country they're from in America, these expectations that are sold as we are somehow, as we call it in that colonial term, developed, quote unquote. Yet what they're seeing is that we're not as developed as we sell the idea to be, right? And they experience it firsthand. I watch them experience it firsthand every single day, right?
Okay, just one thing, if there are no more questions, just one thing about the presentation that you made, Elizabeth. Excellent presentation. And I think it brings out a point too, towards the end, when people say that these people are the symptom, they're not the disease. I think that's really important, because there, I think we're moving beyond just counter discourse and counter identification to disidentification. So people are extracting themselves from the violent system of colonialism by not just doing to the actual people or demonizing the people. It's the system. So in other words, a part of counter identification often involves using the same terminologies as that typify coloniality, but just reversing so who is considered to be good, who's considered to be bad, who's considered to be real, who's considered to be, or who's considered to be normal, who's considered to be anormal. But actually here you have somebody actually saying, no, we're not going to get into that game of pointing fingers and just reversing the same polarities that define coloniality, but we're actually going to get to a space where we see that it's not about, that we can get beyond those polarities and come to see that it's not about people opposing each other along those plus minus lines, but actually seeing that there's something else going on that's deeper, and that's, I think, important. And then the other part was when you were talking about the monster and talking about killing the monster. Okay, well, actually, when indigenous people talk about that monster, they don't talk about killing it, they talk about putting it to sleep. So again, this idea, this violence that comes with coloniality, again, when we move from a counter discourse to, or counter identification to disidentification, you can actually move beyond the violence of colonialism as well. So it's not about killing the monster, because that's just another violent act. So it's very nice. A woman who heads up one of the indigenous communities in the northwest of the U.S. Always talks about, how do we put the monster to sleep? Okay, Professor Kouabong, last question or comment?
Yeah, it's just about the monster thing, and also the always giving excuses for the people who seem to be the symbol, who created the system, and who benefits from the system. So these people are both the disease and the symptom, or the symbol. We cannot abstract those who are generating the system and supporting the system and benefiting from it and feeding from the system itself, because it's in their best interest to support the system. And the monster for me here is like a cockroach image rather than a hydra-headed image. You can cut off the head of the cockroach, but it lives for several days because the heart, that's the system, is in the stomach.
Yeah.
It's in the stomach.
And you can even kill one cockroach and there are many more that come out.
And the cockroaches feed off unsuspecting things and so on. They are like garbage collectors. They mop up everything. Like these people who escaped to Puerto Rico, cryptocurrency, they are insulting Puerto Ricans. But because here they may not pay federal taxes, and they are abusing their government, meanwhile they are benefiting from the government. That is the system they have themselves created, and they are benefiting. So for me, the video is very powerful. It's very, very powerful to show.
Thank you.
Yes, it's very powerful.
It's a great video. I really suggest, no, it is available to kind of watch for free if you contact the director's secretary. I can give you her information. It is free. It is also $14.95 or something to buy on PBS. I really encourage everyone to watch it. It's something I'm basing my dissertation on out of one of two videos. Really, if anyone watches it and has any feedback for me, I'd love it, because it is it's not a very simple thing to watch or dissect. It's multifaceted. So I really encourage everyone to watch it.
Okay, let's give a clap for all of our excellent questions, comments, and our presenters. Now we're moving into our next session. Session number 3. Let's see. Okay, our first presenter will be Wilfredo Santiago Hernandez, and the title of his presentation is Assembling the Dissimilar, a Glissantian Approach to Poetry at Sites of Intervention.
Good morning to everybody. As you all know, my name is Wilfredo Santiago, and today I'll be talking about an ongoing project that I've been working on, dedicated to looking at poetry at sites of intervention using Glissant's ethics and chaos world theory, which I'll probably give you a little glimpse of. This is focused on a Cuban poet, Ramon Sanchez Leiva, who is a poet from Guantanamo Bay, and he speaks a lot about his experience living in the eastern or oriental side of Cuba, and his experience gathering and documenting all these small myths and legends regarding the presence of the U.S. and the presence of Cuba in this very important site of intervention in the Caribbean that otherwise seems unspoken of. And so I'd like to start my presentation with a brief quote from his work, The Black Arrow. Guantánamo Bay, Cuba era su anuncio, otra forma de romper el bloqueo, un mito pequeño, una leyenda en extinción. And so the focus here is looking at smallness as a myth and dying legends, that when we think of knowing about truth, there always seems to be one singular truth, when in fact there should be more of it. When we talk about poetry in that sense, poetry breaks away from that straightforward storytelling approach, and it really serves as a vehicle for writers to embrace openness and avoid that quest for absolutes. And so if we look at poetry and poetics, or the art of creating voices in this framework, we can analyze a dialogic relationship that connects seemingly dissimilar elements. And so this is what opens a space of relation, as shown by Martinican philosopher Edward Glissant and his theory of relation. And so this theory presents a sophisticated picture of a world in flux, grounded in the tangible details of Caribbean realities. It parallels, in this case, conceptions of Guantanamo Bay, its people, and its poetics. And so this ongoing work considers how these oppositional discourses about sameness and otherness can evolve into an innovative vision of difference as an assembler of dissimilars. And so when we look at Cuban poet José Ramón Sánchez Leiva poetry, this could be best understood through chaos theory from Glissantian's perspective, which recognizes and enables relations between different people in different places, a concept that he called the chaos world, which highlights the interconnectedness, diversity, and unpredictability of the world. And so central to this perspective are the elements of opacity and alterity, which emphasize the embrace of uncertainty. It celebrates difference and fosters meaningful cross-cultural relationships. And so if conceiving Guantanamo Bay from Glissant's chaos world, that means that we should look at the erratic process of it being defined, right? And so this involves unpacking two discourses and its geographic placement, right? For Cuba, Guantanamo Bay and Guantanamo Province are isolated spaces, one occupied by U.S. armed forces and the other being the easternmost region of Cuba. The individuals in these places are shaped by ongoing conflicts, as Guantanamo scholar Esther Whitfield notes that Guantanamo Bay reflects the U.S. ongoing war on terror, while in Cuba, there are gestures aimed at situating the naval base as continuous with and connected to Cuba, reinforcing a discourse against U.S. imperialism. These tensions and isolation foster fragmentation and fragility, articulated through witnessing and presence. And so this is where opacity and alterity become central, because in Glissant's chaos world, Guantanamo Bay represents a temporal condition between cultures. The U.S. and Cuban discourses, using Guantanamo Bay as a contact zone, perpetuate complex, messy transformations. One where it becomes a global dark site, while the other strives for transformation against U.S. imperialism. And so opacity, therefore, emphasizes the importance of impenetrability and diversity, challenging Western epistemologies. And so Ramon Sanchez Leiva's poetry exemplifies this poetics of opacity, revealing these complex realities from Cuban, North American, and Middle Eastern perspectives. And so if we were to look at his poetics in this way, it raises consciousness, challenges oppressive forces, and allow us to reread these conflicting narratives. And so in his collection, La Flecha Negra, he breathes into existence the idea of a trans history of a place. It brings to the forefront an opacity that does not necessitate any sense of determinisms, nor a consensus of truth. Its lack of singularity in his work is what makes the voice, vocabulary, and experience important to affirm not just a truth, but narrative truths. And so if seen from this perspective, from both the Bay's detention center and the Cuban landscapes that border it, is to seek an alternate form to express a vocabulary from that of the wars waged on these lands. And so what the poet or poets that he embodies in his poetry, they seek this reiteration, right, of dislocated status that is this space. And so the poems here are resonances of the human experience that has been objected from the zones of intervention. And so each of the poems here embody anachronistically a different language background, a different cultural upbringing, and diverse social spaces who, if you look at a surface level, refract instead of reflect. But something interesting happens when you suspend these from time. They relate. And as one example of the collection of his poems titled Impossible say, I write secondhand poetry. I take the words of others, images others saw for me, and enclose them in a verbal formula with a simple rhythm, in a simple and schematic square of prose. These lines highlight the archival nature of his poetry, although written by him, he doesn't do so for himself. He does it for the subjects who can be interconnected. Suggestion that the creativity often involves drawing from a collective well of experiences with the quote unquote images others saw for me. He continues this by capturing these experiences in a verbal formula, uttering them into existence as evidence, a trace, a truth. And so that, although limited and enclosed like its inhabitants in Guantanamo, both inside and out, they reflect the reality of a schematic square, an artificial containment, fragmented by barriers that point towards not just physical, but mental realities within the base and that which surrounds it. This brief example emphasizes the embrace of opacity in poetic relation, and so highlights the importance of respecting the complexities and hidden depths of borrowed words and images. It reflects Glissant's idea that true understanding and connection come from acknowledging and valuing the impenetrable aspects of each other's experiences and expressions. And so in this case, Sanchez Leyva sets the tone for the rest of his collection as an archive of meaningful sites of intervention through secondhand witnesses. And so when we look at his creative process from this perspective, and as Esther Whitfield and Catarina Gonzalez Seligman, the translators of the English edition of his collection, say, he creates a haphazard archive, and haphazard archive in his poetry in the way that it evidences truths about the erratic nature of its construction, the usage, causes, and effects of the environment, both physically and mentally. He projects his verse that instill a layered ornamentation of the opacity of the base's presence and the actual fragility that imperialist powers like the US have had in the region's history. And so, as she states in her article, Poetry and Prison on Divided Ground, Sanchez's writing is an ambitious attempt to imagine the border from both sides, the physical and the lives of those who live in it. In essence, this writing traces evidence of acknowledgement for what is going on in, out, and around the base, and the reader is then left to piece together these traces and inquire rather than to expect to get all the information needed. And so from this perspective, opacity serves as a means to highlight the complex synchronicity that the Bay itself represents. Another example that draws upon the complex synchronicity comes in his poem, Bird of Passage. And he compares both the history of the Bay as a strategic colonial locus for the Spanish-Cuban American War and the history of Cuba as a country itself through two poets, Stephen Crane and Jose Marti. As the opening two stanzas of the poem say, Stephen Crane was at Cumberland at the end of the 19th century, a correspondent for the Spanish-Cuban American War. Look up what he wrote about this. Leyva purposely presents traces of historical documentation in these two stanzas for the reader themselves to inform and educate themselves on not just the Bay, but U.S. imperialist history. This detailed account using American poet Stephen Crane, who at the time of war was the correspondent who detailed the accounts of what Marines went through during the war at the Bay, and the significance of Crane as referencing the violent and gruesome origins of American occupation, serves as a perspective of seeing how this imperialist discourse became to be. However, he ironically puts in the equation José Martí by presenting him as a antithesis to that perspective, putting it alongside each other, right? And so he mentions Martí as playing with the idea of the archipelago name for a poet other than José Martí, who is also the only poet in the currency, right? Here he's playing around with archipelago as well as the concept of idols. He parallels Crane to Martí, and even though it's difficult at a surface level to see the connection, it relates with the imagery of the title, Birds of Passage, because the reader can see that both of the poets are connected by their migratory movements. And so it was in this migratory condition between Martí and Crane that we can see how he assembles two very dissimilar figures to offer readers traces of truth, but also patterns regarding the appreciation of idols, something that he also does with the embodiments of detainees, animals, and other polyvocal voices throughout his poetry. And so here we can have a brief glimpse of how Glissant's opacity assembles the dissimilar, how it all interconnects lives and information on Guantanamo Bay that imperialist discourses erratically and constantly leave behind. And so examples like these, along with others of this nature throughout the Caribbean, can be further studied. And to some extent, we can even connect Guantanamo Bay as part of the story of the Caribbean. That much like the rest of the Caribbean, whose realities and alturities secrete opacity through its communities and geography, their chaos world may be a means to connect ends. And that would be all. Thank you.
Thanks for a great presentation. Let's move on to the next one. We'll have questions at the end. Make sure to jot down your questions or your comments so that you don't forget them. Okay, our next presentation is by Paula López Velázquez, and it's una reflexión sobre el idioma y la identidad cultural puertorriqueña.
Saludos, buenas tardes, buen día todavía. Yo soy Paola, soy estudiante del programa graduado de Sociología de aquí de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, recinto de Río Piedras, y como dijo el profesor, estaré compartiendo una reflexión sobre el idioma y la identidad cultural puertorriqueña que redacté a raíz de un curso que tomé titulado Análisis Social en Puerto Rico. Para un país, todavía podemos volver atrás. Para un país que siempre se ha conocido como colonia de grandes imperios, definirse desde sus propios términos es a la vez un reto y una necesidad. Dentro de esta reflexión que compartiré con ustedes, considero las tensiones entre la imposición del inglés y la defensa del español como símbolo de identidad. Además, sugiero que el bilingüismo actual es aceptado sin comprometer la puertorriqueñidad, por lo que esto amerita que reconsideremos el uso del término identidad como una categoría de análisis y tomemos un enfoque más flexible que refleje la complejidad de la sociedad puertorriqueña. Próxima diapositiva. Para empezar, comparto con ustedes un pequeño trasfondo histórico. Según García Martínez, la cultura española comienza a arraigarse en Puerto Rico con el establecimiento de Caparra. Y al fungir como plaza militar en España, Puerto Rico se mantiene victorioso frente a varios intentos de conquista. Y estos y otros factores fueron poco a poco formulando la historia colectiva del país. Y a su paso, esta permitió que surgiera un sentimiento de identidad entre los habitantes de Puerto Rico, quienes comienzan a reconocerse como distintos a los peninsulares, que eran los españoles establecidos en Europa. Y este sentimiento de identidad continúa desarrollándose por medio de futuras participaciones políticas que tuvieron algunos puertorriqueños bajo el Imperio Español. Sin embargo, pues todos sabemos, en el 1898 Puerto Rico pasa a manos de los Estados Unidos, una potencia predominantemente anglosajona. Y para algunos este choque de cultura representaba un gran riesgo. Los puertorriqueños habían recibido con poca resistencia a las tropas estadounidenses porque éstas representaban el progreso y la libertad, Sin embargo, algunas políticas que comienzan a establecerse no eran las esperadas y distintos sectores sociales se preocuparon por lo que la presencia de este nuevo régimen significaba para el futuro económico, político y cultural de Puerto Rico. Y quizás por ser una de las pocas cosas que podían controlar, muchos intelectuales tornaron sus esfuerzos a la definición y la defensa de una identidad cultural puertorriqueña. Próxima diapositiva. ¿Verdad? Entre esos elementos distintivos del puertorriqueño que ellos identificaron, varios intelectuales destacaron el español como la lengua vernácula. Entre ellos les menciono algunos de los que discutimos en el curso. Hegel Polanco reconocía el español como constitutivo de la nación, mientras que Sidney Mintz lo consideraba parte clave de la cultura puertorriqueña, junto con la dieta, el estilo de crianza, las dinámicas de género, entre otras cosas. Mientras que los trabajos de Mason y Espinosa para la revista American Folklore halagan la vitalidad y el vigor de las composiciones poéticas de la gente puertorriqueña. Y ellos afirmaban que las décimas puertorriqueñas estaban al nivel poético del verso español, pero enfatizaban que estas eran distintivamente puertorriqueñas y que comunicaban aspectos e ideas de las personas puertorriqueñas a lo largo de todas las etapas de la vida. Siguiente slide. Así que se había ya establecido como que el idioma español particular para Puerto Rico y ya se estaba desarrollando alguna expresión cultural desde este idioma. Así que al experimentar los intentos directos del régimen de los Estados Unidos por reemplazar el español como ese elemento esencial de la cultura puertorriqueña, ¿verdad? Se comienza a mostrar resistencia. Y particularmente entre los intelectuales del 30 en adelante surge una defensa del idioma como esa salvaguarda de la identidad nacional. Y al uno revisarlo, era como esta expresión de que si el idioma se mezclaba o se perdía, esto iba a implicar la pérdida total de la cultura y el fin de la nación. Siguiente diapositiva. García Martínez afirma que la política de la nueva metrópoli consistía en garantizar la asimilación de todos los puertorriqueños a los ideales, la cultura y el idioma estadounidense. Y para eso se establecieron ciertas políticas, entre ellas el Departamento de Instrucción Pública sometió reglamentos que requerían que todos los maestros contratados hablaran inglés y que los currículos priorizaran la materia del inglés. Mientras que la ley del idioma del 21 de febrero de 1902 oficializa ambas lenguas y establecía que en todos los tribunales o oficinas públicas se emplearan indistintamente los idiomas inglés y español. Y estas y otras leyes limitaron los derechos y oportunidades políticas para algunos puertorriqueños que no dominaban el inglés y además atentaban de forma muy obvia ante las prácticas y valores puertorriqueños. Y como reacción, los puertorriqueños desarrollaron un sentido de hispanofilia, con el español como ese símbolo de la identidad nacional. Siguiente slide. Varios intelectuales de la época aludieron y contribuyeron a la asociación de estas dos lenguas, del inglés y el español, con ideologías conflictivas de americanización versus hispanización. ¿Verdad? Todo lo que fuera inglés se asociaba a la americanización y al querer asimilarse al régimen estadounidense, mientras que la hispanización representaba igualdad en la cultura y los valores puertorriqueños. Hegel Polanco mencionaba que la coherencia del pensamiento nacional y la denuncia del régimen vigente requerían defender el idioma contra toda mixtificación, mientras que Pedreira afirmaba que la inestabilidad del futuro político que desorientaba la labor educativa se reflejaba en el bilingüismo. Además temía que el semiaprendizaje de todas las asignaturas en inglés limitara el espacio para voces españolas y empobreciera la lengua materna. Mientras que Maldonado Denis critica las medidas tímidas y parciales ante la asimilación cultural de la metrópoli, particularmente la inacción del gobierno ante las prácticas antipedagógicas y antipuertorriqueñas de la enseñanza del inglés como el primer idioma. Y fueron similares a estas las posturas que asumieron la mayoría de los autores que yo leía a lo largo del curso. Y en ellas me impresionaba el total rechazo que tenían ante el inglés y la asociación casi inherente del idioma con el aspecto político de la nación. Siguiente slide. Sin embargo, en uno de los estudios de comunidad dirigido por Eduardo Seda Bonilla, noté pequeñas porciones de diálogo que incluían frases en inglés o americanismo. Y esto me llevó a considerar que quizás los informantes de los estudios que yo discutía en el curso no percibían la inclusión del inglés de la misma manera que los intelectuales que estaban realizando los estudios. Y esta posibilidad se vio destacada en el trabajo de Michelle y Espinosa, en la décima que pueden ver en pantalla. Esta décima expresa una visión positiva que tenían algunos sobre aprender el idioma inglés. Las políticas idiomáticas de imposición del idioma que establecieron los Estados Unidos no fueron exitosas y todos pues, lo sabemos, hablamos español todavía. Sin embargo, es posible que la inclusión del inglés, o una de las, ¿verdad? de las maneras en que podemos ver el asunto, es que la inclusión del inglés llega por rutina y necesidad. El pueblo puertorriqueño durante esas primeras décadas del siglo XX se encontraba bajo condiciones deplorables y para intentar mejorar la calidad de vida, muchos entendían que debían adentrarse a espacios dominados por estadounidenses. Y esto pudo tener como resultado la inclusión paulatina del inglés, así como lo hicieron elementos caribeños y africanos que transformaron el español de los primeros conquistadores. Los intelectuales defendían como puertorriqueños solamente aquello que estaba en puro español. Pero ¿y qué de aquellos puertorriqueños que tenían vivencias que se expresaban en inglés? Siguiente slide. Esas observaciones me llevaron a cuestionar posturas intransigentes del español como ese elemento constitutivo de la identidad. En el proceso me fue de provecho el trabajo de Brubaker y Cooper titulado Beyond Identity, donde ellos problematizan el uso de identidad como una categoría de análisis. La identidad como término se puede referir a aspectos duros y esencialistas como aspectos más suaves o constructivistas. Y por esta tal amplitud del término, pues no resulta el más adecuado ni el más preciso para uno, ¿verdad?, hacer un análisis. Así que si nosotros queremos realizar afirmaciones precisas, tenemos que evaluar el uso que se le da a los términos de identidad. A la luz de esto, yo tomé estos trabajos de Hegel, Polanco, Pedreira, Maldonado Denis y los analicé y los vi bajo esta nueva perspectiva. Me di cuenta que ninguno de ellos podía precisar qué se entendía por el término de identidad cultural, ni tampoco en qué se basaba esa importancia del español puro para el desarrollo de una identidad cultural. Más que advertir sobre la pérdida de esa identidad que acompañaba la mezcla del idioma, ellos no lograban escapar de esa defensa de sus posturas ideológicas nacionalistas. Si su lucha era contra el régimen colonial, pues habría tenido mejor resultado enfocarse en la fuente de esa relación y no en su secuela. García menciona que el arma cultural no es el fin último de la colonización, sino un medio para perpetuar el dominio económico, por ejemplo. Desde esa perspectiva, pues quizás los esfuerzos intelectuales habrían tenido mejor éxito si se enfocaban en el asunto económico o en otros asuntos relacionados, ¿verdad?, a la fuente de esa relación. La falta de precisión del uso del término de identidad que estos autores hacen dificulta un poco el análisis que nosotros hacemos de sus planteamientos en el presente. Siguiente slide. Pero ahora bien, pues, ¿cuáles son las alternativas? Brubaker y Cooper nos instan a que reconsideremos la palabra identidad y su capacidad para explicar los fenómenos. Y ellos proponen los términos de identificación o categorización, por ejemplo. A diferencia de usar simplemente la palabra identidad, la identificación y la categorización representan procesos activos que nos invitan a nombrar agentes que participan en la identificación y que no pretenden alcanzar una homogeneidad perfecta. Considero que acercamientos desde estas perspectivas al estudio de la identidad cultural y al rol del idioma en ella permiten un análisis más adecuado, en especial para la complejidad social puertorriqueña. Siguiente slide. Hoy resulta muy difícil definir la identidad cultural puertorriqueña meramente desde perspectivas lingüísticas. Según Torres Robles, adoptar una posición antagónica hacia todo lo que se asocie con el país estadounidense deja de lado a un importante sector, los emigrantes puertorriqueños. Muchos puertorriqueños en Estados Unidos han rechazado las definiciones tradicionales de la identidad. Al reconocer su hibridez cultural y lingüística, han optado por definir su identidad desde una postura bilingüe y bicultural. Por otra parte, estudios recientes han demostrado que en la actualidad el bilingüismo no se percibe como algo nocivo al puertorriqueño, ni como algo que se opone a su identidad, sino que se ha ido desarrollando una actitud positiva hacia el inglés, sin que éste merme el sentido o el sentimiento de ser puertorriqueño. Estas conclusiones sugieren que las definiciones tradicionales de identidad ya no son suficientes para el análisis social actual, pues ignoran las transformaciones del sujeto en una sociedad multicultural. En el caso de los inmigrantes puertorriqueños y sus descendientes, estos han decidido vivir entre culturas, en el espacio entre polos opuestos. y sus historias son un modelo de las diferentes maneras de seguir siendo puertorriqueños en medio de culturas diferentes y en entornos extrainsulares. Siguiente slide. Los distintos trabajos que yo estudié en el curso de análisis social en Puerto Rico me permitieron conocer lo que los intelectuales habían dicho sobre Puerto Rico y su cultura. Nosotros, como los intelectuales de hoy, necesitamos reconocer que la realidad social puertorriqueña amerita que respondamos preguntas desde nuevas perspectivas y términos, como los que sugieren Brubaker y Cooper, ¿verdad? El reclamo cada vez más insistente de aquellos que no se identifican con las tradicionales definiciones de identidad cultural y de puertorriqueñidad ameritan nuevos espacios y métodos de análisis. Quizás permitir que las naciones se definan desde sus propios términos revele su verdadera naturaleza y espíritu. Y eso sería todo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias por esta presentación, genial. Entonces pasamos a la próxima, que sería la última de esta sesión, y después vamos para la sesión de preguntas. Vamos a ver. Okay, the next speaker is Nemesis Morales Vasquez, and she'll be presenting on Palante, the Women of the Young Lords organization and their legacy throughout contemporary diaspora writers.
Hi, good morning. As Faracas mentioned, my name is Nemesis Morales, and I'm an English Literature MA student. We can change the slide. So the decade of the 1960s was marked by social movements that questioned and confronted the status quo. The Young Lords organization did just that. In December of 1969, the Young Lords took over a Methodist church in East Harlem just a few weeks after they were beaten outside of that location for requesting the space to implement a breakfast program. They would later take over Lincoln Hospital to demand better care for the people of their community. The Young Lords were about shaking things up, to call attention to issues that were being overlooked or outright ignored. Ironically, the women within the organization had to do the same to be treated as equals. While on paper there was a plan to eradicate gender disparities, it was not being practiced within the organization. And that's what we will be exploring. Next slide. There is a pervasive aspect to notions that we are told are the unchangeable institutions of truth and knowledge. The notions that place white above black, English over Spanish, male above female, etc. The Young Lords call this a non-conscious ideology. The term relates to the narratives that have been so embedded into the colonized mind that they are believed to be immutable realities of the colonized body in terms of inferiority, docility, and dependability. It is not lost on the organization the ways in which the non-conscious ideology affects the perception of woman as an inferior and submissive gender. In the aforementioned pamphlet, the organization explains, what is man? What is a woman? Non-consciously, we believe a man is strong, aggressive, hairy, bad, decisive, hard, cold, firm, intelligent. Non-consciously, a woman is weak, timid, smooth, soft-spoken, scatterbrained, soft, warm, dumb, and loving. Both of these sets of descriptions are a result of the way we have been trained non-consciously. From the time a baby is born, it is taught by its parents and by society to be a man or a woman, end quotation. There is a recognition of the racial divisions, but also of the gender divisions that allow for a woman to become the other sex in the Beauvoirian sense, meaning that man has everything that the woman doesn't. She lacks what the man has in abundance. Everything that is conquerable and malleable is attributed to woman. This allows for the woman to be treated inhumanely by men and for men to take advantage of the woman in the role she has been convinced is her place. The struggles women faced before, during, and after the organization, while different in expression, are all a product of a system that was built on the oppression of all of those that were not plus rich, plus white, and plus male, leaving Puerto Rican women that are racialized as Black at the bottom of that hierarchy, and therefore subjecting them to various forms of oppression and violence, not just from those in power, but also from others that have that non-conscious ideology mentality. Next slide. So we see a double colonization of female bodies. When speaking of double colonization, it is important to recognize the origin of the term as a post-colonial one, found first in Host Peterson and Rutherford's double colonization, colonial and post-colonial women's writing. The term refers to the process in which women from colonized countries experience first a colonization of their country and later a colonization of their bodies through male subjugation. A member of the Young Lords, Olga Robles, said, and I quote, "You're not only a second-class citizen because you're Puerto Rican, a worker and impoverished, but you're also a third-class citizen because you're a woman." Therefore, it is important to recognize that while the physical colonization occurred in the archipelago of Puerto Rico, the non-conscious ideology transcends those in the physical space into those with lineal ties to the colonization. While the Young Lords were aware of sexism and the inequalities of gender, it did not make the group exempt from such practices. After all, they were still within a colonized reality. Point 10 of the organization's program and platform calls for the equality of women, and although written in 1969, such claims, quote unquote, disappeared in the gap between word and deed. The women of the Young Lords played a crucial role in the success of the organization. However, they were often overshadowed by the men. When Iris Morales married Deputy Chairman Felipe Luciano, she was only referred to as Luciano's wife. Moreover, the women did not hold a single position of authority within the group. When the women met to discuss the blatant sexism within the organization, the Central Committee has been quoted saying, "Go ahead and let the women have their hen talk." There was a clear hierarchy of gender within the group that confined women to specific positions in the organization. Next slide. By 1970, around 35 to 40% of members in the Young Lords were women, and with no women in roles of leadership at that time, the inequality was more obvious than ever. There were conversations between the women that retold stories of humiliation, degradation, objectification, and even some sexual propositions by the male members of the group. Slowly, the women became more and more vocal about the issues within the group, to the point of formalizing a discussion with an all-women panel titled Women of the Colonies. Next slide. One might believe that such a thing is contradictory and that no group that believes in the equality of women would ever treat them in such a way. However, Joana Fernandez argues in The Young Lords, A Radical History, that because of the entrenchment of patriarchy within society, even those that were devout to fighting it could not detect the ways in which it was entrenched within their group. The 10th point of the Young Lords 13-point program states, "We want equality for women. Machismo must be revolutionary, not oppressive. Under capitalism, our people have been oppressed by both the society and our own men. The doctrine of machismo has been used by our men to take out their frustration against their wives, sisters, mothers, and children. Our men must support their women in the fight for economic and social equality and must recognize that our women are equals in every way within the revolutionary ranks. Forward, sisters, in the struggle." And even though the general message conveys the idea that women must be seen and treated equally to men, the patriarchal and colonialist ideas that were perhaps subconsciously or more fitting non-consciously present in the ideas of the organization can be seen in this point specifically. Perhaps the message was for men to utilize the brute strength and power and pride found in machismo in order to help the women liberate themselves. However, it negates the ways in which women might feel about an ideology that has been an instrument of oppression on them, being used as a tool of liberation. Not only that, but it plays into the idea that women need to be saved, that only men possess the tools to give women the equality they deserve. And the last point expressed by Fernandez, that machismo could never be revolutionary because it constitutes a form of patriarchy organized around the subordination of women. So during the spring of 1970, they released a revised publication of the program that read, "We want equality for women, down with machismo and male chauvinism." So with those changes within the organization, women started to take positions of power in the group, and later started writing articles about the issues that plagued the women specifically. So Iris Morales says in an article titled "Sterilized Puerto Ricans," "Sterilization is also a form of oppression against Puerto Rican women. We are oppressed by our own culture that limits us to the roles of homemaker, mother, and bearer of many children, which measures male virility. We are used by U.S. corporations to test the safety of birth control pills before placing them on the market for sale. Our bodies are used by capitalists for experimentation to find new money-making and genocidal gadgets. end quotation. Here we see all the topics we have been discussing converging: oppression, double colonization, and lastly, capitalism and its ramifications on the commodification of Puerto Rican women. Next slide. So the Young Lords organization underwent numerous transformations, from a street gang in the beginnings to a community effort to feed the people, to a large organization that branched out into education, healthcare, politics, race, gender inequality, and activism. The organization transformed with the necessities of the time. What started as a group to protect themselves from the racist white neighbors turned into a movement that will last for generations to come. The transformations also occurred within the organization as things started to shift within them. Their perspectives and experiences were changing, and so were their priorities. The process of understanding and differentiating between truth and narrative, reality and myth, resonate with Gloria Anzaldua's thoughts on the New Mestiza in her book Borderlands, La Frontera, the New Mestiza from 1987, where she tells, pero es difícil differentiating between lo heredado, lo adquirido, lo impuesto. She puts history through a sieve, winnows out the lies, looks at the forces that we as a race, as women, have been a part of. Luego bota lo que no vale. Los desmientos, los desencuentros, el embrutecimiento. Aguarda el juicio hondo y enraizado de la gente antigua. This step is a conscious rupture with all oppressive traditions of all cultures and religions. She communicates that rupture, documents the struggle. She reinterprets history, and using new symbols, she shapes new myths. And to me, the women of the Young Lords were uncovering the myths that were cementing Puerto Rican women to a miserable reality and what was liberating them. They were trying to find truth and discard myth. If Anzaldúa writes of a new mestiza, perhaps the women of the Young Lords were the beginning of a new Boricua, a new Puerto Rican woman that was not breaking away from her roots, but rather cutting away at the vines that had grown around them. So we can see this sentiment in When We Make It by Elizabeth Velázquez, as she explores themes of mental illness, poverty, misogyny, colorism, sexual assault, drug abuse, teen pregnancy, domestic violence, gun violence, and pregnancy loss through Sarai, who is a New Rican teenager grappling with the issues that plague her community and her personhood. She is ultimately a New Rican girl, racialized as Black, uncovering and differentiating between truth and myth, much like the women of the Young Lords did. It is important to recognize that while the Young Lords made great strides fighting for equality within the spaces they occupied, a myriad of issues still plague the communities of Puerto Ricans in the US, and even more so women. Poverty is still rampant, as you can see in the statistics provided, and abortion is still an issue, especially after the reversal of Roe v. Wade and the effect it has on marginalized communities, especially within the higher poverty rates that the Puerto Rican community already faces in the US. Plus the entwinement that sexism and racism have on those gendered as women, racialized as non-white. Next slide. While clearly so many issues still pervade Puerto Rican communities in the United States, the women of the Young Lords are a testament to the fact that change can come through action, education, and disruption. To dismantle and rearrange happens on different planes, and I believe that writing is a powerful tool that can bring awareness to these issues in a more personal and relatable level, so that more people realize the depth of these problems and perhaps unite to bring about tangible change through the community. And here I have an excerpt from the book that highlights police brutality around the community that the main character was living in, and how it still is a big issue that people face, especially Puerto Rican women. So thank you.
Let's give a round of applause to all three of these excellent presentations. Now let's go to a question session. Anybody got any questions, comments? Professor Corbone?
Just to say thanks for the presentations and the Young Lords. I've never heard about them, and it's good that I'm now going to go and read about them, because one of the first things I did when I came to Puerto Rico was to look at Puerto Rican writers in English, and it was Puerto Rican writers at home in the United States, then a collection of Puerto Rican plays in the United States, and I got myself introduced to them. And a first paper I did was sexism in the poet in New Yorker poets, among New Yorker poets, and the way Puerto Rican women writing among the New Yorker poets contested the vines, as you put it in the presentation, to the United States, and still tied up Puerto Rican women among them, even among the writers who were very progressive, who were fighting colonialism and imperialism, yet within the Puerto Rican space, trying to retain Puerto Rican cultural memories in the United States. The women were still bound by some of those sexist, racist, whatever patriarchal norms that they carried over from Puerto Rico to the United States. And that is why when I kind of I'm troubled by the idea that you cut off the vines, leaving the roots. If you don't uproot, if you don't take out the roots and replant a new tree, it will sprout again. So you are just pruning the tree to even grow bigger with different shades and different fruits, but it's still the same root that is giving birth to. So I'm worried about how they think that cutting off the vines or the branches is enough. So I don't know what your comment is on that.
Paula? I'm sorry, Nemesis.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely see your point. I guess the way in which I was visualizing it was more to not necessarily have to give away with our history and our traditions, but cutting away with that which does not serve us anymore, those cultural norms that aren't necessarily good or beneficiary to us now. But I definitely see your point as to how that can be troublesome, especially when talking about the different headed monsters and how that you need to really go at the heart of the problem instead of taking away parts of it.
Maybe also we can take our focus away from the branches and the leaves and the heads to the feet, the roots. So this gets us to maybe Wilfredo's points about opacities. So this idea of rhizomatic identities in the Caribbean, how do you see that intersecting with the idea of opacities, in particular how it relates to this work on Guantanamo that you so brilliantly talked about, or you so brilliantly discussed?
Well, the idea of smallness is always something that we tend to dismiss. We always want to think in wholes and in bigger pictures. And sometimes those aren't the things that really tell us the real truth about things or the truths of things. It's truth, and history is messy. We hate talking about that. We hate accepting the fact that it's messy and complex. And the fact that if we could see it through an opacity of things, that yes, although complex and different, it has a pattern. It has something to it that is a lot more meaningful than these bigger pictures and these so-called greater goods. And sometimes these are things that, stemming into what Nemesis was talking about with the young lords, sometimes it's these small roots that contaminate the rest of the plant, right? It only takes one root sometimes to make the plant go sick, to make the plant toxic, right? And sometimes just simply cutting that one away from everything else can just ail the plant to keep growing, keeps that stem, everything together. And so it's that variety of perspectives sometimes that, especially in the age that we're living in, the information age, where we're just bombarded by information left and right, that we could really learn a lot more than those linear and more structured concepts of telling one truth. Maybe it's not about telling one truth. Maybe it's about bringing together all these multiple truths together. And from that, you as a reader or you as a Caribbean subject get to choose what your truth is, right? And although messy and it goes against so-called narrative traditions, it's a lot more useful because there's a lot more ways and a lot more inclusion around the concept and how then we can actually see the real experience that goes on.
Yeah, I think that perspective is has been legitimized in literature, but then in the social sciences, I think we're far behind you. But I think that Paula's presentation was a good example of how we're catching up. So Paula, you were talking about the problematizing the idea of identity, especially as a singular monolithic thing. Okay, and then if we're going to start talking about opacities, though, then how do you see the ever more informative analyses that we're getting of trans phenomena in terms of how of the things that you were talking about in terms of identities and identification and categorization in Puerto Rico? In other words, trans phenomena by their nature are full of contradictions. They're messy and they're opaque. There's some things about a trans performance that can't be unpacked and shouldn't be unpacked. So how do you see that resonating with what you were saying and what Wilfredo was saying in that way?
I think it's very extremely related. I think we need to get to the point where we accept that the realities that we encounter are not, straightforward. They're not just this one thing, and they're full of multiple, they're multifaceted, and they have contradictions that coexist, and there's no need to separate them or, analysis asks of us to separate things into small bits, and then we have to put them back together and they have to fit right. But that's not true, when we study human beings are multifaceted, they're contradictory, and they hold multiple truths at multiple, different times. And there is a moment where I use these in example for language. Well, I use this set of tools I have to achieve something in this particular situation, in this particular context. And just because I do that in this moment doesn't mean that that is who I am in all of the rest situations and moments throughout my life. And I think that is very related to Puerto Ricans, and especially the use of language in Puerto Rico. We can have our opinions, be it in a positive or negative manner, but we have had the inclusion of English in our language as well as other countries have had it, or have had the inclusion of other different languages. And we have this toolbox that is useful for us, and we get to use it in different moments and situations. But that does not have to define, how we understand each other, or that does not mean that our culture will end. Culture as well as language, as well as humans, have transformations, and through time we change. And our identity changes. Identity is it's not a fixed idea either. It is, or in my opinion, and some other experts say, it's a construction, and it is informed through time by our experiences and the people that surrounds us. So I would say a more realistic approach to the study of humans, the evolution of language, the study of identity, is understanding that identity changes through time, is informed by context, and it could be multiple things at the same time or nothing at all. It is complicated, and it is messy. It will not make our understanding of humans easier, but it would be, I think, a more authentic and truthful approach to the realities of human beings.
Yes. Professor Kuobang, thank you for your patience. You've had your hand up for a long time. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to ask Wilfredo's opinion on something based on his talk and Liz's talk. Guantanamo Bay, Puerto Rico, would you say one is a watchtower in which they lock up undesirables from around the world? The other is an economic prison, an outpost of empire, which is Puerto Rico. Is there, but considering also the historical and cultural links between Puerto Rico and Cuba, and so on. And then Guantanamo was acquired during the same, almost the same period of the American Hispanic Wars, in which Puerto Rico was not granted independence. Guantanamo Bay was kind of secured as an American war or prison outpost. Is there a possibility of connecting the poetry of this Cuban with certain things that are happening in Puerto Rico, like Puerto Rico being an economic prison in which U.S. capitalists dump growth ideas of growth and development, and keep Puerto Ricans locked up in this mythology, just as they lock up non-American citizens or American citizens who are considered dangerous to the U.S. empire, all within the same Caribbean space, very close to each other. What are your thoughts on that?
No, it's very clear, and it's obvious even in historical terms. If we look at Puerto Rico from an economic standpoint, as an economic prison, it could even date back to the Spaniards as well, right? An easy example that you can think about is La Sociedad de San Juan versus La Sociedad del Campo, right? This whole difference between those that are in the access of bodies of water, which means that you have the ability of trade, and then those that are meant to stay within the hinterland and survive with the land around them, making them seem like they're simple, savage, native to an extent. And then you have these that, since they live in the coastlines, they have this idea of like policing, control, and development. And since they have those powers and they have the power of fear within them, they, in some extent, exert force and power on them, when in fact it's just tension and difference that you have. And so if we look at it in the terms of American imprisonment in recent time, this is definitely clear between how Guantanamo Bay is kept as a dark site where we don't necessarily imprison people, we detain potential threats. In other words, it feels like it's a dystopic nightmare from the Minority Report, right? Where we're predicting that these people have or are going to commit crimes based on the way that they think and they associate with people. And so the same thing, we can see it imprisoned in the economics of Puerto Rico, in the fact that, oh, you're not American, but you also have a way of having citizenship, but you're not going to have access to the benefits that we reap and sow as being first-class citizens. You're just second-class citizens based on a law that gave you this birthright of being American. And so we can see how we, in an extent, economically are detainees, just like those that are in Guantanamo as well. We are thought of already as a pretext that we're not enough, that you are just, yeah, we give you certain benefits and just feel good about the fact that you have these benefits, but you're not a part of us.
Yeah, and to make this even messier, so you talked about the campo versus the coast. So yes, through one lens, that's absolutely correct. That the people inland are thought of as somehow imprisoned by the people on the periphery or on the coast, especially those areas of the island that the Spanish had real control over, like San Juan, San Germán. But you could flip it too. You could flip and use another lens and say, actually, the people who are living in the campo had their sovereignty with land, etc., while the people living in those enclaves of Spanish domination were prisoners. So this prison, Professor Coabong's analysis through multiple levels of imprisonment, I think, is really useful here. We can see it from all different sides. That's excellent. And then, but nemesis. okay, how do we get out of the prisons? And I think that now you're looking at an organization that, again, as Professor Kuobong said, is not generally talked about anymore. Okay, and I know that the Young Lords emerged at the same time that, or near the same time that the Black Panthers emerged, etc. And the Black Panthers did similar things. They were talking about issues that were related to day-to-day survival of communities and providing services, et cetera, and they were considered, just like the people imprisoned in Guantanamo, as dangerous for those very reasons. That they were actually potentially laying down the conditions for real change to happen in these communities. And as a result, the Black Panthers were systematically destroyed by the US government. So they were infiltrated by agents from the FBI, et cetera, and basically the organization was really negatively impacted by that, by those actions by the US government. Is there a history of that as well with the Young Lords? Was there infiltration? We don't hear much about the Young Lords today. Have they been able to survive that, or has their role been diminished because of those systematic attacks by the United States? It's interesting that far-right groups in the United States who will actually take over the capital of the United States are not targeted in this way, but any organization that's really working with communities that have been traditionally marginalized in the US, trying to provide just simple services, not attacking the capital, just making sure the kids are eating, they get targeted by the US government and dismantled and attacked from inside and outside.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, something that happened was when they did the sit-in at the hospital, something that I didn't mention was that they were very acutely aware that a lot of women, especially colored women, that were getting abortions, they were at a disproportionate rate to either die or get severely hurt at hospitals. Or even just any kind of care. So they went to the hospital, their community, and they sat there until they demanded that someone from their own community was appointed to oversee that everybody was treated equally. And that was taken and spinned into, oh, look at these radicals. They are denying people to enter hospitals. You don't want to listen to them. They actually want to harm you. And so that was constantly happening to them. And then similar to the Black Panthers, they were this radical group that were terrorizing communities instead of what they were actually doing. And they were dismantled. I don't know to the extent of the Black Panthers where people infiltrated and sort of posed to be and dismantled them from within, but they were targeted and profiled and sought after. And also because of the differences, some still held on to the patriarchal beliefs, and they didn't want to be part of the group once they started to enact real change with gender equality. So it was a twofold kind of dissolution of the group, sadly.
And also, I mean, a group that's capable of moving, changing positions, which the Young Lords was capable of doing. They were capable of changing their leadership, changing their practice. So that's also dangerous. A group that doesn't get stuck in one place, but a group that actually tries to take on and question at ever deeper levels the forces of colonization. I think that also made the Young Lords a very dangerous group. In any case,
yeah.
Excellent presentation. Oh, wait. Okay.
Can I make one last recommendation for Nemesis if she wants to explore this a little further? There's this federal historical operation called COINTELPRO that really infiltrated into all these radical groups. And if you want to compare the Young Lords to the Nationalist Party here in Puerto Rico, the same type of tactic was used. You can use that as a point of comparison if you ever want to explore it further. Because as you were talking, it reminded me so much of how COINTELPRO infiltrated the nationalist ranks. And this also matches with what Paola was also talking about, linguistic identity and cultural identity, and how they played around through infiltration as well in these covert means.
Yes,
Thank you.
COINTELPRO. It was a systematic dismantling of organizations on the left in the United States, and it was devastating. It was devastating, and as a result, in the United States today, there's no real articulated left pole that people who are frustrated with the economic conditions, etc., can gravitate towards. The only pole they have is the far right. So when people are frustrated about their life conditions and how they're being trashed by capitalism, there's no pole on the left for them to gravitate towards in their opposition to that exploitation and that colonization, internal colonization. So the only pole that's left standing, because they weren't attacked by the US government, and they haven't been, is that far right. And that's why that explains some of what we're seeing now in the United States. All these people who are gravitating towards the far right, gravitating towards politicians who do not have their interests at heart at all, who are going to actually intensify the exploitation, either on the basis of plunder or patriarchy or ethnocentrism. It's going to, so in other words, all of these things that don't seem to make any sense in US politics, some of it has to do with this, with the legacy of COINTELPRO in United States politics.
And they have infiltrated even the so-called faith of mercy, the so-called faith, religion of mercy, be your neighbor's keeper, and planted pastors and believers who actually, with the what do you call it, persecution of anything as communist, as fascist, as etc., etc., and only the Jesus they don't like, the Jesus they will deport as an unwanted, undocumented alien.
Mm-hmm.
So that you listen to the churches and you see that they have infiltrated even into the churches, the church organizations, that has nothing anymore to do with Christianity or a religion of supporting the marginalized and the poor. No. So it's everywhere now.
Yeah.
It's
so
everywhere.
Exactly. So any organization that has the potential of making a real difference, and religious organizations have that potential.
Yeah.
To make a real difference, they have to be neutralized. And any kind of organizations within the churches who may represent the real interests of the community in more than just a charity sense, but in a real sense of transformation of system. Those organizations within those organizations within religious groups are also targeted. So it's systematic. It's systematic. Okay, well, in terms of being systematic, our time is up. So it's time for us to take a break. This was wonderful, wonderful presentations, wonderful questions, wonderful comments, wonderful answers. Please give everybody a big hand. And we'll see you all at 1 p.m. Puerto Rican time. And we'll continue with our sessions. They'll go from 1 to 4 in the afternoon. So we have plenty more presentations to come. Okay, thanks.
Porque el micrófono sí.
Dice un warning.
¿Ah?
Que dice un warning, no puedo cambiar.
¿Cuál es el warning? Fail to start the video camera. Please select another video camera in setting.
Mira, ahí dice, no,
Listo. Up. Pon el micrófono.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Jose, how are you? Good to see you. Long time. Okay, so we're getting started with our afternoon sessions now. Let's give people a minute more, see if anybody comes in a little bit late. But until then, this is a continuation of the sessions from this morning of Caribe Plurilingüe number 22. This is an event that happens every semester. Towards the end of the semester, this semester a little bit earlier than usual because next week is the conference in Tortola. We usually try to schedule it before the Islands in Between conference, and the Islands in Between conference this year is a little bit earlier than usual. Normally it happens the first week in November, but this year it's happening the last week of October. So that's why we're a little bit earlier this year. Anyway, the presentations this morning were excellent, and it looks like the ones for this afternoon are going to be equally as brilliant. So let me see if anybody else is coming in. No, not right now. So let's go ahead and get started with the afternoon presentations. Okay. Our first presentation is by Marianis Santiago Diaz, and the title of the presentation is... okay. And the title of the presentation is Spirals of Revindication.
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon. Like the professor said, I'm Marianis Santiago, and I'm a PhD student from the Department of English. And I'm going to talk about my short story, this creative writing fiction. The story is in constant transformation still, but I'm planning to publish it one day. So next slide, Professor. Okay, what is the story about? This is a fictional story about the past, heritage, and ancestors, and it happens in Olo San Juan here in Puerto Rico. And with connections and further resolution in Utuado, the protagonist carries a curse, like una maldición, through his bloodline. And those who are born under this curse have a birthmark that resembles a spiral or the symbol of calamity, which is also seen as the storm symbol on maps. The main character is Edward, and he's an academic and researcher, considered a stranger when he comes to Puerto Rico. And while on the island, he gets on a journey to explore the past about his family. And in the process, he finds himself caught between what I call fragments of Taino history and his ambitious Spanish ancestors, and the fact that he is a North American man with ties to slavery, cruelty, and oppression. And there are also the memories of a hurricane that shaped the past in the story, which is something that unfortunately happens occasionally in the Caribbean and other places, of course. Yet the oppressed population in the story is represented by a character named Anani and a cacique, and they could be seen as too noble in the story. In the process, Edward frees himself and his family from the chain they have, and he tries to restore the past, the damage they did, or the past that he could get a hold of, more like releasing some kind of hidden generational traumas, but in a colonial context. Next slide. These are the characters, and the first one is Anani, and she's a brave Taino woman and the key character in the story. And then we have Edward, who is a North American scholar with ancestors that colonized and lived in Puerto Rico a long time ago. Then we have David Caminantes V, Edward's grandfather, and we have Jose Caminante I and Julio Caminante II. Edward's Spanish ancestors too. And then we have the man with the guitar that is a man that comes from Anani's bloodline and he has no name in the story. I felt like doing that. I don't know if it is problematic, but it is because he could represent anyone in the island. Next slide. Okay, the themes in the story. I have to clarify that my intention with the story was to create a kind of tribute to the Taínos and not to romanticize their struggles or memory. And I respect Taínos and African ancestors as well, but that's why we're here today. But I tend to be a little sarcastic with my stories sometimes, and it can also be seen as a critique to what has been internalized about Indigenous people, which is also somehow to pity them or see them as inferior. Also, with my craft on the perspective of the white protagonist and first-person narrative, is to create a different and more unexplored angle with the stories, not to offend in any way. So one of the themes is in the story is colonialism, with the psychological economic effects left behind by Edwards and other Spanish ancestors. There is also the important presence or essence of Anani in the island, as in the lives of her oppressors. She is in part a savior, but this can also be seen as what I said, noble savage narrative that can also be a critique to the image that has been reproduced in numerous occasions. And also there is the Puerto Rican culture in general, with the character named Man with the Guitar, who waits for Edward in El Morro, playing a cuatro. But at first, Edward thinks it is a small green guitar. There is also the presence of hurricanes and natural disasters that are always circling back around the Caribbean. And also, this story also is possible because of the idea of the archives that have been used to document the past and the access that someone like Edward would have to them. And with the curse in the story, the idea, it is like an idea of justice, like saying what goes around comes around. Next slide. I talk about the spiral because the symbol of the spiral is central to the story, and it came to me as a simple symbol. I didn't think about that. And then I understood that it meant so much more, because being a Puerto Rican, I see the spiral as turmoil, as a storm, or even as a sea whirlwind. And it is also connected to the Fibonacci spiral, which is also in nature and flowers, snails, galaxies, as well as with the idea of getting mad with anxiety and conflicting thoughts, which also is referred to as spiraling. And I found an article that is titled Mathematics and Beauty as Sampling of Spirals and Strange Spirals in Science, Nature, and Art. And the author mentions that the Archimedes spiral is a curve that has the equation that says whatever can be done once can always be repeated. When describing the shapes and structures of nature, he says that, but then this makes sense with the fact that storms are recurrent in life as a metaphorical symbol of trouble and as a symbol of bad weather. And it is also a symbol that haunts people and is connected to trauma. And spirals are in organisms as well, like in the shape of an octopus retractor arm, and the best form that is assumed by a centipede. Next slide. In Revelations, in the story, what you get to see when you read it, toward the end, Edward discovers who are the man with the guitar's ancestors and the connection to his curse because of a picture he comes across while researching archives in his family land. And he discovers that the woman on one of the pictures was called Anani, and that in 1530, she was forced to marry a Spanish settler and have his children, that he abused her and did not respect her culture, and that she gradually became tired and her health declined. And around 1537, hurricane destroyed parts of the island and many people died. And of Edward's ancestors, only Jose Caminante first survived. And that was because Anani saved him. And he was just a small bundle of clothes, just a baby. And even if she was badly injured because a piece of wood hit her and she was about to die, she managed to leave the baby with his uncle before dying. Afterwards, Edward makes a connection to this, but with an apparition he saw months after he moved to Old San Juan. He started living there. And I'm going to read a small excerpt of that. This is called The Apparition. It says, the silver rays of moonlight reached up to the orange roses. They looked almost red, with little shades of fiery tangerine. I went into the bathroom and looked at myself in the hall mirror for a while. I was tired and stayed there longer than usual when I noticed a silhouette appear behind me. The shadow was shorter and thinner than me, but I only saw the dark shades, a long straight-haired shape, and its face was not clear. I could see a deep incision on the left side of the head. In this silhouette, only a row of amber stones was visible, a necklace. The fear this caused in me made me immobile for a while. My palms were cold and damp, and my neck was so stiff that it hurt. My heart pulsed incessantly until the figure slowly dissolved and I could breathe again. Who was that? I have no idea. But I took the mirror from the hallway, broke it into pieces, and sent them away. Next slide. This is about the resolution of the story toward the end. And then at the end of the story, Edward's family should accept the truth about the past and who should be Anani for them. It takes a while. They fight, they discuss, but later they recognize that they are alive because of her. Later on, Edward says that thanks to a Taino, I'm alive today, which again, I clarified could be seen as a noble savage situation, or just as a person who could not ignore a baby's cry during a catastrophe. And then Edward proceeds to help Anani's soul be released and rest through a ritual of a burial ceremony of the remains they found on the Caminantes' land. They found remains there, and also they took a necklace that the man with the guitar had with him that was made of amber. And they took all that and they made a ceremony in her family's land there in Tualo. And that is why Edward says that he's even prouder to have saved her in return. In the end, he gets married and has 3 children, and I quote, "None of them have the birthmark that resembles a storm." And this implying that somehow the curse was lifted. Yeah, Professor. And thank you. That was my story.
What a great way to start the afternoon. Thank you so much, Marianis. Wonderful, wonderful. So save our questions and comments until after the 3 presentations for this session. Let's go to the next presentation. Okay, the next presentation is by a group: Emily Hernandez, Anaís Ramirez Rodriguez, Andrea Torres, Ángel Nieves, Ian Burgos, Isabel Mojica, Yalis Arroyo, and Surisadai Esteves Cruz. And it's called Exploring Demographic, Political, Social, and Economic Factors on Language Use influencing Gen Z in Puerto Rico.
Professor, sorry to interrupt. Emily wanted me to remind you that since she's presenting with her students and their class period begins at 1:30, that they will all be present at 1:30. So I don't know if it would be possible to like switch the order and have the next.
No problem at all. No problem at all. Let's do that. Sorry.
Thank you. And sorry.
No, that's good. I'm glad you mentioned that to us, because that will help us a lot. As long as the person who was supposed to present afterwards is okay with that. Let's make sure. Any case, let's do this. See who's number 11. Okay, Destiny, are you there? Destiny?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you ready to present?
Yes.
Okay, so let's switch up the order. So first Destiny will go, and then Emily and the group will go. Okay. Anyway, so our next presentation is by Destiny Padilla. It's called Performance Art as Colonial Subversion.
Thank you so much. Okay, great. So I'll bring our attention to the title in Performance Art as Colonial Subversion. So we can keep the word subvert at the top of our minds, right, as a form of action throughout the presentation, and hopefully take it with us. Next slide, please. Thank you. And so performance art as not only singing, dancing, or plays, right? We want to also think about orature in general, whether that be storytelling or spoken word as well, as methods for actualization, legacy, archival, community, and empowerment. I want to also bring the thoughts that these are not new concepts, right? These are ancestral, and have really been around since the beginning of time, or since the beginning of human civilizations, right? Before we had written words, or along with written words or calligraphy to tell stories, we would sit around fires, right? Or in circles in community and teach each other and educate that way. And that is also a sort of performance, right? So I want to deconstruct the word performance and not have it as something intimidating or elite, but very much more fluid, right? So in performance, we can blend traditional Caribbean practices with contemporary art forms like rap, hip hop, reggaeton, content creation, film, etc., which we see happening already with technology, right? Where we are in time now, we've definitely fused our ancestral practices with the technologies available to us currently, which I believe have positively influenced the ways that we can storytell across time zones and geographies. Next slide. I will just again reiterate for all of us to keep the thought that these are indigenous practices, right? And have ancestral origins, despite whatever platforms they are available on in present day. And yeah, thank you. All right, so we'll slightly touch on taboos of spoken word, right? Which I believe to be a form of decolonization. I feel as though art is a form to decolonize our communities, but like everything else, it has a way of being capitalized on, right? And colonized as well, as everything does. So yeah, again, spoken word poetry has been in existence since the beginning of language, right? Whether that be through storytelling, music, etc., etc. Spoken word comes before the written word and academia, right? If we want to think of it in that way, often sometimes it's can be seen as less reputable than getting maybe a scholarly written source, which I would like to challenge, right, in our brains and in our thought processes and when we leave the presentation. It's also seen as less than for some. It has sometimes connotations where people believe folks will lean on performance art or performance poetry in specifics because they are not educated in any other methods, right? Which sometimes is true and sometimes is not. And I believe that both are valid. So folks that don't have formal education, so to speak, I think they should not have less credibility because a lot of them were educated by their communities, right? So I think that we can, or we should, right, in a perfect world, value them as either equal or, valid in their own reputable centers of the world or specialties. Next slide. This brings me to the power of performance art, storytelling, spoken word, etc., as a form of community engagement, right? It's an active participation process, whether you're in the audience or a member of the community watching it, or you're somebody that is on stage acting it out. Those two are both just as active as one another. Performance can build solidarity and encourage activism. Performances involve community participation, just like I said, fostering collective remembrance and shared identity among participants. That collective remembrance can be dormant within our minds or also within our DNA, right? So when these performances have other ancestral components such as drums, music, these things also are known and proven to awaken things in us, either spiritually and also scientifically in our DNA, right? And also you can just feel the difference. Performance can promote a sense of shared ownership of the experience, right? Everyone is experiencing it together, and that forms a sort of bond rather than sometimes we can be reading alone unless we come in community afterwards and, speak about the work. But not everyone has access to that, right? And it can also disarm viewers and provoke critical thought while entertaining. I'd say humor and satire can disarm folks as well, in a maybe easier way, right? And more passive. So that's saying, like, if we don't cry, we laugh, which is probably just as powerful. Next slide. Okay, orature as embodiment of history. There's theories and beliefs that our bodies hold our history, right? Again, in our DNA. And these forms of performance or any form of performance uses the body as a medium, right? So getting your story across using your body, which I believe is very powerful because as humans, we all have bodies, right? So it adds a layer to the collective experience and connection. Orature as a healing tool. Poets and performers are also seen as healers, right? When they are performing their art in a space, they are also healing the collective through that process. The body as a literary tool, right? The voice, ancestral vehicles, channels, etc., etc. Next slide. Oh, accessibility. Performance art is accessible. I believe more accessible than the written word because literacy rates across the globe are not, where they could be or should be probably. And this gives access to folks that, do not read, right? Or don't have access to certain text or to schools or to institutions at all, whether it be museums or libraries, etc., in their communities. So if this is something going on in their local community, they can still access knowledge and the experience of art without having to have access to these institutions that cannot be in their reach, right? Also, great examples are film as well. So if folks cannot see live performance in their communities and don't have access to spaces or safe spaces, they can lean on, again, the technologies available, right, through new mediums that our ancestors didn't have, through watching a film or through watching a community performance that was documented, right, and archived, which is another layer of subversion, right? Documenting the work that we do in these communities so that others can experience it that were not physically present. And performance can also be used to evade elitism, racism, and classism, right? So it's a constant motion, and it doesn't just end on the stage or when the performer ends the performance. It's a continuous thing, you know, that now lives within us, having experienced it. An example, I think I had a video here. Would that show up on this? If not, it's fine. It was in the notes.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, let me check the notes. Okay, let's try projecting this, if it will project. Okay, let me get it in.
Just one example. I think it's a minute long.
Okay, just let me get this.
Thank you.
See if I can get this going. Let's see. And
then in the video, we can see how the performer also uses their body, right, as a tool to exert certain feelings and emotions, whether it be through their face, their hands, or the way their voice, you know, goes up and down, or they emphasize certain words, or they make it more musical, right? All of that is intentional and has an effect on the audience.
Okay, let's see if we can get this. I think this is it. Okay.
This was the wrong one, but it's fine.
Cleveland loves the Indians. Everybody loves them some Indians. Love you some Indians. Be the Indian and not the cowboy. Throw on a war bonnet. Tell me it's fashion. Tell me how imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Go to your local truck stop. Buy some dream catchers made from China. Hang them on your rearview mirrors of your Jeep Grand Cherokees, your Pontiacs, your Winnebagos, and as you drive down I-40, your vehicle will catch the dreams roadkilled by manifest destiny. This whole time, where your radio chimes, this land is your land, this land is my land. Love you some Indians. Honor them by making them mascots, turn them into cartoon characters, costume yourself, smear it all over, cover every inch. You are Indian. Add big black eyes, big smile, and white teeth. Don't forget the fake feathers. Cover your skin. Don't tell me it doesn't come with privilege. Cover it. Hide like you're ashamed of pigment, like it separates you from the norm. Tan that hide, work beneath suns, make it so scarlet it becomes purple in the shade. Add feathers, add bows and arrows. You are Indian. Now dance. The stadium is your bonfire. You are Indian. Practice your tomahawk chop. You are Indian. Welcome the Braves that have a higher enlisting rate in our armed forces. Welcome the Kansas City Chiefs as they make their way to the field for the halftime spectacular. Welcome the Seminoles as a ghost of Osceola haunts the Enfields. Washington Redskins, don't change your name. Instead, hashtag Redskins Pride. Make social media our battleground. We all know that Indians don't have Twitter accounts. We still use smoke signals. Applaud the Chief Wahoo's bright white chompers as it casts you a reflection on how to love you some Indians. Go paint the town. Double coat over history. Whitewash the red bricks of the reservation. Let's have Indian days in our school. Use November to teach our students the turkey dance with colored construction paper, headdresses, and teepees. Now go home. Wash off the paint. Go back to your thinking that you honored your team. Back to thinking that you honored the Indian. We are only costumes. Back to thinking that you only find us in Western and Disney films. Go back to thinking that we only exist in history books. Go back to thinking that all of this was just fun and games. Now shake my hand. and ignore how your fingers lasso around my wrist, tying us to our ancestors, yet we still survive. Now tell me how you loved you an Indian.
Snaps. So in that performance, we can see again how we're speaking on ancestral topics, right? Being carried in the form of storytelling, and again in a form that we got to watch it on our computers, right? Something that would not have been available to us centuries ago. And so getting back to the slides, and furthering what we just watched, right? Introducing the idea of performance art as ritual, right? So thinking of it in those terms, I believe further empowers its impact. And it connects us to how our indigenous communities and ancestors would consume them as well. Next slide. Some images that come to mind, right? In the beginning, or in that term in the beginning, also in the beginning of this presentation, when we were saying to keep at the top of our minds, of us, sitting in a circle and storytelling with each other. So as fancy as things have gotten, right, whether we have microphones or we're on big stages, I want to keep in mind that these are the origins. So sitting around the campfire or sitting in tribe and storytelling with one another, right, whether it's through sitting actually around the fire or through bomba, which is seen in the other photos as well, right, which is another form of performance art as resistance, specifically in Puerto Rico and specifically with our indigenous and African ancestry. And that brings in the drums and instruments as well as a form of ancestral awakening. Next slide. Again, adding our reclamation of space, right? So space as a part of the ritual, as a part of the performance. We can connect this to, say, having a book, right? Where the book becomes the space where the art is encased in. In this idea, we want to take that to a 3D, even larger 3D idea of where we engage with each other, it becoming, again, part of the ritual, part of the collective memory. And just the spaces are just as important as the art because they're needed to gather community. Next. And I pose this question to everyone here. And what would the world look like without performance art? Could we imagine that, right? Could we imagine how we would consume information and also how we would entertain ourselves as humans, right? Because that also is an ancestral thing as well. How can you and all of us keep indigenous storytelling alive? I'd say following our ancestors' path, right? Now we might call them different things such as open mics, jam sessions, concerts, et cetera, community events. If you have an idea that pops in your head, right? It's not from coincidence, probably. It's a collective remembrance as we spoke about. So feel free to create your own community if you don't see one that's out there yet. Cultivate communities where you are. That is a form of subversion, right? To subvert and overturn, continue to openly showcase orature as a form of subversion, support contemporary and rising artists, right, as our elders did, and so we can keep the art alive, so to speak. Cultivate new traditions as we are doing with technology, with social media, and new mediums while upholding our ancestral traditions and ultimately create. Thank you.
Powerful presentation. Okay, let's do the last one for this session and then we can get to questions. Oh, yes. Okay, so now we're going back to the group presentation because it's now 1:35, so everybody should be here now.
Yes, we are here. I can
Okay,
confirm.
great. All right. So actually, let's see. The name of this presentation is Exploring Demographic, Political, Social, and Economic Factors on Language Use Influencing Gen Z in Puerto Rico. It's a group presentation by Emily Hernandez, Anais Ramirez, Andrea Torres, Ángel Nieves, Ian Burgos, Isabel Mojica, Yalis Arroyo, and Surisadai Esteves.
Well, wonderful. We can go ahead and go to the next slide then.
Okay.
Thank you. Awesome. So to introduce the topic, language use in any society is shaped by a complex interplay of demographic, political, social, and economic factors. In Puerto Rico, these influences are particularly interesting given the island's relationship with the United States. Or Generation C, born. Oh, I think someone.
One problem. Let's see. Is it? Let me check the.
Someone has their.
Somebody's got their microphone on. I think.
Oh, I think. Yeah, I think they closed it.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay, so for Generation C, those born between 1997 and 2012, the ways in which they engage with language reflects shifts in population, political and social influences, economic realities, etc. This presentation aims to analyze how these intertwined factors are molding the linguistic choices and attitudes of Puerto Rico's Gen Z, offering a glimpse into broader societal changes and the implications for future language use on the island.
To start off on demographic factors, according to estimates by the United States Census Bureau, approximately 5.9 million people across the United States identify as Puerto Rican. Other estimates show that out of those 5.9 million residents, only around 3.2 million live on the island, which means that almost half of all Puerto Ricans live stateside. Out of the population that does reside on the island, roughly 756,846 are age 65 or older. That is close to 22% of the total population, which according to Pennsylvania State University Population Research Institute researcher Amilcar Matos Moreno, puts Puerto Rico's population of older adults as the 10th highest in the world. Conversely, Gen Z only makes up about 18% of the island's population. The median age on the island is 44.7, which is 5 years that above the US. Another estimate reveals that 94.8% of all Puerto Ricans speak Spanish at home, with only 5% speaking only English. Among the Spanish-speaking households, 75.6% of their members reported being able to speak English less than very well.
A talk show host on Nueva Vida 97.7 FM speaks to the audience on how the majority of Puerto Rican children now choose to speak more English than Spanish, stressing that it's not only that children give English more importance than their parents, it is also that they have a far superior mastery of the English language to the point that it creates difficulties in communication among family members, specifically between the older and the newer generations. Similarly, later on in Facebook episode of the same show, when the host takes phone calls, a listener calls in to share how she wants her daughter to learn English because it will be good for her future. She says that her daughter should fully focus on learning English because her Spanish will develop naturally just by living in Puerto Rico. Through these types of attitudes, many young people learn that there is no future in Puerto Rico and they have to go on to the next big thing, living in the US. Nina Laura talks about how the younger population has struggled with complicated circumstances that have only increased the reasons for them to leave.
To establish political factors, it has been seen that Gen Z has been influenced by factors like migration to the mainland United States for better economic opportunities. Vera Rodriguez and Castellanos Barreto explained that Puerto Rico has lost more than 250,000 inhabitants in the past 20 years.
This migration often results in increased exposure to English, which can cause shifts in language usage, even for those returning to the island. Political movements also have a hand in how language is perceived, as Puerto Rico's complex identities as inhabitants of the United States, as a United States territory, continues to spark discussions about cultural autonomy, which is closely tied to the preservation of Spanish. On the other hand, various politicians have attempted to further shift the language in Puerto Rico towards English through teaching programs aimed at promoting the use of English.
Bilingualism has also been linked to political interests, as the government of Puerto Rico is looking to implement more of the English language in public schools. According to the Secretary of Education, the goal is to provide students with the same opportunities as those in private institutions, where it is attested that English proficiency is higher. However, critics argue that this policy is driven more so by political motivations, as English is still considered a foreign language by most Puerto Ricans, with 85% of the population having only basic knowledge of the language. The efforts to implement bilingualism are linked to the island's political status as a United States territory, where leaders like Pedro Pierluisi fight for the statehood and see learning English as a step towards the greater good of the island.
Economist José Caraballo Cuento states that English is the language of business, while another economist, José J. Villamil, disagrees with this statement. However, both economists agree that the teaching methodologies of English in the island must be improved, since there are many business and professional growth opportunities that are lost due to not having knowledge of English nor other languages, such as Mandarin. Former Secretary of Education Odette Piñero stated that the goal is for the island's youth to conclude their studies with the ability of communicating correctly in both Spanish and English, which will increase their job opportunities. According to economist Gustavo Vélez, Gen Z appears to be the most affected population group by the current social and economic deterioration in Puerto Rico due to the high living costs, low salaries, and the perception that the island is socio-economically stagnant. Psychologist Natalia Marquez Torres explains that Gen Z values the balance between work and life by pursuing careers that can ensure economic stability while enjoying their hobbies and personal life. The main reason why Puerto Ricans have left the island has been precisely for better job opportunities and a better life or economic stability.
Now, in regards to social factors, colonization has given rise to a new language hierarchy, in which the language of the colonizer was established as the most prestigious language and came to dominate the administrative and mercantile structure of each colony. Bilingualism among Generation Z is regarded as a tool of navigation between local and global contexts, slowly but surely becoming a fundamental part of Puerto Rican identity. Among Gen Z, Anglicisms such as jangueo, cachial, brutal, etc. are used regularly in speech. Puerto Rican Spanish is also prone to code switching. Code switching from English to Spanish and vice versa illustrates remnant effects of colonization on Puerto Rico's language development. Oftentimes, in academic, social, and professional settings, Gen Z switches from one language to another in order to make a point, to relate to others, or just because they find it easier to express themselves through English or Spanish alike.
In a Nueva Vida Facebook Live episode, the host takes phone calls from the audience on the matter and concludes that, related to young people, todo lo que consumen, todo lo que leen, todo lo que hacen, todo lo que hablan es en inglés. González Rivera conducted a survey in 2020 where the participants' age ranged from 18 to 50 plus years old. 31% of participants were 18 to 25 years old. Out of these 39 Puerto Ricans, 88.89% answered no to the question, does bilingualism represent a threat to the ethno-sociolinguistic existence of Puerto Ricans? He argues that for Puerto Ricans, bilingualism is becoming more prevalent, and many of them are increasingly accepting both languages, Spanish and English, without questioning or denying the fact that Spanish is their mother tongue. Some comments made by the participants were, languages should not affect my cultural identity, and speaking two languages does not make me lose my traditions, my culture. Following the comments made by the participants in the survey, it can be concluded that despite the historical implementation of monolingual ideologies on the island, Puerto Ricans have demonstrated cultural resistance and successfully turned linguistic oppression into a unique articulation of their own.
So in conclusion, language used by Generation Z in Puerto Rico is a product of the intertwined connections between demographic shifts, political changes, social transformations, and economic pressures. Exploring this topic also sheds light on the future trajectory of language use in a rapidly evolving Puerto Rican society. Thank you.
Another great presentation. Okay, now we can open it up for questions, and we for the past three presentations, Marianice's presentation, Destiny's presentation, and the group presentation by Emily and her students. Questions, comments?
In the first presentation by Marianis, I think, I really like the aspect of the spiral. That was really interesting to me.
Yeah, in fact, in a presentation that's coming down the line, we're going to see that spiral again. But Marianis, do you want to comment on that?
Thank you. I got the idea, like I said, I don't know from where. And then when I wrote the story, I realized, oh, okay, I see the spiral everywhere. This means this. Maybe it's connected to, like Destiny said, some kind of community consciousness. And it got reflected on my thought. And yeah, but thank you for the comment.
Yeah, so maybe this is a different kind of archive. You know, it's not just one in a library somewhere, in an office somewhere. It's in, like Destiny said, it's in our bodies. It's embodied. It's an embodied archive. Yes, Professor Kwabong.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for great presentations, all three of you. I've learned a lot. And first question is to Marty. Not a question as much as a comment, which can be taken either as a question or not. You said the protagonist or the main character has a curse. Is it kind of related to the Fuku curse in The Brave Wanderer's Life of Oscar Wilde? If you read Jess's novel, that one, the price.
The curse, Professor. I read the book, but I don't remember it. Sorry.
Yes, he talks about it. It opens with, they said there is a curse. The Fuku curse, whether it's from Africa, from the Tainos, or from Europe, that disturbs the mental, emotional, psychological, social stability of Dominicanos or Caribbean people in general. And that case follows them throughout. And so I wanted just to, and then there is the novel called The 10 Incarnations of an Avatar. You haven't read that too. It's a historical novel in which it's set in Haiti, in the caves, in which Yucatan, Yukahu, the god of creation, the god of Yucatan, impregnates a woman, and she has a virgin birth of the first Taino, and then it goes through every 50 years transformations for 500 years. Okay, so it's almost like a
I want to read
curse.
it.
Okay, so it's 500 pages long plus, but it's so exciting. Then for Destiny, it's interesting that at the beginning I was wondering what you were saying about performance as resistance or anti-colonial or decolonial. And I said, which type of performance? Who is doing the performance? But gradually you explained that maybe it's Caribbean people or oppressed people's performances and so on. But is all performance really resistance to colonialism? Or performance has been used to actually colonize and continues to be used to colonize? We're thinking of Hollywood if you make a movie in Ghana, it's considered not good enough, for Puerto Rico it's not good enough. It must be Hollywood style. So yes, but also there is I was listening to a news item from Ghana between Burna Boy, the Nigerian rave performance artist. I mean, he's big, and Burning Spear, the Jamaican reggae superstar that has been around for about 50 years, and meeting in London in the heart of the Imperial Center. And each of them is going there to perform as resistance. But then Burna Boy is resisting the control of the Jamaican music industry. That thinks that Burning Spear must be given, must be deified, and so on. You know, there is that struggle among performers, etc., etc. So I think one has to be much more critical about using these terms. And then what do you call it? Finally, I'm happy. The last presentation answered a lot of questions for us that we were facing this morning about the threat to Puerto Rican Spanish and culture because of Anglicization, because of Americanization, because of media, etc., etc. But the presentation shows that I like the Gen Z confidence, saying, hey, wait a minute, I can speak 10 languages. That doesn't make me less Puerto Rican. Okay. And I'm thinking of my own home country, Ghana, where people can speak 10 languages and still remain very ethnically, what do you call it, structured. They can switch from language to language, but they know who they are. And they will still carry on the traditions of their people without deviating at all. So this is one of the things that, so thank you all three for great presentations.
Destiny, you want to reply to Professor Kwabong's remark?
Yes, I would just strongly agree, right? I feel like I touched on it. I was nervous to go fully there about, so I'm glad that you did. Definitely about Hollywood and how unfortunately it's another sacred practice of ours that, like everything, is taken and consumed by capitalism. So yeah, I strongly agree, and I thank you for bringing it up so that I will be more comfortable to further dive into that.
And Ghanaians are complaining that Nigerian movie industry is colonizing the whole of Africa.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Colonization within
colonized people. So Canadians are not happy with the United States television programs and whatnot. They will go and shoot a US movie in Canada, but it's a US movie. They use Canadian actors, but it's a US movie. So Canada is struggling against this. So performance it's a double-edged or multiple-edged, as Madhu put it, spiral edge tool that can be used for so many different ways.
Yeah.
So, but it was a good presentation.
Yeah, but I think what impressed me the most about what Destiny was saying in that regard was that it's associated, performance and especially orator is associated with non-elite creation with words. So in other words, we are all creators. We're all artists. We can all be creative with words. But part of the colonization process has convinced us that we can't do it ourselves.
No,
we depend on an elite to do it for us. So that's what I was hearing when Destiny was saying it's non-elite and it's subversive from that point of view. But definitely it can be co-opted. Yeah, I definitely can see that. And we have, just watch Fox News and see how they've co-opted performance. I mean, they perform brilliantly with the worst messages possible, with the most colonizing messages possible. But this idea of a spiral and colonization within colonization with colonization goes back to Marianice's wonderful presentation where, and this echoes and resonates with what Destiny was saying about co-creation of meaning. So the audience is actively participating. So what is, we can even talk not just in terms of spirals, but in terms of fractals, because fractals do the same thing. And fractals is what things do if they're left to their own devices. And what it is, what a fractal can be seen as a co-creation between the actual thing that's filling the space, but the space itself. So that's an interesting way to look at that as well. But this idea of colonization within colonization with colonization also can be reflected in that. But let's go on to Samantha. She's had her hand up for a long, long time.
Thank you. I have a comment and a question about the group presentation, the last one we saw. I'm very fascinated by how Puerto Ricans, Gen Z Puerto Ricans in Puerto Rico have been able to embrace bilingualism without compromising their Puerto Rican identity. And there was an anecdote that you guys presented saying that there was a caller or a woman who said that she would like her children to learn English to expand their professional possibilities. However, there is academic evidence saying that this narrative in Puerto Rico began with Gen X. So it's interesting that, that narrative of you should learn English to get better professional positions or academic careers is older. However, maybe it is the internet or there are other factors that have influenced Gen Z Puerto Ricans to embrace Spanglish. And my question more or less is, what do you think is helping, or, what do you think it is the difference with Gen Z in Puerto Rico to embrace the English language when other United States territories have embraced English many years prior? Because historically, compared to other United States territories, Puerto Rico has been the most resistant to learn English. Why do you think just now in Gen Z here, we're beginning to see this narrative in the globalization of English?
I think it also has to do with the fact that media is very prominent in Gen Z. So I think because we've been absorbing media, be either by TV or like our phones, we have been absorbing that English language, which could, it could show the resistance between Gen X and them learning English versus Gen Z. I think that could be an aspect.
Someone else here wants to comment, so I'm just going to move it over here.
I would also like to add that we Puerto Ricans are also very proud of our roots, and we are very defensive of them. So I think that plays a role in how we still use Spanish day to day, even though I'm going to put myself as an example. I am an English student and I use English all day, every day for class, but I still utilize Spanish, even talking to myself or talking to my friends. So I think we hold a lot of respect for language and a lot of love and respect to our roots. So we're also very defensive of
there's a lot of
Spanish.
pride in
Yes.
everyone, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That would be all.
Yeah, okay, related to that as well, if we're talking about roots, it's important that to recognize the fact that women during the colonial period Afro-indigenized Spanish, whether it be Spanish linguistic repertoires, cultural repertoires, ethnic repertoires. The whole political economy of Puerto Rico was Afro-indigenized. So that means that it's not just English versus Spanish. Spanish in Puerto Rico, in terms of the language practices associated with it, embodies a lot of indigenous and African traditions and language practices. That's one thing. But another thing, we're talking about damage, colonial damage. And this gets back to the point that I think was being made by several of the speakers in the group, is that if the United States hadn't tried to impose English the way they did, then I think the whole history would have been different. In other words, people had to react to that imposition, a very violent imposition somehow. And that led to this reaction against English. But in fact, this is the damage that kind of colonialism does. And so I think that it's just now, after almost 100 or more than 100 years that we have a generation that is able to move on from that damage, who have been able to heal those wounds and say, okay, we can be multilingual and include English in our repertoires without feeling threatened, feeling that Spanish is threatened or those other indigenous and African linguistic practice are being threatened. Itza had her hand up for a long time.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting how you presented it, saying now it's when people are willing to or are able to or have been allowed to move on from that trauma of colonization. I just found the timeline of Puerto Rico compared to, for example, Philippines and Guam to be interesting. They did not show as much restraint. And I think that the pride that one of the presenters mentioned is a part of it. And I did read a book saying that it's because in Puerto Rico, there was more formal Spanish education, but I feel like that wasn't like a fair explanation, right? Because formal academic Spanish education in what context, right? In a European-centric vision way, like, oh, more traditional, or, so there are many possibilities. But yes, I think that psychologically, maybe it's our pride that kind of wouldn't affected our healing process, our journey with our languages. Thank you.
Okay, Itza.
Hi, I wanted to congratulate all of the presenters. Those 3 presentations were fantastic. So thank you so much, everybody. I also have a question for the last group, right? So the last group was presenting about Gen Z, and a lot of you are also part of that generation. So I wanted to pose the question. While you were doing research, was there anything that surprised you? Or was there anything that you were particularly able to connect with, right? Maybe you had some life experiences that kind of resonated with some of the things that y'all talked about. I wanted to know a little bit about that.
I would actually like to answer that question. In my case, that I would focus more on the economic aspect, right? As my peers were mentioning, I believe, right, as part of Gen Z, that we're very tied to our Puerto Rican roots. However, sometimes many of us have to learn English out of necessity because of job opportunities that lack in the island. So at least from my experience, I'm also an English undergraduate. So here in the university, many of the opportunities that come looking for students are from the States. So that actually kind of limit us to actually move away from our home country. So I at least can relate to that. So when I was researching about it, I relate to that because not too many days ago, actually last week, was the job fair. So when the job fair happened, there were a lot of companies from the States, and at least I could compare that there were very few of Puerto Rican companies. So that's a challenge that I believe many of us Gen Zs are also, right, facing, especially those that actually want to stay in the country and help. So at least that was from my part.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's time to move on to the next session, but I'm sure we could have gone on with lots of exciting questions and exciting comments and exciting answers. But in any case, let's give everybody a big hand for presenting, for asking, for answering, for commenting. Okay, let's go to our next presentation. Our next presentation is by Isaías Calderón. It's called Hidden Tongues and Inevitable Paths, Lavender Linguistics and the Anglophone Caribbean.
Professor Farah class, this is Joseph. Isaías asked me to step in for him. I sent you an email. I don't know if you received it.
No, but it's okay. You can stand in.
Yeah.
No problem.
Okay. Okay, hidden tongues. Oh, sorry. Lavender linguistics in a nutshell. Lavender linguistics focuses on the study of language in the LGBTQIA+ communities, examining how sexual identity and gender expression are constructed, maintained, and challenged through language. The term lavender references the historical association of the color with the LGBTQIA+ rights movement, particularly in the West. Studies in this field investigate the linguistic features such as phonology, lexicon, discourse strategies used by queer individuals to create identity, solidarity within communities, and resist normative gender and sexual constructs. Additionally, it critiques the heteronormative assumptions that have historically dominated linguistic research, advocating for more inclusive analysis that center on marginalized voices. These studies highlight the diversity of language used in the LGBTQIA+ communities, recognizing that queer language cannot be reduced to a monolithic entity, but it is instead highly varied and context dependent. So here, Isaias was mainly referring to his research in Lavender Talk, right? Lavender linguistics, which focuses on the languages that are being produced by the LGBTQIA+ community. So, and the subject of intersectionality, since its emergence, Lavender linguistics has increasingly engaged with intersectionality, recognizing that sexual identity is intertwined with other facets of identity, such as race, ethnicity, and class. This intersectional approach is especially relevant in post-colonial contexts where LGBTQIA+ identities are shaped by the overlapping legacies of colonialism, race, and gender. For example, scholars such as Rampton 2006 have explored how intersectionality influences language in queer communities, noting the ways in which LGBTQIA+ individuals navigate multiple marginalizations in their linguistic choices. In the Caribbean, with its complex colonial history and conservative social norms, Lavender linguistics offer insights into how queer identities are articulated through language amid cultural, political, and religious pressures. Studies have shown that language is not only a reflection of identity, but also a tool for resistance against both local and global heteronormative forces. So in the context of the Anglophone-Caribbean, the language is not only a tool for communication, but also a medium through which LGBTQIA+ individuals negotiate visibility, power, and resistance in both public and private spheres. The region's linguistic landscape is characterized by the coexistence of English-based Creole languages, other local varieties, and Standard English. These linguistic forms serve as markers of identity, often reflecting the region's hybridized cultural identity stemming from Africa, European, and indigenous influences. Garcia 2009 highlights the ways in which multilingualism and code switching are essential tools for queer individuals in navigating complex social environments. So basically, what he is mentioning here is that just in the same way that in Puerto Rico, we do use code switching within bilingual communities within English and Spanish, the same situation transpires in other islands of the Caribbean where the individuals not only speak English, but they also speak the Creole forms of the language, and they code switch in between these two as well. So to continue, the linguistic strategies employed by the LGBTQIA+ individuals in the Caribbean are not only reflective of their identities, but also serve as mechanisms of survival in hostile environments. These linguistic practices highlight the agency of Caribbean LGBTQIA+ individuals in shaping their identities and resisting marginalization. Kohler 2018 underscores the importance of understanding how humor and other linguistic strategies function as tools of resistance and resilience in marginalized communities. Lavender linguistics offers an important lens through which to understand the intersection of language, sexuality, and identity in the Anglophone Caribbean world. The region's unique linguistic landscape shaped by colonial histories and Creole languages, provides a rich site for exploring how LGBTQIA+ individuals navigate and resist heteronormative structures through language. The intersection of local Creole practices with global queer influences underscores the complexity of Caribbean queer identities, reflecting both the region's distinct cultural heritage and its participation in broader global discourses on gender and sexuality. So the underrepresented Anglophone Caribbean. The study of language, sexuality, and identity through lavender linguistics has become more evident over the past few decades, offering key insights into how linguistic practices reflect and construct queer identities. However, much of this research has been concentrated in Western contexts, particularly in the United States and Europe. This geographic focus has led a relative underrepresentation of non-Western LGBTQIA+ communities, including the Anglophone Caribbean region. Given the context, the complex colonial history, social linguistic diversity, and entrenched heteronormative values in the Caribbean, the intersection of lavender linguistics with Caribbean linguistic practices remains an understudied but critical area of inquiry. The absence of substantial scholarship on this topic limits comprehensive understanding of how LGBTQIA+ individuals in the region use language to navigate their identities in context of heightened homophobia, social exclusion, and legal representation. And in a way, this section of the presentation highlights how there is a necessity, right, for further research in this area, because there is almost none. So the underrepresented Anglophone Caribbean, this research gap becomes more evident and more significant considering the unique linguistic, cultural, and political landscapes of the Caribbean. Caribbean societies are characterized by the coexistence of English-based Creole languages, local dialects, and varieties of Standard English, which intersect with the complex racial and ethnic identities of the region. The ongoing criminalization of homosexuality of many Caribbean Anglophone nations, such as St. Lucia, Dominica, Jamaica, Guyana, Grenada, and St. Vincent, poses an additional layer of complexity. In these contexts, the LGBTQIA+ individuals face widespread discrimination and violence, often driven by conservative Christian values and colonial era laws. Moreover, the Caribbean social historical context, shaped by colonialism, slavery, and indentureship, has profoundly impacted local attitudes toward gender and sexuality. Caribbean societies have inherited a legacy of heteropatriarchal values that continue to influence legal, social, and religious views on the LGBTQIA+ identities. So to continue, given these gaps, the primary problem addressed in my research, this is obviously Isaías Calderón's research, is the insufficient understanding of the intersection of lavender linguistics and Anglophone Caribbean identities. Specifically, there is a need to explore how LGBTQIA+ individuals in the region use language as a tool of both resistance and affirmation, particularly in light of the legal and social constraints they face. Additionally, the study seeks to investigate how Creole languages, code switching, and transnational linguistic influences shape queer identity in the Caribbean, on how these linguistic practices intersect with the region's colonial history and current social political realities. Addressing this gap is crucial not only for enriching the field of lavender linguistics, but also for fostering a deeper understanding of the lived experiences of the LGBTQIA+ individuals in the Caribbean. It will contribute to broader social linguistic debates on the role of language in constructing and negotiating sexual identity, while also highlighting the unique ways in which marginalized communities of the Global South employ linguistic practices as strategies of survival, resistance, and identity. So notice how survival, resistance, and identity formation collide one with the other, right? So addressing the colonial and post-colonial dimension of language and sexuality, the Caribbean's colonial history plays a central role in shaping both its linguistic landscape and its attitude towards sexuality. During colonization, European powers imposed their languages, religions, and legal systems onto Caribbean societies, often embedding conservative attitudes toward gender and sexuality within these frameworks. Today, many Caribbean nations still maintain colonial-era laws that criminalize homosexuality, and religious institutions continue to play a significant role in upholding heteronormative values. This study is important because it examines how colonial legacies have influenced the linguistic practices of LGBTQIA+ individuals in the Caribbean. In doing so, the study contributes to decolonial approaches in both social linguistics and queer theory, which emphasize the importance of examining how power dynamics related to race, gender, sexuality, and class continue to shape marginalized communities in the post-colonial world. Furthermore, by integrating post-colonial theory in the analysis of lavender linguistics, this study highlights how Caribbean LGBTQIA+ individuals resist the colonial imposition of heteronormativity, through their linguistic creativity and subversive language practices. This perspective challenges the dominance of Eurocentric frameworks in lavender linguistics and opens a new pathway for understanding how language operates in contexts of resistance and oppression. So, moreover, in the Anglophone Caribbean context, this course analysis can reveal how colonial religious and cultural discourses can continue to regulate sexuality and gender. The criminalization of homosexuality in many Caribbean countries is sustained through legal and religious discourses that stigmatize LGBTQIA+ identities. At the same time, queer individuals use language to subvert these discourses, creating alternative spaces of meaning and resistance within both Creole and English language practices. The theoretical framework of discourse analysis therefore helps to uncover the power dynamics at play in the linguistic practices of LGBTQIA+ communities in the Caribbean. The theoretical framework for the study of lavender linguistics in the Anglophone Caribbean context draws on a range of interdisciplinary theories, including queer theory, social linguistic variation, intersectionality, post-colonial theory, hybridity, and discourse analysis. Together, these frameworks offer a comprehensive approach to understanding the complex ways in which language, identity, power, and resistance entangled for LGBTQ+ individuals in the Caribbean. The theoretical foundation not only illuminates the linguistic practices of queer communities, but also situates these practices within broader social, historical, and political contexts, offering a nuanced analysis of the ways in which language both reflects and shapes LGBTQIA+ identities in the region. So as far as the theoretical framework goes, for his study of lavender linguistics in the Anglophone Caribbean, is informed by multiple theories from social linguistics: queer theory, post-colonial studies, and intersectionality. These theoretical underpinnings help elucidate how language identity, power, and resistance converge with LGBTQIA+ communities in the Caribbean, offering an analytical lens for understanding the unique social linguistic challenges and dynamics that exist in this context.
Okay, thank you
So
very, very much,
yeah, if
Joseph.
anybody has questions, you can email Isaias, because again, this is not my research, it's his. I'm just stepping in for him.
Okay, thank you, Joseph, for doing that. And you did a great job. Even though it wasn't your presentation, I think you represented Isaias very well. Okay,
Roger.
our next presentation is by Gabriela Panelli, right? Gabriela, and I've given you permission to actually take
Share my screen.
the screen. Yeah. So
Okay, perfect.
yeah, and this is a presentation that I mentioned earlier about the digitalization of the volumes that on the languages, literatures, and cultures of the Caribbean that come out every year, a pair of volumes for the last 15 years. And finally, Gabriela has made our dream come true of digitalizing those volumes so they can be accessible to everybody who has a device.
Perfect. Thank you. But yes, my name is Gabriela Pinelli. I've had the amazing opportunity to work alongside Professor Faraclas this semester to create this project. I will be presenting the redesigned Islands in Between website, which digitizes the annual volumes related to the languages, literatures, and cultures of the Caribbean. I will navigate you through each page of the website and what it has to offer. Please keep in mind that this website is still in development and some functions aren't programmed yet for this presentation. It is truly a work in progress and will definitely be launched before the end of the year. So without further ado, let's start with the homepage. So here we have an introduction to the islands in between. You can access the less frequently heard voices and the less frequently studied regions of the Caribbean through the volumes within this publishing hub for work presented at the Islands in Between conferences alongside contributions by other Caribbean researchers and activists. Since 2008, our annual series has captured cutting-edge research on the languages, literatures, and cultures of the Caribbean. Whether you're a researcher, student, activist, or enthusiast of the Caribbean studies, this platform provides invaluable resources and insights into the evolving narratives of the region. Feel free to explore the diversity and vibrancy of Caribbean languages, literatures, and cultures within our publications. So here you'll see a search bar located in the middle. This is if you are looking for any specific keywords throughout all the volumes. For example, if you're searching bilingual education, you can go ahead and search that, and every article that keyword is mentioned will pop up. Sadly, unfortunately, I am still linking the search bar through the entire website, so it's not active yet, but it will be once I launch the site. In the top left corner of every page, you'll see the logo, and if you click on it, it'll take you back to the home page. On the top right corner, we have 5 different tabs: the About tabs, publications, conferences, submissions, and contact. We are still brainstorming ideas for the About page, so there's not much to show today. For the publications page, you can access that by clicking Explore a Publications or just clicking on the Publications tab. This page is strictly to access any volume from any year. It gives you a little summary of what the volumes entail. They are in chronological order from 2008 all the way up to 2023, with 2024 coming soon. 2008 is the only year with only 1 volume published, but since then every year has been they've published 2 volumes. To access the full PDF to the volume, you just click the year and volume that you desire underneath the cover image, and it'll take you straight to the full PDF on the website. You can read the PDF directly on the website, but if you wanted to download the full PDF, you would just click the download button on the bottom left or the download icon on the top right. But if you wanted to download specific pages or specific article, then you would just click the print icon. Make sure the destination is save as PDF. Then you can go ahead and customize your pages. So if you wanted to just download the first article, it's pages 14 through 28. And then you can also customize pages per sheet. So if you're printing this or you prefer to have a double page view, you can go ahead and change that as well. And then save it to your computer into your files however you would like. And just click the save button. A feature that I added into the combined PDF is a linking table of contents. So you just go to the contents page and choose the article that you would like to read. So for example, if it's the 16th article, you can go ahead and click on that and it will jump it right to the article to avoid having to scroll through multiple pages. If you did want to scroll, you could just click this left, the 3 lines on the top left, and it's easier to scroll. Easier to access. Below each combined PDF, we have the complete citation, and this is for referencing purposes. We did the job for you, so it'll be a lot easier to cite any volume. And this is the same format for every published volume. Moving on to the conferences page. These are all the details of the upcoming conference. This year, they will be holding the 23rd Annual Eastern Caribbean Islands Culture, which is the Islands in Between Conference. It'll always give you the modality, the venue, and the dates. For further information, like the call for papers and the logistical information and scheduling, I have created these 2 buttons to access it directly on the website. So here are the call for papers, the topics and guidelines for the abstracts. To go back, just click that back button, and also the logistical information, and the scheduling is all the way, the schedule is all the way at the bottom. And below this, I have just a little countdown to give you more of an idea of how many days, hours, minutes, even seconds until the first day of the Islands in Between conference. This year, it's being held in Tortola in the British Virgin Islands. What I'm going to be adding to this page is information of past conferences. So those who are interested in past location, past topics, etc., you will be able to access that on this page as well. The 4th tab is the submissions tab. So before, you would have to send in your abstract, your articles through email, but now you'll be able to do it directly on the website. It gives you the early deadline date and the final deadline date. And all you do is fill out this form directly on the website and you're able to submit it. And the same goes for the article submissions. And the last tab is a contact tab. So if you have any questions, any concerns, if something's not functioning on the site, then you just leave your name, your email, your message, and you can contact us directly and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. At the bottom of each page, there is a footer. And this is a newsletter that I will be creating. You can subscribe to the islandsconference@gmail.com. and you will receive updates when new volumes are published on the website. You'll be informed on upcoming conferences and important dates. And like I mentioned before, just to take you back to the homepage, you just click on the islands icon. And this is what I've finished so far. Again, it's still a working project. I am excited to launch this by the end of the year, hopefully in November. One thing that will be changing is this background. We are in the process of choosing a new background. So when this is launched and you go to the website, if the coloring or the background is different, that is the reason. But yeah, that's what I have today on the website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. This is a real step forward for us with something we've been wanting to do for the last 15 years, and finally it's becoming a reality. Anyway,
thank you.
Hold your questions and comments till the end of this session. We got one more presentation, I believe. Yeah, let's see. Okay, the next presentation is by Anthony J. Maggio, and it's called The Colonial Foundations of the Puerto Rican Legal System. You can go ahead, Anthony.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be here today for this presentation. And as the professor mentioned before, this is going to be an overview of the Puerto Rican legal system and how much of the complications with it relates to its colonial status as both a commonwealth and an incorporated territory. So following with the first slide, just an overview of the legal system here in Puerto Rico is defined as a mixed system between civil law and common law practices. And the differences between those two systems, such as the difference between deciding cases through legal codes or through past judicial decisions, has resulted in a legal system that requires lawyers to be knowledgeable in both practices and for the courts to decide rulings based on either system. Much of the language utilized in these courts rely on the interpretation of cases based on the mixed system, with the courts choosing precedences of either civilian or common methodologies based on the nature of the case itself. Before going into American colonialism, we should look into Puerto Rican law under Spanish colonialism, because much of the legal system within Puerto Rico derives from the Spanish Civil Code, and many of the colonial laws were based on the importation of European-styled courts, which functioned under a centralized system with the legal into a or association. Courts organized in various levels across towns in Puerto Rico, with the highest court being the Audiencia Territorial, which functioned to ensure correct interpretations of the law. These audiencias functioned to preserve colonial rule, as many of these courts were presided over by Spaniards who were appointed by the highest courts in Spain. Lawyers were required to graduate from a recognized university, mainly being a university in Spain or La Universidad de Havana. And the first law school in Puerto Rico was opened in 1888 with the Faculty of Jurisprudence of the Institute of Higher Education in San Juan. Now, before the Spanish-American War, due to tensions within Puerto Rico that were claiming for pro-independence, in 1897, the Autonomic Charter was passed to establish norms of self-governance with representation in the Spanish Cortes and the creation of an insular parliament to legislate local affairs. All in all, this was a act to proceed or to further Spanish colonialism. However, following with the next slide, after the U.S. invasion of Puerto Rico during the Spanish-American War, Puerto Rico was ceded to the United States as ordained by the 1898 Treaty of Paris. A military government was installed and lasted for 2 years until the Four-Acre Act of 1900 was passed, which established a civilian government under U.S. rule. Under both the military and civilian governments, the mission of Americanization was manifested through the creation of legal institutions that sought to adapt laws from the Spanish Civil Code into a common law system. As a result, both lawyers and court judges who were trained in the Spanish Civil Code were forced to adapt to new laws which were outside of their training and rely on the precedents of past U.S. cases. Judges on the Supreme Court of Puerto Rico, who were appointed by the U.S. president, were expected to refer to past decisions and uphold binding precedents, which affected the lower courts. Binding precedents itself is alien to any civil code system. Furthermore, this led to confusion when referring to cases that utilize interpretations of Spanish Civil Code that then became binding. Reforming the Puerto Rican legal practices through common law practices also related to Puerto Rico's status as an unincorporated territory, which resulted in its judicial system being shaped by the U.S. Congress. As the passage of the Four-Acre Act onward, Puerto Rico's status was met with indifference on part of the U.S. Congress, whilst the island's colonial government promoted Americanization. Prior to the Jones Act, recognition for constitutional rights of Puerto Ricans was ignored, even when a Secretary of War named Henry L. Steinman gave a report that promoted more autonomy on the island. Congress still did not give approval until being pressured during World War I to ensure citizenship under the Jones Act, an act that also established the upper legislature within Puerto Rico and a legislature that would be elected by Puerto Ricans. However, any laws that were passed by the insular legislature could be vetoed by both the governor, who at the time was an American national, or the U.S. president. Additionally, citizenship for Puerto Ricans did not secure them rights granted by the U.S. Constitution. To this day, any laws enacted by the insular government could be overridden by any federal laws that are passed within the continental U.S. Now, in 1948, Luis Muñoz Marin was elected as the first Puerto Rican to be democratically elected as governor, and the status of Puerto Rico would undergo changes that would promote self-governance on the island. Under the platform of El Partido Popular Democrático, or the Popular Democratic Party, Puerto Rico was transformed into a commonwealth with the passage of Public Law 600. The goal for changing Puerto Rico's status was to permit Puerto Ricans to manage local affairs while maintaining U.S. sovereignty within a colonial framework. While El PPD promoted the adoption of the Commonwealth status and a new constitution, criticism came from both pro-independent supporters, pro-statehood supporters, and supporters within the party who argued that the colonial reality of Puerto Rico did not change. In response, Muñoz Marin began to push for bills directly to Congress, such as the failed Furnos Marin bill that promoted greater self-governance and changed the language within the Jones Act that referred to Puerto Rico as a U.S. position. It was only until 1961, with an executive order under President John F. Kennedy, that the relationship between Puerto Rico and the U.S. would be defined as in a compact, mainly a contract between two sovereign nations. While plebiscite was first held in 1967 to decide Puerto Rico's status based on popular vote, Congress still had power to determine the island's relationship with the U.S. Furthermore, the language describing this relationship was still arbitrary, as Congress refrained from describing any transitionary period for Puerto Rico to achieve either independence or statehood. For these reasons, many Puerto Rican voters withheld their vote in a plebiscite, a pattern that continues to this day. And as a result, Puerto Rico has since been an incorporated territory whose rights and liberties are determined by Congress. Due to its Commonwealth status, laws in Puerto Rico are subject to the approval of the U.S. Congress, to which its legal framework can be subjected at any time. Furthermore, the Constitution of the Commonwealth can be altered at any time with the approval of Congress under the Territorial Clause. With the foundation of the Commonwealth, the insular judiciary is reliant on the methodology of American courts, while at the same time relying on past interpretations of the Spanish Civil Code. Due to this mixed legal system, Puerto Rican courts are expected to function under the same precedents of their American counterparts. Now, with the complications between civil law and common law practices, because of this mixed jurisdiction, the fact that it is a civil law practice that came under pressure of the norms of Anglo-American style law of common law, there is a question of how to apply both legal systems when making judicial decisions. There's a question as to which system has authority in both legislative and judicial lawmaking, which includes the interpretation of the language of laws. Although both civil and common methodologies are distinguishable, a question of when to apply them, or rather when to combine the two, becomes a greater question of circumstance. For example, during the 1950s, only few cases solely utilized the civil methodology, relying on the civil code when interpreting laws that related to the issues of a case, while the majority of these cases relied on common methodology of case citations and prior decisions. In many instances, cases that fell under the civil code followed common law practices of relying on citations from American jurisprudence, being the encyclopedia for American law. In many cases, the principle of apotheosis of the judge relied on a judge's interpretation of law and how they would implement either methodology depending on legal circumstances. So you had an issue where judges who were supposed to function under a common law methodology applied those practices within the civil law methodology. Now, as we will see with the first slide, in the 1950s, many cases were ruled under a common law practice. Now, when looking through these cases, as referred to by Leona Mata, many of these cases follow common law practices. And furthermore, they follow common law practices even when civil law practices should be applied. For example, if we have the case of Lorenz versus Lozada, Article 1803 of the Civil Code, which would apply to this case, was not mentioned. Instead, American citations of American jurisprudence and the principle of the restatement of agency was applied to this case. And another example of Pabon versus Ayal, common law practices were applied even during cases of civil law. Article 475, which was applied to this case and found within the Spanish Civil Code, was not referred to in this case. What ended up being referred to, however, was the concept of a promise without consideration, because of this being a case of establishment of servitude or establishment of real estate. So promise of without consideration, which is alien to civil law practices, and it can only be found in common law. In many cases, when civil codes were referred to, they were based on codes that already existed with American presidents. For example, in Padilla versus Vidal, Article 243 of the Civil Procedure Code, which is based within the Criminal Procedure Code of California, was referred to. So during the 1950s, many of these cases, only one case could be identified that followed civil law practices in the 1950s. When we look into the 1980s, we see more cases following a civil law practice. And even then, it would be based on a mixed methodology. So if we have, for example, the case of Valle versus American International Insurance Corporation, which is the case of negligence, Article 1802 from the Civil Code was mentioned, and also mentions common law practices that can apply to cases that refer to the Civil Code. When we look at cases that rely on a mixed methodology, there's more of a common law precedence. For example, with Davia versus Agriate, which has to do with property inheritance, Article 846 is mentioned from the Civil Code. However, they relied on the American concept of trust, which is found in common law practices. So you have many issues of when to apply both cases, or you have issues of when both cases can be applied within one case. You can refer to the Civil Code within one area. However, it might be beneficial for the judge to follow within a common law practice. And with the last slide, for these examples, we see that mixed methodology practices can intertwine between common law and civil law practices. For the first case that we have here, moral development versus corporation, the use of federal laws to define obligations of both parties supersedes any civil code practices or any practices that rely on the civil code. And with the case of Berrios versus UPR, which is a case of negligence, there is a mixed methodology practice that relies on both previous decision cases and an interpretation of good faith within civilian procedures. So you're stuck in a situation where you try to combine both practices into one methodology, and it doesn't apply. Now, with the last slide as my conclusion, the differences in methodology between civil and common law procedures reflects the difficulties faced throughout Puerto Rico's legal history under colonialism. The basis of law is dependent on Puerto Rico's status as an unincorporated territory whose legislative and judicial offices legal practices outside of their initial norms of Puerto Rico law. Interpretation of the Spanish Civil Code within the framework of the Anglo-American practice of common law forces lawyers and judges to interpret the law twofold, with decisions coming out of confusing origins of precedents. Furthermore, the decisions based on mixed jurisprudence rely on a legal language that is imported from the colonial authority, an authority that determines both the principle and practices of self-governance for citizens. It is therefore important to understand how the application of a mixed jurisprudence relates to the ability of self-governance under the Commonwealth, an ability that relates to the original mission of Americanization that seeks to continue a colonial relationship between the U.S. and its territories.
Another great presentation that highlights all of the contradictions of coloniality. Okay, I think it's time for questions finally. So all the questions that you might have for any of the three presenters, please go ahead and ask them. Or questions, comments, whatever. Well, in relation to the last presentation, we can think of the whole legal system as just a linguistic construct. So it's basically totally artificial. And different frameworks can be used, but they're all totally artificial. And under colonialism, basically the legal system is designed in the interests and images of ruling classes. So actually, normally there's a lot of deliberate confusion in any legal framework, and that's by design. So if you look at the way the laws in any nation state are framed, because they're all nation states, laws are designed by the ruling classes in their interest and image. They're designed to, the language is designed to be very complex and very open to interpretation, so that somebody with power and money and the ability to hire a really expensive lawyer can use that language, manipulate that language, so that the law doesn't apply to them. So in other words, this is like Donald Trump saying he can go out on Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and he would still get away with it. And so things that if you or I did them, we would immediately go to jail. People who are classed as plus rich or would never go to jail for those same things. So again, in Puerto Rico, it's a field day for the ruling classes, because not only do you have one ambiguous system, which is the US common law system, but you have another ambiguous system, which is the civil law system of the Spanish. So actually you have double layer of ambiguity, double layer of deliberate room for manipulation. So I think that actually for a person who is raised, for people in the ruling classes, Puerto Rico is an excellent has an excellent legal landscape for optimal legal manipulation. What do you think, Anthony?
Well, I think you mentioned before like an issue of ambiguity, because when you have cases that come to you and you can understand a case within one legal framework, however, it doesn't reconcile within another one, it creates a situation where, as a lawyer, you have to be aware that one system can be overruled with another. Because one of the terms that when I was doing research on this was the concept of congressional colonialism, because any laws that are passed within the insular legislature here in Puerto Rico can immediately be overridden by an act of Congress. Not only that, but within the judiciary, the need to follow the style of American courts while applying a civil code becomes more of a complication. And it becomes more of a complication because you're trying to reconcile two systems of law that are alien to each other.
And if I've got lots of money to bribe a judge, the judge has lots of leeway to actually create a decision in my favor, because they have two different systems to manipulate to actually decide in the favor of somebody who is manipulating the system from a position of or through the use of money or positions of power, etc., etc. Yes,
exactly.
Problem. You had your hand up a long time. Sorry.
It's okay. I mean, for the maybe this is supposed to be addressed to yes, but it's general when we're talking about identities, the multiple roots of Caribbean identities, and I always hear of linguistic repertoire. I hear of Africa, I hear of Europe, I hear of indigenous, but we tend to forget the Asian aspect also, which is huge, particularly if you're talking of the Anglophone or even the Dutch or the other Caribbeans. That Chinese presence in Cuba and other places was there from the 1830s. The Indians and Pakistanis, or what is now considered the subcontinent of India, and so on, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Kashmir, Bangladesh, and all those were also here, and they are still here. So they also contribute to the culture, the linguistic repertoire, etc., etc. Two, we talk about Christianity as one of the, but we forget that Islam is also in the Caribbean, and it might not be as loud and as bold as a Christian enterprise, but their ideas also influenced the way in which LGBTQ Hindus, their idea of LGBTQ, we have not explored any of those. So that it's not just a Christian or the malpractice of Christianity as per se, which is not Christianity, but more of Levitican and Paulian ideology rather than crisis ideology. And we have to expand our horizons when we're dealing with these issues. Okay, that's so it's not a question. I'm also that is for the last presenter. What's the name again?
Anthony?
Anthony, yeah, for Anthony. If you think Puerto Rico has a problem, I don't think so. Go to a country like Nigeria or Ghana.
Yeah.
When we talk of common law, the US common law is actually British common law. That's the Anglo-American or British common law that they brought to the US. In Ghana or Nigeria or Gambia, that same common law that Puerto Ricans are struggling with is also there. Then they have the, what do you call it? The criminal and civil law, which follows after English law and borrowing from American law also. Then we have the traditional legal system. And each traditional legal system is not unified, different among the 85 ethnicities, and within the 85 ethnicities, there are multiplicities of splits of different types of sort of marriage laws, inheritance laws, all kinds of things. So the court system is so confused. Lawyers find it difficult. Judges are caught in between. What do they do? Because they can apply the English common law, and the people will say, no, this is not our tradition. There is that, and they will just go and refuse to obey whatever penalties or not just penalties, but whatever, what do you call it? What do you lawyers call it? Reprieves that have been given. They'll say, no, you have to follow our cultural system of determining the case. So I want to just give you an example to show that Puerto Rican case is difficult, but it's not. So in this research, you can find out what happens in other places. Is it possible to see that it's not unique as such? There's a case in which the feminists, the women in Ghana, from a particular ethnic group, made a kind of appeal to the government to pass interstate succession law, so that if a man is married and he dies without making a will, the sisters and the brothers of the man cannot come and drive out the wife and the children and inherit everything, because that's the traditional law of inheritance. It is not patriarchal. It's through the maternal line. So after they passed the law, and other groups in Ghana said, we don't have that problem. So what is the need for this law? Why are they trying to make it universal when we don't have a problem? Two, the women in the majority of the women from that group said, look, we want the government to come and enforce this law. Let the government come and enforce this foreign law against our traditional legal system of inheritance that has been going on for thousands of years, and with new imposition of colonial ideas of inheritance and so on. So it's a mess. It's a real mess that Europe brought their own legal systems. Then within Ghana and Nigeria, we have Islamic laws. Okay, that need also to be followed. And the federal government of Nigeria, the central government of Ghana, they have to respect the Islamic laws that move from different, whether it's the Sufi or the Sunni or the Qadriya or these other groups. So these are some of the problems that people in the so-called neo-colonial, Puerto Rico, fortunately, is still a colonial system. So you can be overruled completely. Okay, you can be overruled. In Ghana, you cannot overrule anything. That is the issue. So the legal framework is all over the place, which may be good, but which may be bad. So I don't know what your comments will, if you are confronted with this kind of case.
Anthony, you have some response to that?
I think, well, was one of the cases that I was researching for, it was called Berrios versus UPR, which I mentioned before. It was a case of negligence where a child was receiving care within the medical facility at the university, and unfortunately passed away. And the family began to sue the university under a case of negligence. Now, in both forms, it didn't follow anything specifically found within a civil law practice, or at least there was no article that could be related to the case. So what ended up happening is that the judge utilized case decisions of the past and relied on those interpretations as if they were civil code, and also tried to apply a concept found in common law practice called like good faith clause, and apply that within a civil procedure. Now, when doing the research, they didn't make any, I wasn't able to find which side the judge was in favor for in the case, but it was just more the procedure itself was so complicating because they were trying to apply a civil law practice within a common law framework.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question for Gabriela. Gabriela, in the design of this website, what's been the most challenging thing so far? And how feasible do you think it is to create a search engine that can go to all those volumes and retrieve information?
That's a good question. This is something new to me, building a website and stuff. So kind of just watching different videos on what you can do. It's not as easy as it seems. I'm thinking, oh, you can put this here, but there's a lot of coding involved as well. So I've learned a lot of coding. Some things are just you're not capable of changing like visually on the editing page. You have to go into the coding system and stuff. So I feel like that's been the most difficult part. And sorry, what was the second question?
Yeah, what do you think? Do you think how feasible do you think it is to put together a search engine that's really going to be able to like just put a word in there and then you can get it, or put the author's name in there and the article will come up? How difficult is that going to be?
It's not too difficult. It takes like some coding and stuff. So I'm still learning the coding of the search bar and stuff. But it's if you know coding, I would say it's quite easy. But for someone who's just learning coding, it's a little bit more difficult and challenging. So it should be up before the Islands in Between conference, so I can show that next week as well. So
okay, and then
yeah.
How do you view the sustainability of this website? In other words, I mean, over the longer term, how do we sustain it?
Just making sure that everything's up to date. So when new volumes are published, to make sure it stays in the same format, updating the conferences every year, because the conference page always has the upcoming conference first, and then it's going to have the past conferences. So on just updating all the current information every year is going to sustain it. Also, we're going to do a test run before I launch it to make sure the layout is the same on tablets and on phones, so it's as accessible on a laptop or a PC as it is on a phone as well.
Okay.
So if that
Professor
answered your
Corbin,
question.
one last question or comment?
Yeah, it's just, are you going to present this at the conference so to let people know what's happening? And also, after everything is done, will it be on other platforms like JSTOR, Project Muse, so that if somebody goes to JSTOR, they can find the same material if they are not aware that this website is there?
That last one is a great question.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't have an exact answer right now, but I will look into it. So thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah.
And yes, next Friday I will be presenting at the business conference.
Business meeting.
Okay,
in
the
Tortola.
business meeting.
Yeah.
Yay, I'm so happy.
You'll
Congratulations,
be there?
Gabriella.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
I'm
you.
there.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm excited
Yes.
to meet you.
That's why I'm asking.
Thank you.
I want to turn around and say, you see, Farah class and his team have not been sleeping.
Perfect.
Sleep? What's
Yeah.
that? What's sleep? Do people still do that?
Well, I do. I sleep a lot, so.
Yeah. No, Gabriela, yeah, that's I think that last question, we've been so anxious to get this to this point that we haven't even thought about that next step. Yeah, how do we get it on those other platforms? So it's a brilliant question. In other words, so somebody goes to JSTOR, and then how do they become aware when they go to JSTOR that this exists and it's for free? It's completely for free, completely open access. How do we get it? How do we get it linked up to the usual platforms people go to find stuff, to find sources?
Like academia, research gates.
Absolutely.
Things like that, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be sure to look into this as well. So once we are ready to launch the website, it can appear on these platforms as well. So thank you for that.
Thanks.
Okay, more great presentations. Let's give everybody a big hand, and also a big hand for all of the questions and answers. So now we're coming to our last session, folks. Okay, so the next presentation will be by Pei Shu. Okay, and I'm going to invite her to actually share her screen with us because her presentation is on a particular platform that is hard for me to get onto my computer. So Pei, I'll give the floor to you. Pei, are you there? Okay, I think she's having a couple of technical difficulties. Pei, are you there?
Hi, yes, sorry, I switched from my laptop to my iPad because the video was not working well.
No problem. Pei, go ahead. I'll give the floor over to you. You have permission to share.
Should I share my presentation or?
Yeah, share whatever you were going to present.
Okay.
Because I don't have those slides on my computer.
Oh, okay. All right. Please wait a moment.
Oh, or should I just click the link?
It's okay. I can find it really quickly. So.
Okay. Anyway, this particular session has only 2 presentations. So we'll start with the presentation by Pei and then finish with one by Joseph and Pamela.
All right, I'm sharing my screen right now. Let me know if it works.
It's coming. Yes, we have it.
All right. All right, can I start?
Yep, go ahead, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pei, and the topic for my presentation is decolonizing language, reclassifying English lexified Creole languages. The term Creole language is rooted in a Eurocentric colonial perspective. often dismissing these languages as simplified versions of European tongues. This presentation argues for a reclassification of English lexified Creoles based on their unique grammatical structures and roots. For example, Jamaican Creole should be recognized as an African language due to its syntactical ties, while Singlish exhibits significant influence from Chinese languages. This shift affirms the complexity and legitimacy of these languages and opens the door for future research on reclassifying other Creoles to restore their linguistic autonomy. A Creole language is often viewed as a stable language that has developed from the mixing of European colonial languages with those of indigenous or enslaved populations. This process begins with the formation of a pidgin, a simplified language that arises in contexts where different linguistic groups need to communicate, typically for trade. As the pidgin is used in broader social contexts, it stabilizes and evolves, gaining more consistent vocabulary and grammar. When children grow up learning this pidgin as their first language, it transforms into a fully developed Creole with complex grammatical structures used as a mother tongue by its community. The traditional view is flawed because it portrays Creoles as simplified or broken forms of the colonizers' languages, suggesting they are just lesser versions of the European languages. This perspective diminishes the linguistic and cultural richness in Creoles, which possess fully developed grammars and should not be seen as imitations of their European lexifiers. Recognizing that language formation occurs gradually over generations is crucial. The idea that a language can fully emerge in a single generation oversimplifies the complex interactions among speakers that shape Creoles. Like all languages, Creoles are legitimate systems of communication, deserving equal respect and recognition. So why should we consider recategorizing Creoles? To explore this, let's first look at why English is considered a Germanic language rather than Latin. Despite having about 60% of its vocabulary from Latin, English is fundamentally Germanic due to its roots, grammar, and structure. It originated from the West Germanic branch of Indo-European brought to Britain by the Anglo-Saxons. Core vocabulary like family, nature, daily activities remains Germanic, and its grammar, such as word order, auxiliary verbs, tense, follows Germanic patterns. Latin and French borrowings mainly influence vocabulary and not the language's core structure. That is why we should categorize Creoles by the same standards, based on core vocabulary and grammar, and not by their lexifiers. Using lexifiers as the defining feature imposes a Eurocentric view that overlooks the linguistic diversity and influences from other languages. By focusing on the deeper grammatical systems, we can decolonize the way we classify Creole languages, recognizing their unique linguistic identities rather than viewing them as simplified European languages. So in this presentation, I will use Jamaican Creole and Singlish as examples to demonstrate that they possess linguistic features not found in English, but rather originating from other languages. It is important to note that both are categorized as English lexified Creoles primarily because they were colonized by the British, despite having distinct linguistic roots. So we're going to talk about Jamaican Creole first. Jamaican Creole originated from the contact between English speakers and enslaved Africans during British colonialism and the plantation economy. It began developing after 1655 following the English capture of Jamaica and was largely formed by 1750, coinciding with a significant increase in the African population. Influences on Jamaican Creole include languages from the Kwa and Bantu families, particularly Twi, as well as non-standard English dialects from London, Bristol, the West Midlands, Liverpool, and Scottish and Irish English. Jamaican Creole does not have a single copular verb equivalent to the English word feed. Instead, it uses a variety of forms, each serving a different function. In the next slides, we will focus on how Jamaican Creole uses different copular forms, specifically in the context of adjectives, locatives, and aspect. Unlike English, which uses the verb to be, zero copula is predominantly used before bare predicate adjectives in Jamaican Creole. This linguistic pattern, where linking verbs are often unnecessary for conveying meaning, reflects the grammatical features of several African languages. So here I have some examples. In Jamaican Creole, "im happy" means he is happy. So you can see there is no is or to be. And "me hungry" means I am hungry. "Uno ready" means are you ready? And the you is plural. "You know easy" means you're not easy. So it can mean different things depending on the context. For example, if someone tells you a joke and you say you're not easy, it can mean you're funny. And when someone is acting irrationally and you want to say you're acting crazy, you can also say you're not easy. And if someone tries to disrespect you, you can also say you're not easy to express don't try me or don't even think about it. So it really depends on the context. Next is the locative copula. The locative copula, spelled DEH or DE, pronounced de, came from Igbo. Jamaican Creole uses de to indicate location or existence. For example, "mi de ya" means I am here. The book de on the table means the book is on the table. And "where are they" in Jamaican Creole is where them they. So it's more similar to like where they're at, where they're at, yeah. Okay, now it's tense and aspect. In English, tenses show when something happens. For example, you can tell by the English word are, they are talking, you can tell that it's present tense. But if you say they were talking, you know it's past tense because of were. But in Jamaican Creole, they have tenses too, but it's a bit different. So in some sentences in Jamaican Creole, the same sentence can refer to both present and past. For example, "them are chat," it means they are talking, or it can mean they were talking. So the is an aspect marker. It doesn't tell you if it's past or present, but it tells you that the action is happening. So you can see that Jamaican Creole grammar is very different from the English grammar. Now let's move on to Singlish. Singlish originated from the interaction of English with various Chinese languages, such as Hokkien, Teochew, Cantonese, Hakka, and Mandarin. I speak Hokkien and Mandarin, so I know the two of these, but I don't know Teochew, Cantonese, and Hakka. And Malay varieties such as Bazar Malay and Baba Malay. And Malay is an Austronesian language. And the last one, to a lesser degree, Tamil from India. Singapore was a British colony from 1819 to 1963. During the early 20th century, Bazar Malay and Hokkien Chinese served as the lingua francas, while English was only spoken among the upper class and the British colonial masters. It wasn't until the 1970s that Singlish began to emerge as a distinct linguistic phenomenon. So particularly today, I would like to talk about the final particles in Singlish. So final particles can be found in Chinese languages and also in Malay. So Singlish uses final particles to add emphasis, indicate attitude or mood, express agreement, etc. So here you can see a list of final particles and they all serve different purposes. So I'm going to just pick one as an example because there are too many. So the one I'm going to use is LOR, which is pronounced lo. So in Singlish, the particle lo has strong Chinese influence, especially from Mandarin, Cantonese, and Hokkien. So there are different functions of lo. The first one is tone of resignation or certainty. It can indicate inevitability or resignation. So the example in Singlish is what to do, like that lo. So the law indicates that you can't do anything about it, so that it is how it is. So that's what the law means in like that law. And number two, it can also mean casual agreement or conclusion. It can be used to agree casually or express finality. So my example is, okay, law, up to you. So the law makes the okay even more casual. And number three is sense of obviousness. It implies that something is self-evident or should be understood. So the example in Singular is, of course, you know that law. So here, the law, it means that you should know it. It's obvious. Yes, so you can see that if you are not a native, let's say, Chinese speaker like me, but you know English, you still won't know what the final particle le indicates. Yeah, so and you can see that Singlish has a very strong Chinese influence. So my conclusion, Jamaican Creole, Singlish, and other languages shaped by colonial histories are often grouped together under the label of English lexified Creoles, despite having fundamentally different grammatical structures and influences. African in the case of Jamaican Creole and Chinese for Singlish. This categorization based on colonial ties rather than linguistic features oversimplifies these languages and ignores their unique complexity. Grouping them together simply because of a shared colonial history reflects a Eurocentric approach to language classification. Instead, we should recategorize these languages with the same criteria used for any other language, focusing on their grammatical systems and linguistic roots rather than their colonial pasts. We should also turn our attention to languages labeled as Iberian and French lexified Creoles, which deserve the same examination. By broadening our focus to all the various Creoles, we can move past colonial era categorizations and honor the languages that influence the grammatical structures of these Creoles, respecting their unique contributions to global linguistic diversity. And here are my references. And thank you, everybody, for your attention.
Thank you, Pei. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
You can give me back the screen now. I'll get the next presentation now. Okay, so we'll, if you have questions or comments, hold on till this last presentation is finished, and then we'll open up the floor. Okay, the final presentation today is by Joseph Villafañe and Pamela Vasquez, and it's titled Caribbean Speculative Fiction, Mythological Foundations and Pathways to Identity. Joseph and Pamela?
Yes. Pam, can you open the mic so we can start?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so the title has already been presented, but anyways, I'm Pamela Vasquez, and along with Joseph Villafañe, we will be presenting our research. So in this research, we explore the evolution of Caribbean speculative fiction, emphasizing its methodological foundation as a pathway to identity. So the Caribbean serves as a fertile ground for speculative narratives, given its diverse cultural heritage and enchanting landscapes. To reflect these narratives, to where these narratives reflect the complexities of gender, racial, and cultural heritage. So going on to Junot Diaz's statement that the Caribbean embodies both science fiction and fantasy, to which the study employs Joseph Campbell's monomyth as theoretical framework to analyze the works of Caribbean Anglophone authors such as Tobias S. Buckle, K. R. Snout Rivera, and Junot Diaz himself. So when it comes to Campbell's monomyth, it suggests a common ancestry and global mythopia, a perspective which highlights how the interaction of multiple cultures within Caribbean literature creates different identities and narratives which will ultimately enrich the genre of speculative fiction. So in Caribbean speculative fiction, mythological foundations provide a framework for understanding cultural identity and heritage. By using folklore and traditional tales, these narratives are able to foster a sense of belonging and community, bridging the past with contemporary issues. So the cultural diversity in the Caribbean also adds to speculative fiction with its indigenous, African, European, and Asian influences. This union also creates an excellent space for narratives that reflect complexities of gender, race, sexuality, and in the region's literature. So an example of how global mythopoeia serves as a natural reaction of humanity is found in the interpretation of nature as a myth, taking as an example the Norse god Thor. In the time of Germanic people, Vikings would often attribute personality to natural atmospheric manifestations. Taking as an example Thor, which name is thunder, and his hammer Mjolnir could be interpreted as a lightning. So this line of thought follows the idea presented by Levi Strauss and Campbell, in which mythology is used to explain bizarre phenomena. However, there is ground to debate the possibility of how these tribes relied on mythopoeia as an action in order to philosophize with the concept of thunder. An echo related to what occurs with Thor is also present in how Taínos believed that storms were the manifestation of a god named Guavansex. So this deity had a weapon that the Taíno called huracán. The event was a result of Guavansex's temperament, which the word temperament itself is linked to chaos, and also because she did not tolerate neglect of the appropriate semi-god spirit worship. So when comparing Thor and Guavansex, they both have these storm-like personalities. So scholars such as Jose J. Adam have suggested Taino mythology has similar attributes to the Germanic deity of Odin. Aram explains that the native West Indians believed in Yokahu Baguao Marokoti as a supreme god or being, to which his research suggests the possibility of intertextuality between the Taino and the Vikings, an intertextuality that occurs when you take Yokahu's last name, this being Marokoti, and break it into parts. So Ma in the Arawakan tongue means without or lacking, and Orokoti, which means grandfather in Taino, as well as Caribe and Lobono languages. Therefore, based on the previous data, Yokahu's last name means without grandfather. In other words, signifying that he is the beginning of time, which complements the idea that Yokahu does not require an origin because he is the origin itself and provides a beginning of time to everything and everyone. So he does not have a grandfather because he is the father of all, to where the meaning once again collides with the figure of Odin, who is known as the All-Father.
So we have divided our research in 3 books as examples, right, of how speculative fiction today manifests the interpretation of identity and the interpretation of the bizarreness that surrounds us, right? And what more bizarre, what more unexplainable than Caribbean identity, right? So the first book that we analyze is Junot Díaz's The Brief Wondrous Life of Oscar Wilde. And here, Junot Díaz's mythopoeia is not set in a secondary world like it often happens in epic fantasy. It utilizes the real world as a setting with the minor alterations of its history, right? Due to the mythological explanation of his monster, a monster that he has created, a creature of a curse, right? So as a result, this novel is an example of historical fantasy and speculative realism and features a story structure that is an amalgam of historical novel, Bill Jones romance, post-magical realism, sci-fi, fantasy, and superhero comic romance. So to explain a little bit about Foucault, the creature that he has taken into his book Diaz's fantasy novel brings a different approach to the exploration of Caribbean identity as a mythological inquiry, right? He aims to create a mythical creature or beast in the form of a monstrous curse of worldly proportions, just like our identity in the Caribbean. It encompasses the world entirely. So the writer uses the curse of Fuku Americanos to embody the structure and linguistic diversity of the Dominican American diaspora by correlating everything bad that happens to the main character's family. So the diasporic entanglements that happen here is that the characteristics of Fuku, entangled with the Afro-Caribbean heritage, has worked its way down through the slave trade and colonization into our time, exercising a kind of fate over the characters, who are described to be Afro-Latinos, and more to the point, even diasporic Dominicans, right? So like Caribbeans, the monster travels throughout the cultures of the world. Diaz portrays the Dominican migration into North America as the means by which the monster has transported itself in the United States. And it even kind of echoes Neil Gaiman's American gods, because every god that is presented in Neil Gaiman's book also comes into America as a diasporic god, right? So the immigration becomes as a result of the mythic issue of the identity inquiry, which is consonant with the diasporic experience. So the second novel that we analyze, using this concept of the global mythopoeia, trying to challenge the monomyth presented by Joseph Campbell, is Tobias S. Buckell, Crystal Rain. In Crystal Rain, Buckell leads the West Indians out of their native lands and into the space, right? Into the open space, if you may, towards a whole different planet. He has created a world called Nanagara. This world displays the multicultural diversities of the West Indian people in the form of their dialect, their skin color variety, and festivities. We even have carnival here in this world, right? So Nanagara's populace descended from the Caribbean nationals who fled Earth many generations ago in search of a refuge from an intergalactic hegemony. So more to the point, in Crystal Rain, mythic explorations of identities are addressed from an escapist or escapism perspective, as opposed to Junot Diaz, who situates his characters in the real world. In Crystal Rain, the author seeks to add elements of familiarity and credibility to his novel by creating a fictional history that explains why the Caribbean peoples had to flee their land in search of another planet to live in. So this world, everybody calls themselves Babylon oppressed people. And sometimes they add the pronoun at the end, Babylon oppressed people we, which is consonant with Jamaican Creole, right? So according to Shanta's Creole variety, which is a character that shows up in the book, we see a consonance with every single island that transpires in the Caribbean, right? We see all of the varieties of the Caribbean in this book and in this world. So furthermore, Nevin states that the term Babylon is commonly used in the Caribbean to refer historically to discriminatory institutions. By exploring the conventions of discrimination by race and ethnicity, Tobias S. Buckell provides an intriguing yet possible answer to the conundrum of identity. That is, to be done with the oppression and racial injustice, maybe the West Indians need to escape to another planet, because it will be so engraved into our history that the term speculative fiction seeks to find the answer to the what if. Maybe this would be a possibility within the spectrum of identity in the Caribbean. So this is precisely what the Babylon oppressed people have done. They have left the West Indies so they could be just left alone. All in all, escapism is the route Buckell chooses to carry out his mythological inquiries related to the concept of identity in the Caribbean. His characters engage in space travel in order to avoid repeating their ancestors' history. So the last book we analyzed for our research was Kay Arsenal Rivera's The Tiger's Daughter. Kay Arsenal Rivera is a diasporic Puerto Rican writer, and she challenges the fictional patriarchy that transpires in our society, right? She has created this world to convey a message of rebellion against a male-dominant society. So taking a little bit from Lois Tyson's book, which portrays a dichotomy of the good girl and the bad girl, we see how Kay Arsenal Rivera has divided this dichotomy and is trying to sort of challenge the way that characters are being portrayed in speculative fiction in the Caribbean. Arsenal Rivera uses this dichotomy to tell the story of her fictional character, Shefali. Oh, sorry, if you could go back. Yeah. Characters Shefali and Shizuka, one being the good girl and the other being the bad girl. So in The Tiger's Daughter, Shefali, on the one hand, is presented as being an exile, right? She is the girl who does not comply with the societal conventions imposed by the people who surround her. She even eventually contracts a demonic disease called black blood, right? Which automatically condemns her into exile. She even states, "My own mother has exiled me," which also indicates a degree of alienation from her own family. Alienation being a word that is oftentimes attributed to us when we go into a diasporic setting. So Shefali represents women who go against the tide of social respectability. She does not care about what might be the right thing to do according to the societal norm. Instead, she goes wherever her heart takes her, and she strives to accomplish what she desires. In a scene that presents Shefali as a character that does not care for societal conventions, Arsenal Rivera says, and I quote, "I pulled you closer, I leaned my head against yours, we held hands, scars brushed together. I decided that I did not care whether or not it was right, so long as I was doing it." And this is a scene where Shefali falls in love with another female character and breaking apart, right, that homophobia that exists in this fictional world that she has created. So to conclude, Campbell's concept of the monomyth works with the idea between the necessity of the world to create myths and the necessity of myths to create worlds. We basically have a concept that Campbell has brought that says there is only one myth in the entire world. What we bring into the table is the concept of global mythopia, which says, yes, Joseph Campbell, you're sort of right, but if you look at it from the point of view of the Caribbean, maybe you're not so right, because the Caribbean has changed mythology so much. It has taken from so many mythologies of the world that it has created its own. It's a new mythology, sort of like echoing what Benitez Rojo says in The Repeating Islands, that yes, we have this repeating island, but every repeating island has something new to bring to the table. So Campbell's idea of the monomyth is based on an impulse that has always existed in humanity. He sees this drive for myth creation as a necessity for human survival. These characteristics of mythopia manifest themselves in the works of Arsenal Rivera, Bukel, and Diaz, basically in the way that the Caribbean is still using literature to create new mythologies, even though we might not possibly call them myths, because now everything that is fantasy, everything that is science fiction, everything that is horror, magical realism, and so on, it's seen as a genre that is aside from mythology. But what global mythopia says, the concept that we have brought, says that it's always the same thing. It's the what if of things, right? What if lightning was actually a god? What if thunder was actually a god? We even see the correlation with Yogahu. Yogahu lives in a mountain, right? Same thing that happens with the Greek gods. They have Mount Olympus, and they lived there. Well, the Arawaks said the same thing. We had the Yunque, and the Yunque, if you look at it from the perspective of the real world, it functions in the same way that it functioned for the Arawaks in their mythology. The Arawaks thought that whenever Guaban 6 would bring her lethal weapon, which was the huracan, with the help of Guataúba, Yocajo would raise the mountain from the ground, and the mountain would protect the island from the hurricane. If you look at scientific research based in the island, El Yunque still does the same thing. So there is always this underlying reality with mythology that I think resonates with speculative fiction today, and we still see it in the terms of how we define identity and how authors are trying to find their own inquiry solved or their conundrum answered by this mythological inquiry. So yeah, that is it. If anybody has questions, feel free to ask.
Great. So we end the day talking about mythology as we began the day. So Francis began her presentation talking about mythology, and now we're ending the day talking about mythology as well. So great presentations, great presentations. Let's give everybody a hand for their presentations. Now let's open up the floor to questions or comments. Okay, in terms of base presentation, I have a comment there. Great presentation, and it's really taking a perspective that's trying to decolonize the way that we talk about Creole languages. And we definitely need to find better ways to talk about languages that have been classified as Creoles. And I think that this impulse to classify Singlish maybe as a Sino-Tibetan language, and maybe Jamaican as a Benue-Kwa language is really good. The tools we use, though, we have to watch out, though, to decolonize. We have to make sure that we're decolonizing those tools as well, because when we're talking about the ways that languages are classified, usually the basic method that's used is a vocabulary list, a list of basic vocabulary, as you mentioned. Okay, and then if we use that list, then both Singlish and Jamaican would still be classified as English, because of the fact that even if you use that basic word list, those what's been defined as a basic word list, okay, by Western linguistics, you would still find that the majority of the words in Singlish that refer to those basic meanings, like dog, cat, star, sun, moon, those basic vocabulary items that you find on that basic word list would have basically come from English. Now, I don't agree with that word list, okay? So I think that you can be even more critical than you were. You can actually criticize it at a deeper level and say we have to even get rid of some of those tools or change them. Because to me, if you're using Singlish, probably the listener's not really paying attention to those as much to those basic vocabulary items as they're paying attention to those particles that are being used at the end of the sentence. That's what people really listen for. That's what really connects the speaker to the audience. So I think you can be even more radical in your stance and actually question the very tools that we use. I like the way that you were getting to those deeper grammatical features to classify. Yes, and that's something that linguists don't do. Linguists don't really use those grammatical features as much as they use that basic word list, which is really very problematic. And I think you can even problematize that. But really, but it's a good, but the basic decolonizing impulse behind the paper, yes, the basic switch of focus to underlying grammatical features, yes, and especially the switch of focus to like particles, sentence final particles, which are which really straddle the boundaries between pragmatics and semantics and lexicon. All of that Those are the kind of things that I think we have to switch our focus to. So I really like those sentence final particles. That was really good to actually focus on those. And actually, if you think about it, Nigerian Pidgin, and many other Afro-Atlantic Creole languages use those sentence final particles as well as something that they get from West African languages. So you have lots and lots of those as well. So yeah, great presentation. I don't know. I think Professor Corbon has a comment.
Yes. Earlier on, I had mentioned about how when talking about identities and linguistic repertoire, I said most of the time they live at the Asian presence. But and I'm happy Pei has brought that in, because if you go to Cuban Spanish, Jamaican, if you read contemporary Jamaican fiction that is coming out, in which the Chinese presence is brought in. If you go to the literature of Guyana, for example, Jean-Lloyd Scheinborn's work, you have the last English plantation, you have the last ship, in which the Chinese and Indo-Chinese Lebanese combinations are all happening in Guyana, together with the African and also the indigenous communities. All that gives rise to Guyanese Creole, if you want to put it that way, rather than just English, African, etc., etc. And for so I'm happy you brought this out. It's for also we talk about English that is brought over here as the English of Germanic origins, Indo-European. What about the English that what about the subterranean influences of the Celtic, which is not Germanic languages, that was there before the Germanic tribes, the Visigoths and the Ostrogoths and the Vandals and all those descended on the island called Britain, and etc. So we know Scottish is close to the Germanic, but what about the Celtic languages, which they may belong to the same family of the Indo-European, but today are they Germanic? It was Celtic Germanic, and I'm sure Sally, who did her research on the influence of the Irish, Gaelic, the Irish way of speaking English, a kind of creolized English, and how they influence Jamaican, Barbadian English. So it's not just totally African. You also have the sailors, the pirates, and all these groups of desperados who fought against a grammatical English blended with the enslaved, etc., etc. So this is another area in which, particularly if you go on to Belize, Guyana, and Suriname, and other places where we normally, when we're talking about this Creole thing, we just focus on Jamaica. If you go to Trinidad, you have the Indians. They form another block that have influenced the way Creole is spoken, whether it's the intonation, a lot of words, and so on, etc., etc. So, I like the speculative fiction thing. Something I was waiting to hear, since you talked about African, European, but there was no cross-reference to any African gods of thunder and lightning. It was more like the Vikings, Thor and his, what about Shango, that is all over the Caribbean? Why is he not considered as part of that pantheon in the speculative fiction? Considering that Bockel is from Grenada, grew up in both the British and the US Virgin Islands. Islands, cultures, and mythologies that have always been abandoned in favor of the Jamaican, in favor of the Trinidadian, in favor of these others. But these other islands that Bockel may be drawing from, we need to investigate that. And what do you call it? And I was just going to suggest a few novels that in your larger research you can reflect on. For example, the novel by Pauline Melville, set in Guyana, called Ventriloquist's Tale. The Ventriloquist's Tale. Is it speculative? Is it fabulous? Is it magical real? Is it a combination of all these? And there is, she combines this very well, taken up from Wilson Harris's own type of speculative quantum fiction.
Quantum fiction, yes.
Quantum fiction.
How can I forget that book?
All right. So these are the comments yes I'm making. So they are not really questions that as you progress in your research, these are areas you can cross-reference and yes.
Okay.
In regards to the African gods, since these books didn't really touch on some of the African gods that you were mentioning, but I saw some reference to Agwe in Tobias S. Buckel's book. But since it was kind of like a far stretch, it was mostly me doing critical fabulation with it. I didn't want to include it in the research, but definitely I do think that there is some influence there, mostly happening with the aliens. The aliens are representations of the African pantheon, for sure. But Agwe was definitely in the book. It's just that it was mostly me doing critical fabulation. I didn't want to present something that I didn't have proof for it. But yeah.
Okay. Pei, do you have any response to Danabang's, Professor Kuobang's comments or?
No, I just want to say thank you to Professor Faracas and Professor Kuobang, and also I know she's not here, but Professor Yolanda Rivera, because you are the ones who introduced me to Creole languages. So I think it's very interesting, and it's really fascinating because I see so many similarities between African languages and Chinese languages. Which is why I started having this idea of, decolonizing languages. And but yes, I will definitely be more critical. And yes, I completely agree with you, Professor Faracas. So thank you for the suggestion. And also, if I would say if I have more time, I would give more examples.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, give more examples or look for other languages, other Creole languages, but unfortunately due to the
time,
I couldn't talk about more, but I will of course continue to learn more about Creole languages.
Yeah, but this similarity between West African languages as an areal group, and then maybe at least Chinese, the different varieties that make up Chinese, and maybe East Asian, and to a certain extent Southeast Asian languages as an areal group, even though they belong to many different families, just like the languages of West Africa belong to many different families. But if you take them as an areal group that have influenced each other, you find these striking similarities, just like you said, between East Asian linguistic practices and patterns and West African linguistic practices and patterns, especially things like sentence final particles, tone, etc., etc. There are differences too, but just these striking similarities. So it's just amazing. Okay, but I think for both of those presentations, though, I'm wondering if you gave it if you gave your presentations a twist. Okay, so in other words, Pei, do we have to decide between English or West African in the case of Jamaican, or English and Chinese in the case of Singlish? Can we see those varieties as trans performances that embody patterns from English, patterns from, okay, in the case of Singlish, patterns from English, patterns from Chinese, patterns from Malay, patterns from Tamil, etc., in this very trans kind of mix that's full of contradictions and full of messiness, and the same with Joseph and Pamela, can you see these as, okay, so in other words, this idea that theorists always go back to, which is so, in a way, so colonial, of like mono mythology. And I think that this idea of using the mythopoeic framework, I think is much more productive, because that's based on agency and creativity. And in the Caribbean, the agency and creativity is so trans. Okay, so it means that we're no longer looking for universals. I mean, this idea of a universal myth, so that goes back to what Francis began the day with, refuting this idea of universal myths. Roland Barthes says myths are not universal. There's no such thing as a universal myth. There's not one myth that is behind all myths. Okay, that's the first thing that he says. Okay, but like you pointed out in your presentation, and very, very rightly and very brilliantly, okay, still there's this need for worlds to create myths and myths to create worlds, and humans have this need to do this. So yes, and that could be seen as a universal, okay, but not this idea that you have these archetypes that underlie all myths. So get that kind of Jungian understanding, or this idea that there's one myth behind all myths. That's the kind of stuff that an imperialist anthropology would try to impose on the rest of the world, or an imperialist psychology would try to impose on the entire world. But this idea that human beings are, by our very way of thinking and speaking and acting, we're myth makers. Yes, we're myth creators. We have this thing about creating myths out of everything. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That is definitely something you could point to as a universal. So, but we are also language creators. And so, in other words, the ways that we create myths and the ways that we create language are incredibly synthetic, and also involve all of these trans performances, because we bring things together that weren't entangled before, and we start to entangle them. We start to entangle them and get them to resonate with each other. So yeah, both of these presentations, if I were going to take them to a next step, they were excellent. But as a next step, think about adding that trans twist to them, a trans twist, where you actually give yourself permission to let these processes of myth making and language making embody this transgressive impulse that's full of contradictions, is full of messiness, and brings together all these different traditions, and without any shame or any reluctance or any hesitation. That's what's so wonderful about the Caribbean. Any case, I think everybody is presented out and questioned out and commented out. So this was a wonderful presentation.
Just last
myth. Yes, we have one more intervention from
listening to everybody. Can we say that Caribe Plurilingüe is myth making? It's been going on for 22 sessions. That is 11 years. And we are creating, and that language itself is a myth ritual performance to understand what we think, to create, to bring to fore what goes on in our heads, which is confusion, to order, so that whatever language we speak, whatever theories we bring, these are all mythologies of understanding. These are all ritual verbalizing to understand the noises that come out from our throats.
Yes.
That's all that I have to say. So you can never assemble all the myths in one place at all. Myths will continue to be explosive, to be myths upon myths. A myth becomes a myth. Another myth is needed to explain the myth, etc., etc. So thanks a lot. This was great. This was great.
Yeah. Okay. So in any case, let's give everybody a big hand. And these were, as I echo Professor Kuobang, these were wonderful, wonderful, wonderful presentations. This has been recorded. Once it downloads, I will send it over to the folks at the Institute of Caribbean Studies. They will actually upload it onto their platform. And I think it goes onto YouTube as well. Okay, so in any case, thank you everyone for your wonderful, wonderful, wonderful presentations and questions and answers and comments. And we hope to see you at our next event. So don't forget us. It'll be towards the end of next semester, probably around April. Bring your presentation. Take the presentation you did today and elaborate on it. What's your next step from that presentation? Also, you should consider publishing in our volumes. Okay, so take your presentation, turn it into a publication. Yeah, and also we do have these conferences that we organize every year. This year, it's a little bit too late to submit something for presentation, although some of you will be presenting there anyway because you submitted previously. But next year, it'll be in on another island or another territory of the Caribbean, and it's a great opportunity for you to, if you're a student in the English department, actually get some money to go and present at the conference, and as well as getting another platform. So many of the presentations that you heard today were done by students in the English department who are going to take their presentations and to Tortola. So this for them was a practice session, a trial run, a dress rehearsal for their presentation in Tortola. So make it all work for you. Make all of this work for you so that you can have more presentations, so you can have more publications, and your work can get out there to a broader and broader and broader audience, because it deserves that kind of audience. Okay, so see you at Caribe Plurilingüe number 23 in next semester. And thank you again for all of your wonderful, wonderful presentations.
Yeah. Bye.
Virtual hugs.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh God, they really did well, didn't they?
Oh yes, this was great. The whole day was
It was great.
great
It was
presentations.
great. It was
Yeah,
really
great
great.
presentations. And the beginning and the ending was like a ritual myth performance.
Exactly.
You know, starting with one type of mythology to speculative act of creation. It's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Oga.
Oh, now you get the thanks now. Maybe you greet Barry for me.
I go greet them now. Make it family.
And Tuan says hello. I told her I'm at a meeting. Make you no call. Yeah.
Yes,
All right then. Bye.
I'll tell her we miss her articles in the volumes. She has to submit for next year.
Yeah. Now she was busy getting married. Now she's getting her papers. I hear today finally the city council submitted their papers to the immigration, and then she will get a permanent visa.
For Denmark.
For Denmark.
Wow.
Then she can travel anytime she wants.
Excellent.
And then she started work, but the work stopped when the work visa expired October 15th, just 3 days ago. So, but today they got information from the city council, Copenhagen, that they've now sent all their documents to immigration to issue the family reunification visa.
Excellent.
And then next year they go to Ghana to do the ritual myth of marriage, which will be very, very fast. It will be very fast for them. Yeah. So I told Delhi too that next year she has to present a piece. This time it was too late.
Yeah. So we had so many presentations. Anyway.
Oh yes, yeah. And she defended by the time most people have submitted their abstracts already.
Yeah, you see.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay, okay. Thanks a lot to make you enjoy freedom for today.
You too.
See you for Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yes. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.